Thank you.
Good morning. It is June 3rd, 2024. Welcome to the San Marino Unified School District Board of Education special meeting. Here is your board president, Shelley Ryan.
Good morning, everyone. All meetings of the Board of Education are open to members of the public unless publicly noticed as a confidential closed session as allowed by the law, Education Code Section 35147. Members of the public may address the board as outlined in the public comment section of the agenda. The audio of all meetings is recorded. A member of the public may be held liable for any slanderous or otherwise defamatory statements. In consideration of the board, members of the audience, please turn off, silence your cell phones while in the boardroom. San Marino Unified School District encourages those with disabilities to participate fully in the public meeting process. If you need a disability-related modification or accommodation, including auxiliary aids or services to participate in the public meeting, contact the assistant to the superintendent at jdelatorre@smusd.us or at 626-299-7000 extension 1310 at least 48 hours before the scheduled board meeting so that we may make every reasonable effort to accommodate you. Under Government Code Section 54953.2, Americans with Disability Act of 1990, Section 202.42, USC 12132. Documents provided to a majority of the Board of Education regarding an open session item of this agenda will be made available for public inspection in the district office located at 1665 West Drive, San Marino during normal business hours. In addition, such writings and documents may be viewed on the district's website at www.smusd.us. We are opening the session at approximately 9:10. Let's call to order, Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May I have an approval of the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. John. Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. The Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District.
On the agenda. Roll call.
Sure. May I have roll call? Mrs. Lamb?
Here.
Mrs. Chong?
Here.
Mr. Chen?
Yeah.
Aye.
Do we need to do a vote on the agenda? We just need the motion, but we didn't vote.
May I have approval of the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Chong. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Public comment. The Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Public comment is limited to only those items listed on the special meeting agenda. Yeah, those who wish to submit online. Did you want me to do something else?
No, I think we didn't actually vote on the agenda. We did the motions.
Oh, okay. So let's do roll call on the agenda. Thank you, Mrs. Lamb.
Aye.
Mrs. Chong.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Mrs. Ryan. Aye. Going to the public comment the third time. The Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Public comment is limited to only those items listed on the special meeting agenda under Government Code Section 54954.3A. Persons who wish to provide public comment will have three options to submit public comments. First, they may submit through an online form. Jennifer, were there any submissions? There were no submissions. Request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. Dr. Troy, are there any?
No attendees.
Okay, no attendees. Request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment part, and as there's no one in attendance, there are no public comment cards. The public may submit, probably. So the public may submit public comments for this board strategic planning session on May from 12 to 2, but there were no comments. And if there were comments, they would be provided to the board, but not read. Request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. We've already gone through that. Request to speak during the meeting in person. We've gone through that. Now we will begin, as there are no communication from the audience regarding the matters that are on the agenda at this time. The board strategic planning will begin.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here this morning. We have some important work to do today. In the past, when we have gathered together, one of the things that the board requested of us is that we bring you data prior to engaging in the development of our 4 broad-based goals for the upcoming school year 2024-25. So we're going to do just that today. And by the way, I did get a text message from board member Gill. She's parking and she'll be here shortly to join us. But what we're going to do this morning is, before we get started, we're going to do some team building activities and some icebreaker activities. And then we have Tanya Alhindi, our wellness coordinator, who's going to be coming in at approximately 10:15 a.m. to talk to the Board of Education about our wellness program that we have implemented district-wide. And this is important because we have to look back at where we've been and what we've accomplished in order to really determine where we need to go from here. And I think it's important that the board be aware of all of the wonderful things that we are doing to connect with our kids and to help develop their social emotional well-being. We know that in San Marino, we have very, very high standards, and oftentimes our kids have felt pressure. And with that comes a lot of issues. And so we want to make sure that they are all well cared for and that they have the tools to do what they need to do to be successful. So this morning, what I'm going to ask you to do, we're going to do 2 things. And the first is an exercise called back-to-back toe-to-toe. But I think we're going to do side-by-side toe-to-toe. And so I would like a board member to pair up with an executive team member. So it shouldn't be 2 board members together. And I want you in pairs. So 1 board member and 1 executive team member needs to stand side by side. And I'll show you, I'll use Jennifer as a model of how we're going to do this. So you're going to stand shoulder to shoulder. And we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder. And then I'm going to give you something to think about. And then we're going to go toe to toe, right? And then we're going to talk about what it is that I'm going to tell you. That you need to talk about, and then we'll debrief at the end. Does that make sense? Has everybody got it? Okay.
How much time?
I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, so let's go ahead and pair up. Go ahead. You guys got to stand up. Stand up and pair up.
We're just right next to each other, so.
Very good. Okay. I want us to pair up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. You guys might want to spread out so that you're not talking over each other. Might want to spread out. Spread out a little bit so you're not, listening to other people's conversations necessarily. Okay. So, Francesca needs an executive team.
He's coming back. We're gonna share Jason. Jason needs 2.
Awesome. Okay, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. Okay. So shoulder to shoulder, right? And this is a human connection exercise, human connection, right? Which we all know is super, super important. You guys are not shoulder to shoulder. Sorry.
HR.
It's okay. He's not gonna file a complaint, I promise you. Yeah. And there's a reason for this, right? Psychologically, human connection is really important. That's why I didn't put you back to back, because that would have been worse, right? And I've done that at USC, and so that's like, not doing that here. Okay, so shoulder to shoulder, right? is less, tricky, we'll say. And what I want you to do is, when you turn and face each other, I want you to talk about and find out what you have in common. It can't be, we're all human beings, right? It has to be something more complex than that. An experience that you had in common, a life experience, something like that. Something that you've done in the past that is the same. Some connection that you have that you all have in common. So it's going to be interesting to see how 3 people do this. But so go ahead, turn and face your partner or your partners, and start talking to each other about what you have in common. Don't make it more complex. Don't make it like we're human. Nothing too easy like that. Okay.
All right, so I was born in Hong Kong. Do you have kids?
I have kids, have 2 kids.
Yeah, I have 3.
All right.
We have 4.
That's
Was a very interesting teacher. Okay, we're in the way.
That's a tough one. What makes you interesting to me may not necessarily be interesting to others, but, well, I have a passion for cars.
Okay, okay, that's.
Cars, yes.
I do remember that.
Growing up in Los Angeles, I guess, enjoy the diversity. So,
Kind of great here.
how about you?
I enjoy EV cars. So there's, I feel like it's better for the environment.
That's something we share in common.
Right, let's see. What is something that you've always wanted to do? And you did end up doing?
And I did not end up. I did.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
You're like, yes, I did it. I'm right here, sorry.
So many things.
Well, look at that.
Not like Lane.
You see, I guess. I enjoy traveling. Traveling with family as a child. We didn't travel as much internationally, but obviously going to Hong Kong, for example, was a trip that, growing up, I always hear my parents talk about Hong Kong. So then when I finally went, I was probably around 8 years old. It was such a fun experience. Yeah, I still have memories. I don't remember much when I was 8 years old, but I remember that trip.
What do you remember?
The nightlife, it was completely different from what I.
Yeah. Have you gone back as an adult?
I have, although not as recent, hopefully, I'd say like almost like maybe 6 years, 7 years. So, yeah.
All right, so just trying to, I enjoyed my life in Hong Kong as well. So I was born there, but I moved to Nigeria. Just with family, because, we immigrated as a family, but I still had extended family there, so we would visit very often. And, as a kid, I always just went kind of in tow with my parents and never really got to experience myself. So when I was in college, I applied to study abroad in Hong Kong. And it was kind of just my way of wanting to experience that life.
Oh, yeah, right.
No judging, because I know that my parents were very, maybe kind of loyal to the right word, patriotic, from being from Hong Kong. So I always wanted to be connected in that way. And that is why I ended up going back to spend my time alone there and getting to know it as an investment.
How long did you stay there for the?
So from August to January. And when you're like little, like probably 20 or 20, I was 20 going on 21. And it was a very exciting experience. I was homesick, but I knew I had relatives there. You just wanted to do on your own. Doing that, so it was a very interesting experience. But yeah, there was a lot of nice mistakes there too. So I think we got that. So spoke to them. You have, you're always curious. What's the latest EV that you're in?
Well, I have a Tesla, probably my EV.
Okay, all right.
But,
So you just like looking around, or you have 4 or 5 CDs going down?
no, not that much, but, just over the years, slowly, it's almost my first, like a little smart EV car.
Oh,
And it's a little 2-seater.
Yeah, that's
And,
a new one.
Yeah, my son was just born, so I thought it'd be fun to just be able to
Okay, one
sit
more
beside
minute.
him and travel.
Nice.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, obviously, I also, or I was really into it because I feel like,
But I thought it was
like financially speaking.
It's convenient,
Yeah, so you can use the station, you just mentioned. Baseline, yes, we're all.
Yes. I noticed your Starbucks, cup there. Is that a special keepsake from Special Starbucks?
Yeah, it's actually from a Starbucks China. So, Starbucks is really big in China and Hong Kong. Like they make it, I mean, obviously it's big here, worldwide, but, they make a lot of like swag, and they even have like a icon, like they have a band, like here you can never go for it. But in Asia, yeah, so Japan, China, and Hong Kong, they have like this that is kind of like a rock song. So he's like a Starbucks and then there's a lot of like drags that they sell, like,
That's cute.
it's super cute.
Yes.
And then they even make like collectibles. They do scams at Starbucks and collect, or you know how you get a membership card here? So you also have a digital card there.
Okay, are we just about done? About ready? Yes, okay. So you're ready?
Visiting Japan.
All right. Let's go ahead and,
Yeah, please go see.
are you guys good?
We're so hungry.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, we're done. Good. Did you find something? Did you find something that you have in common?
We did,
Okay, good, perfect.
right here
Okay.
at the end.
All right, that's awesome. All right, good. That's the goal. All right, so which of you would like to go first in terms of talking about what you have in common with your elbow partner?
Yeah, we're happy to.
Yeah, it turns out we have quite a few things in common.
So much, like we're humans,
Yes.
of course.
Right?
We actually both speak the same dialect, Cantonese.
Oh, okay, great.
His parents and my parents are from Hong Kong.
Oh,
We
okay.
have both visited Hong Kong when we were young.
Right.
We have fond memories of just eating there. We are both interested in nightlife in Hong Kong. And besides that, everyone knows that Stephen is a car enthusiast.
Yeah.
I shared I'm an EV enthusiast, and like I also have gone through 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 EV, 4 or 5.
Wow.
4 or 5 EVs himself, and that's kind of the same for us
Okay.
over here. Did we
Great.
miss anything?
Yeah.
I think we were kind of going into that EV hole where like, oh yeah, what do you like about it? And listing all the reasons why.
That's awesome. That's great. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Great job. Next.
So we discovered, well, we were kind of bouncing all around, but right at the very end, because of our backgrounds, we all came from very loud, argumentative, bustling households.
Okay.
Where it was normal to speak your mind and let everyone know where they stand.
Yeah, I can see
So-
there's some commonality here, right? Yeah.
We have 2 from Italian
Okay.
backgrounds and then Korean backgrounds, and we learned that that's normal in all of our
Your
upbringings.
cultures, right? Yeah. Wow, that's incredible. Okay, thank you so much. I thought you would struggle a little bit, but actually you guys did quite well.
Okay, I'll start and then Mr. Chang will continue. So we too found that we had a lot in common after we started talking a little bit. So I'll share first 2 and then Mr. Chang will share the second 2 is, first one is we both have 2 children. And as Mr. Chang pointed out, and 1 spouse. Which is our parents are both immigrants, mom and dad, from his parents and my parents, and we are first generation.
Oh, yeah.
And then a couple more things.
Yeah, we always USC children.
Yeah,
family, yeah.
right, love it.
So she has a doctor degree
Mhm.
education there,
Mhm.
and I was appointed as an assistant clinical professor
Oh, yeah,
for year.
Yeah.
So we dedicate to USC.
that's great. Okay, perfect, right on. Love it. Okay, thank you so much. That's great. Next.
Follow that.
I know, right?
Yeah. So Mike and I, have lots of shared experiences, not only from our experiences, through 9/11, but our journeys in education, very similar, even though a little different. We both taught at Alhambra Unified School District.
Yeah.
And, even though our pathways have been different, we've landed here. We have children that have graduated from San Marino, all of the schools. And, we want to finish off.
We're both immigrants. I immigrated from China, studied from Canada. We talked about the fact that you're an administrator, you became a board member and still a board member. I'm an administrator. I was a board member.
That's right. Yeah,
So we do share a lot.
yeah. Isn't that interesting? So
And
you
we like Korean barbecue.
Yes.
I thought you were going to share that.
Oh, I forgot about that.
yeah, I bet everybody has that
She's
in
in
common.
Temple City, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And you?
You too?
And you too.
Delatorious? Oh, well, we have the same last name. Yes. Yeah. And we both agree that we have wonderful children. Yes. Yes. No, I'm just, yeah, we just talked about that. We didn't really, because I had her taking pictures, but thank you. But we have a lot in common. We actually do. We really do.
We love to shop.
We love to shop, yes, which leads me to my next exercise. But before I do that, I want to say to all of you, how important relationships really are. Everything starts and ends with relationships. We are here on this earth for a finite amount of time. And human connection is really the thing that keeps us all going. We can't do it alone, right? And we are a very important team of professionals, elected officials that have to really work together to get things done in San Marino on behalf of all the students that we serve and that we're working to elevate. And it's really, really important. And we have more in common than we know. We really do with each other. And I'll bet if I mixed up the groups, you would still find things that you have in common with other people. And so just please remember this when you're out there talking to people that you don't know and you're in a room full of strangers, that you probably have so much in common with each and every one of them. And so please take the time to get to know people. Take the time to look beyond just the professional person that you see, and get to know people, because people are really important and we're in the people business. And so it's really, really critical that every single one of us really places a very high value on relationships and how we all respect each other and how we all work together and get along. And that extends to our kids, right? One of the things that I discovered this year is that our high school students think that we have an issue with cyberbullying, and we really need to work hard on that. Cyberbullying is a problem everywhere. It's a problem everywhere. And so we want to do our very best to make sure that our kids feel a sense of belonging. They feel safe, they feel loved and cared for, and they have all the tools that they need to be as successful as they can possibly be in this world, because that's the work that we do every day. We show up to do that work every single day, every single one of us. And so thank you for participating in that. We're going to do one more exercise, which I hope you will enjoy. And this is more of a team building than it is a human connection exercise. So we need to get into groups of 3 this time. You guys are good if you want to, right? Actually, you guys can work together, and then Jen, I'm going to pair you up over here, okay, if you don't mind. And I'm going to have each of you pick a number out of this bag. I want it
Together.
You just want to make sure you're just getting one
Yeah.
piece of paper. There you go.
It's all like.
There you go, yeah. I see it to be red. Okay. You guys get the last one. Okay. All right, and you guys are, you might want to, you're one, okay, you might want to sit around this space. You're gonna need a working space, okay? So you might want to close your laptops and create your working space. Some of you might want to be on this side of the table. You want to bring your chairs around really quickly? Like maybe one person on this side. Okay.
So, well, we don't want to be on here, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, which way are they going?
Is there a coach first over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I actually
Okay.
picked up the bag.
You did? You're so funny.
Well,
She wanted to. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, we do, well, Jennifer and the shop, right? So these are the bags. There's nothing, there needs to be an exterior of the bag inside the bag.
I'll ask.
I'm just.
I'll ask them. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you guys got number one?
Yes.
Okay. So you taking the bag. Okay,
Oh, yes. Okay.
and who got number three? You guys got number three? You can use Tory Birch.
Oh, this is,
Uh-huh. And so you must be
You know what
two.
that is?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
I do.
so you might want to dump out the contents of the bag on your table.
Ooh, ooh, marshmallows.
So hopefully you guys are really, really, great at this.
Brand new.
Oh, nice.
You all have similar items in your bags.
You know how to play this?
And what I want you to do as a team.
son does.
I'm sure, yeah, I gotta understand what the points of it is.
In some way, whether it's observing and commenting, whether it's actually building, whether it's actually assessing, determining how to do this. What I want you to do is to build the sturdiest and the highest structure that you can out of the supplies that I gave you. You cannot use anything but the supplies I gave you. You cannot augment, you can't be creative. Start pulling things from the shelf, right? You have to use just what is in your bag.
Yeah.
I give you 10 minutes.
We're concerned that the other team might be looking at home.
Yeah, okay, you guys.
Now we have our lamp.
Right. Okay, got it.
Strong base.
All right.
Um,
And you have to use all four of the marshmallows and cannot like consume one.
You don't have to use everything. You just have to use what you have and the sturdiest.
And
sturdiest
then
and
the
all.
marshmallows on it, yeah.
The
Yeah.
sturdiest and the tallest.
Yeah.
That's the objective.
So that.
Yeah, marshmallows on the corner and then six going up, and then another level of marshmallows and then six going up.
But you also want to have a really solid foundation.
On the bottom.
So pay attention to your foundation.
Structure wins.
Yeah, is that
The goal.
the goal? You have to be the highest.
On that note.
Or do we want this to be intact for a stronger base?
Does it have to be freestanding?
I don't know, but
I've done
you know,
a similar
we could use
challenge
this
like
too.
that before.
They have been similar challenges. I don't think it necessarily
where
has
my
to.
husband
I
works
think it should be
and
the highest.
I want to say that's impressive that you do that.
So,
Like, why would you?
it's the highest.
We can't use anything that is not on
Oh,
our, the
that
chalk.
was
that
really
we
good.
have put up.
Trainer.
So, wanna try this?
So they
Okay.
aspire
and let's taste
to
it.
be in the library town.
Mm.
And,
Let's say,
that's.
Are we using this?
So
as a base?
because,
I think so, right?
I mean,
Right,
it
right,
is,
right.
yeah.
It's just the thing to make them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Actually, there's a church.
Grand thought maybe this would be part of the
That wanted
way,
to be
what
the
do you
tallest
think?
thing.
They're very competitive apparently.
They're very competitive. So they actually put a cross,
Oh,
but then they weren't allowed to go any
And then
further.
just-
So
so
they
like
put a
just
cross,
like
but
that.
it was like, who can object to a
That's
cross, right?
I remember one time I did a similar challenge, they used to see the height is string down, it's like super high, but the ceiling's a little too high.
We won't make it that way. I feel like we can use this reference at the end, like the top.
Yeah.
Um,
So would we use this such a thing like this?
how many do we need?
Four possible. I think we would use the pasta in the middle to extend it up, right? I feel like the. Would be stronger. Okay.
Thing on the bottom, we definitely need to have the strongest.
Yeah, so
Get a good stability.
let's do this possible six. All right, let's start taping.
Are we just? Like that?
Yeah, we wasted time.
Huh? Kind of like something like that.
Something like that.
Or just a-
And then, yeah, okay, I'm gonna start taping. Yes. What do you think, Jennifer?
Are you comfortable with this?
So.
Yeah.
Not very good season. What's Robert? I mean, marshmallows.
All of them the same, put them in the course.
Yeah, maybe we could, yeah, we can pile. How we want to tie the base?
Or something like this, or. Do like a triangle, like that.
We're getting.
You guys have 10 minutes. Yeah.
Do we need to keep the base on the bottom? Okay, just to make it. I'll give you some of those. What's this?
I'm not a structural engineer.
Bye. We got this, we got this. Best utilize strengths. How to dive and make it even more. Part of the thing.
Should we tie the top together, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Just to kind of make it a little bit more. Stable.
You think you need another, maybe even stronger? I think it'll be.
We're not
It's gonna-
for aesthetics, right?
Yeah, there's no aesthetic.
You need to have a strong foundation and it needs to be as tall as you can possibly make it.
It's all about height.
The height is more important, but you need a good foundation.
Okay. Bingo.
Shelley's probably done this one. Joseph, how many times have you done this exercise?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Joseph's a pro.
Let's leave it this on top and make it. Do that.
Okay, stick this on top.
What do you think? That's a good. Okay. Okay, right.
Maybe two of them.
Yeah.
Is that an opening? I don't know if it'll. enter the page.
Would have been good, we could push it a tape. Like down here? Down here? Yeah. Ooh. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, this one maybe?
That'll be at least stronger.
You know what, we're gonna just take off the tape, right? This
Yeah.
top one right here, at least.
Underneath. Kind of open up the center.
Yeah.
Or I'd say if we.
Yeah, we just,
All the
yeah,
way to the bottom.
yeah,
More
that's good.
straightforward.
Bottom stable will be good up.
You want some?
Oh, I got some, thank you.
You done? You're okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
It's like the leaning tower of Pisa. It's like the.
A little bit so.
Oh.
Should we put a marshmallow?
All right, I'm gonna give you another 3 minutes.
Sticky, oh no.
Oh, you got it. She never said it had to be straight.
Yeah. We should. Yeah. Probably, yeah.
You're delegating, is that your job? Your job?
I'm so confident, I'm not even gonna work
Okay.
on it, it's just gonna happen.
Okay. No need to control things. I
A
like it.
delegator.
She's a delegator.
For support.
Maybe we can do the chopstick. Yeah. Do the chop.
This to like profit.
Maybe we use the chopstick. So we can keep going.
Jason, what do you think you're doing?
Right.
Okay, you're delegating too?
Around the bottom.
It's like county work. We're working on the street.
Okay, the bottom.
I mean,
No,
this nurse.
Oh, I was thinking to anchor it, to keep it from like,
Like,
And we need a lumber.
we need it.
I don't wanna
we
get
need
it in
it
the way.
to- If this bends this way. We're anchoring it.
Nobody's in the video, so.
yes, we
You
know
might have
that.
an advantage there.
Advantage there.
Mike's an engineer.
I know, I totally looked over there.
That's
They're
it.
together. First thing you know was that, green, right, to protect your
Yes.
intellectual property.
Funny, should we build up?
Base here.
Do the lines that we use. Use that as that foundation. I'm just going up. Isn't there more marshmallows on there?
I'm gonna marshmallow. But I don't know if we, I don't know if we'll hold.
Okay.
It's,
What the?
It's gonna hold.
It held before the last pop.
Or I can slide it.
I'm gonna slide one pasta off. There you go. We got one pasta.
No, I think yours is higher.
Okay, we gotta,
You're
You
doing
got
fine.
yours done?
No,
Okay.
all right, I think if we just do like even this, we go.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Oh, dang it. Oh, darn it.
Sabotage.
That's not fair.
All right, I'm gonna give you 1 more minute.
Okay. I'm gonna stabilize it with doing this. Maybe it'll help a little bit.
One more long pasta. So if I use it for this part. That this one here too.
Oh, yeah, because I have.
seconds.
Yeah, it's taller than Mike.
Some cover the back.
Yeah.
See if we can cover it at the base.
Can we put this inside?
10
to make it
seconds.
stronger, to open it up?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
5 seconds.
I'm gonna do that. Maybe that's.
Okay.
Yeah, they
The
did.
tallest
earlier, they did do.
The biggest bag.
Whoa, whoa. Okay, no.
Knives down, hands up.
Hands off your.
Hands up.
Yeah, I'm
You're
done.
done.
No, I'm moving.
You're done.
Okay, put your hands off.
Okay,
Okay.
Oh, it fell. Oh.
That show engineering catastrophes? Have you seen that? No, nobody's seen it?
Mhm.
Okay,
Structures are built.
we should just go to number 2 now, just number 2.
Okay, number two, wow. We have some rivalry going on here. Okay. So let's see.
I'll blow my own.
Okay,
We didn't need to add height though, to ours. Ours is.
you didn't need to add height to yours?
We got the smallest bag too.
Yeah. Did you guys notice anything? Like walk around and look at everybody's and did you notice anything?
What is that black thing?
Yeah, right. Did you notice that? Okay.
Did they get it?
Yeah. It's in their box, right?
Oh, they had different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys had different materials to work with, right?
Wow.
Most of it was the same, but it wasn't. Some people got more popsicle sticks than others. Okay,
Got it. What was their spec? Yes.
yeah, okay. You guys all got the same number of marshmallows, right? You guys all got 4 marshmallows? I feel like this is an equity.
Did you guys get the most?
It is. Now that I see that somebody else got more, this is an equity.
We got the smallest, yeah.
You got it.
So, but you still made the best thing that you could, right? I mean, you still.
Oh, you said we made the best one? You said-
Look at the foundation, right? Look at the foundation on this. It's solid, it's standing, even though it's leaning over, it's still standing. Yours is still standing, right? So whatever you did,
Yeah.
you propped yours up on the side of the bag, right? So it might not be able to stand alone.
What's happened to?
It might not be able to stand by itself. If you were to take that bag away, it would probably collapse. Let's see.
Hold on. Yeah, we took it.
But that was smart because you worked with what you had, right?
That's
All right.
And you figured out how to compensate.
Oh,
We
you
tried.
used
Oh, wait.
everything.
Yeah.
Oh, the
See?
engineer
Yes, right? Look at, he's still working on it. Okay, I love it. Do we have some competitors?
continuing to add support. Okay, we need the winner declared now.
You guys are so competitive.
There's no
So-
winner.
There
That
really
was-
isn't
oh,
a winner in this, believe it or not.
All winners.
I know, but you're all very But Jane was right. This is an exercise in equity because you were given.
And maybe when you have the highest stuff, you don't work as hard.
Wow, that's a good observation. 'Cause we're gonna talk about this, right? We're gonna talk about this. I mean,
You know why we
Privilege,
cannot
privilege.
finish? Because it is more expensive.
no.
Oh, shit.
That's what it is?
We
Okay.
started off with brand.
Yes, you did, you branded your building. I love it. Okay. So you all did excellent work, by the way. This was fantastic. I'm so proud of all of you. And I found out that you're all very competitive, which is good. A-type personalities get things done, and I think we've all got that in common, it's just, right? But let's talk about how it felt to have to try and build something out of supplies that really weren't complete, right? Really aren't conducive to building the structure. So what was that like for you?
But we didn't know it was incomplete when we started.
right?
We just knew what we had and we worked with what we had.
That's
I
right.
thought it was enjoyable because I like the teamwork.
Mhm. That's great. I love that.
I love the fact that we collaborated and we utilized all of our resources, not only the material resources, but people resources. And it was really recognizing each other's strength.
Yeah.
So while I was very, she's talking, but, while I was, kind of more of the directing,
Mhm.
Mike was really the engineer,
Yeah.
right? And Joseph controlled the tape, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I could get a piece of tape from him,
Okay.
yeah, and Lena just gently guided all of us.
Mhm.
No, well,
As
do
she
this,
does.
do
Yes,
this,
right.
how about doing this, and so we all kind of
Right.
worked as a team. It was very cohesive.
Good. Okay, that's great. So anybody, any other comments? How about from you guys?
We're gonna give you guys some more resources.
I think in the beginning, we were very respectful of each other's ideas, so we were kind of like listening at the same time, so
Yeah.
we were very cordial in the beginning, but then as the process went on, we got down and dirty. We gotta build this thing, so very
Right,
goal-driven.
yeah. So I mean, you have I think you have the strongest foundation, wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? But he was given supplies that aided in that endeavor, right?
One more thing,
Mhm.
you know, sometimes we also need to consult for some expert from outside.
Yeah.
Just like this
Mhm.
considered as a material management.
Yeah,
So we need to refer to
That's right.
other Greer.
yeah, right?
Which one is stronger?
Yeah, that's true. Or we could refer to AI, right? Like Dr. Webb was saying. What is the most efficient way of using these supplies, particular supplies, to build the strongest and the tallest foundation, right? And maybe AI
I refer to AI, so far the resource not including the AI software, so
Right.
we cannot do it.
That's right, that's right.
Or,
No, chat's very unreliable.
That's right. So one of the things that I wanted you to notice about this exercise is, first of all, I wanted you to work as a team and see what that's like, because I really do believe that it is so important that we all work as a cohesive team. And that's not just my opinion, that it's well researched. And that is something that you are all aware of in your positions. And really, really, it is important to instill the confidence of the community in the work that we do. We have to come together as a unified team. But also our kids, right? They're not all the same. They're not all the same. Some of them have the strong foundation that they need to build on. And they will go as far as they can go. Other kids have a weak foundation. They may not have two parents in the home. They may not have access to what they need to be whole. In our district, we're very privileged. We have a lot of very strong foundations at home, very strong foundations. And that's why we're so successful in the work that we do. But that's not uniform, it's not universal. And so some kids don't have what they need to build on, and it's our job as a social organization to give them what they need to provide that foundation, that they can have hope for the future. Education is the great equalizer. It really is. Think about Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln didn't have formal education. He came from very, very, very modest means. And the man was so successful in his career as an attorney and what he was able to accomplish in his life. He was self-educated. And that's something that takes a lot of discipline and willpower. And it's not going to be the norm. We have to, as a social organization, make sure that we're giving kids the tools that they need to be successful and making sure that we are meeting them where they are. It's not the same for all kids. It's different. Whether they're low performing, whether they're an average kid, or they're super high performing, right? We need to make sure that for our high performing kids that we're providing programs that challenge them so that they don't become stagnant. For our low performing kids, we need to provide interventions. I think Dr. Richter is doing a great job at making sure that we have those programs in place to support our kids and to meet them where they are. Really, really important. So what did you think about this in terms of equity? Jane, you said it right out of the gate, you knew this was about equity.
I mean, everybody starts from a different point. And you just do whatever you can with what you have.
I have a comments about it. I think it's interesting that, you know, we have in our school district, the home foundation, but we don't necessarily have the resources from funding standpoint.
Right.
So, it kind of, it's a exercise too, in like, which is more valuable, because you look at somewhere like LAUSD, who
Yeah.
has a lot of money, and how, and I mean, statewide, we're underperforming, right? So I think that goes to the family support being so important.
Right. Don't you think? I mean, let's talk about that. So do you think that it is more important to have the monetary resources to support education, or the strong foundation, the partnership between parents and school?
I feel like kids need stability at home and to feel loved. You can't replace that at school. So that's a big thing. But as a state, I think we're failing the kids. Like our state is failing, you know, not us, but
Right.
at large, and that's really sad.
So do you think that, the way that San Marino is funded is equitable? And I ask this question because I know that the people who worked on the funding formula think that it's equitable, because they've said that to me. Do we think it's equitable?
We don't. I mean, I feel like we have even more potential, but all kids have potential too, if you put enough resources into them and the family support as well. So, obviously, like finances are finite, you know, it's not just like it, and we have to figure out how to serve the most kids in our state. And I think our kids are well served by us, but, I would love more money for the state, you know.
Yeah. Certainly.
At least in a capital improvements, yes.
Do you think that leadership makes a difference in school districts like ours?
There's like no fat to trim, so everybody has to be high functioning.
How do you think we're able to provide such an outstanding education in San Marino, given the minimal resources that we receive from the state? How are we able to do that? Our kids do really well overall, and they continue to do well. But how do we do that when we're the second lowest funded district in the state of California, Unified School District? Let me correct that. How is it possible that San Marino is so successful when we have so few resources?
We've made a commitment to education. We do understand that's the equalizer, and that's what's going to give our students the foundation to success. I also think that beyond the resources, material resources, there's the human resource. And we have a tremendous amount of human resource in terms of what we offer here at San Marino. It's second to none. When you look at PTA membership, 99% is unheard of. That at this day and age, we can still do grad night. It's unheard of at this stage of the game, that we are doing as well as we can with all of the changes, funding formula, and all of the compliance issues and everything else that we've come up, no matter what exam they throw our way, whatever, we've adapted because we're here for the kids and we want to ensure that they have the best experience, the best opportunities for success. That's it in a nutshell. People in this room, people in our community, that's what makes us. And we say it all of the time. We have to really understand that we all are part of the equation.
Part of the fabric of what makes kids successful is the humans that care about education, that value education, that are doing the work, right? And in our community, you're absolutely right, President Ryan. We have a strong sense of care and concern for our kids' education. We value education. We know that education is what makes a difference in the lives of many and helps to provide that strong foundation for our future. And could you do that without the people? Could you do that without our community and their support, their wonderful volunteerism, the hours and hours and hours that they pour in to our schools. We were just talking about the grad night, which is, you know, something fun and keeps our kids safe. That's very unique. That doesn't happen in other communities. Why do you think that doesn't happen in other communities? Communities that are 3 times our size, right? It's what you value. It's what you place a value on, but you can't do it without the relationships that you have with people in the community. And I want to go back to, you know, what we started out with this morning, and that is relationships and human connection, and really making sure that we are, as representatives of San Marino Unified School District, doing our very best to reach out to people, to connect with them, to build relationships, and to continue to connect people to the value of education so that we can keep that legacy of excellence going in the future. And, you know, this is not just my opinion again, you know, I've studied this for many, many years. And what we have found over the years and what research says is that good school boards and executive teams have, they work as a team, but you guys are elected officials. So you need to have a governance mindset, big picture, right? You guys are the what and we're the how. You tell us what your vision is and we're going to make it happen, right? We're the worker bees, you guys are the visionaries. You have to have a shared moral imperative. You have to believe in the work that you're doing as a Board of Education. You have to really live it. You don't get time off from being an elected official. You're an elected official, whether you're working out, you're on the Little League field, you're in the grocery store on a Saturday, CVS or Trader Joe's, you're always going to be a board member. And so there's really no downtime. You have to really care about the work that you do and agree upon a set of values that you have and that you hold near and dear and that you want to see carried on into the future. You have to have a unified, cohesive governance system. And part of that is developing board goals. It's really important that you have a roadmap to your success and that you're continuously checking in to make sure that you're on the right path. And I feel like this board has been so good about making that happen. We have a pathway now. We have a system. We have a system that is working and that is telling our public that we are accountable, all of us, for the work that is being done in San Marino, and that it's not happening by accident. It's intentionality at play. It is working toward our goals, and we're doing that together in a cohesive way. Commitment to system-wide coherence. We need to make sure that our schools are on board with our mission and our vision and our board goals, right? Which is why we will be working with our leadership team for 3 days after we're done here. Want to make sure that they buy into the mission, the vision, and the board's vision of our goals for 24-25. So that it's not just at the district office and we're not functioning independent of the other 4 schools. We're all coming together and we're working toward the same things because we want consistency and we want continuity and we want our kids to have the best of everything. Whether you're a TKer or a 12th grader, you deserve our very best, and that's what we need to work toward. Continued improvement. We have to have a focus on continued improvement. We can never stop and take a breath and say, okay, it's over. We have to continuously look for ways that we can get better, stronger, faster, more efficient. We have to look for ways that we can reach our kids. We have to continuously keep up with technology. Mr. Chang's always talking about how we need to make sure that we are on top of the direction that AI is going to take us in. And that's very true, right? We can't just ignore it. It's happening in the background. And how is it affecting our kids? It's affecting our kids right now, which is one of the reasons why we had, and I can't remember her name, but the speaker, the expert in AI, come out for our kickoff breakfast to speak to our teachers and really get them to be more excited instead of fearful of AI, right? Because it's a tool and we need to learn how to use new tools in education. We cannot stay stagnant. We have to keep moving forward and bring our kids along. So we have to be focused on continuous improvement. And that's all of us, whether it's the board president, the Board of Education, the superintendent, the cabinet, the principals, the assistant principals, our directors, our students, our teachers, our parents. We all have to be aligned with that and believe in it. And that's how our kids are gonna be prepared for the future and whatever the future brings. I've heard many, many graduation speeches about preparing our kids for jobs that don't exist today. That has been a constant theme in all the years that I've been here. And it has proved true every time. I mean, there's just constantly things that come up that we didn't know were going to be real, and now they're real. I mean, all the sci-fi movies about computers taking over the world, you know, in the 40s and 50s, the black and white movies. Well, guess what? I mean, some of that technology is here today, right? I don't believe it's going to take over the world. I think you need humans. I think the human factor is still at play here in a very big way. And I think people are afraid, though, that it isn't, but it is, I assure you. Humans are what makes this world go round. And we can never discount that. We can't do things alone. We were born to be social creatures. We were born to connect with other people. And there is nothing more effective than a cohesive governance team and a cohesive executive team. And there was a study called the Lighthouse Study. And if you guys have looked at this, many of you already have, and so you know this research. But it makes a difference to have very high qualified and boards of education with a governance mindset, shared moral imperative, unified cohesive governance system, commitment to system-wide coherence, and a focus on continued improvement makes a difference. Even in those communities where their lower socioeconomic status is at play. Even in those communities, those kids are succeeding because they have good leadership. Leadership matters. Leadership on the board matters. Leadership on the executive team matters. Leadership at the schools matters. Those principles, they either get absorbed by the culture that exists before them, or they eventually, the school will take on their personality, their presence, their leadership style. It's one or the other. I've seen it happen over and over and over and over again. It's really fascinating. But leadership matters. It makes a difference, and all of you are leaders. Every single one of you in your own right. You're a leader. And what you say matters, what you do matters, how you carry yourself matters. And you have influence. So never forget your influence and how powerful that can be. So I'm going to give you guys a short break, like a 3-minute break, because we have Tanya El-Hindi coming in about 3 minutes. But I want to thank you for participating in our team building activities this morning. Thank you so much. Any questions or concerns before we break? Okay, thank you. You guys have to go to the restroom or you want to grab a cup of coffee? She should be here any minute. No worries. Not good. Or is it the Sharpie. Is it Sharpie? Yeah, I think it's. Does it work? No, that doesn't work either. I think I just have to put my back and do it. Yeah. I'll try to just bring it me tomorrow. Okay. I think it'd be my penmanship were actually nice, but it's not. No, it's terrible. Thank you though. Yeah. Oh, so there's not my excuse? Yeah. See? All right. Like double, I'm so easy. Dr. Choi. Awesome meeting you. Thank you for participating. Oh, you're engaged. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I didn't need a break. Let's keep going.
Let's do it. We just need our presenter.
I know.
She's a minute late.
That's okay.
That's all right.
Or did you pause that video in between when we're on break, or you just let it keep running?
Dr. Choi knows the answer to that. Yeah, I wouldn't, I.
He else for a photo, and I'm like, it's so.
Did Tonya text you anything? Or is she on time? Is she?
Well, then it was like, we have to like walk around.
Right.
For a little.
Yeah.
But I gave him mine.
Yeah,
For the photo.
yeah, exactly.
No, I can't wear socks around you guys, because I always end up in heels and I'm so short.
Same. Well, that's why I wear.
Yeah.
Presentation, she gave me this morning, so.
Thank
you.
I know.
Morning, how are you?
Morning.
Being here.
Yeah, sorry it's late, and it's just.
That's okay. We're ready for you whenever you're ready, so just get set up and. I'm always ready. We're still in the breakers.
Help yourself to coffee or tea or anything.
Yes, please. Okay.
Is there a Wi-Fi password?
It should be something at the H3 Wi-Fi.
That's what I'm connected on my computer with.
Oh, at the eight.
Yeah.
So busy on it. He's like, it's on it. I know. No, well, it could be, because remember, that's very hard to trace.
Is it sinus?
No, signing, because they told him, I think somebody's poisoning you. Yeah. I was kidding with my, no, every time in the picture. I put it in. So they're telling me it's allergy and disease. Oh, it could be anthrax. That kills you a lot faster, doesn't it?
Wow, your team is so
I
supportive.
know, they all want my job. I said they're all vying for the superintendency, so probably. Slowly filling in with untraceable ones, like, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little confused with. It was like a Word document. that
It'll
had
kill you.
different
Rock would.
levels.
It's not our best
One
wishes
was
every
for
time.
rising senior and grade level, and the other one is, I'm assuming new. So there's a difference between. the two?
They have it here.
People who are.
There's a lot to be learned here at this retreat.
Because they don't use to buy any patron.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I can talk about wellness at San Marino all day. So I appreciate the opportunity. We're so busy on like the day-to-day that I seldom even leave my own office. Just because there's so much going on. There's always more that we could do, and we recognize that. So there's a lot of different layers of things that we could add on. And at some point in time, that would be great to do. So we're always looking towards the future. But then we're also realistic with the resources and time that we have in the present moment. So I shall share a little bit about this year and then a little bit like moving into next year. And then, of course, I always welcome questions. So as you know, we provide the school-based mental health services. So at this moment in time, I would say there is not a school district that doesn't have it. So we are right where we should be as far as we do have a comprehensive program. And then we're looking at how do we make this program better? How do we add more services? How do we strengthen the bonds with our community and with our parents to make it that integral part of the education system for San Marino? Oh, wait, did you click it?
Go ahead and try now. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so as you know, this is just our spiel about the Titan Wellness Center. So we offer all of our services under that umbrella, even though we're providing services at Huntington Middle School, Carver, and Valentine. But we want to keep the brand of the Titan Wellness Center just because that is what we started with. So when I engage in those partnerships with the different universities, that's how they know us, the Titan Wellness Center at San Marino Unified School District, when we're recruiting those trainees. So this was our team from this school year. Those are all of our friends that were out and about throughout the district. I don't remember how many people we had. Well, we had 2 associates and the rest were MFT trainees. And then we have some that are going to be finishing in the next 3 weeks. And then we have some that have already finished. And then we have some that are going to continue with us next year. So this is what it looks like for next year. Tara, she has actually been here an entire year, but she wants to stay. So we're going to keep her on as under the 90-day rule, which is a rule with the Board of Behavioral Sciences that when you are in that gap between your traineeship and your associate number being issued, you can still work as long as you have been live scanned. So that works for us. And then hopefully she will stay even a little bit longer once she gets her number issued. Because she's been not working for this long, so why not? Just keep not working and stay with us. So then we have our 2 associates, Peijen, and we're happy that she's going to be returning with us. I'm also going to review a lot of the different services that she provided at Huntington.
And then we have Heidi. She is actually a parent in our district, so she has been with us the entirety of the year. She is a parent in the school district who saw us at a Huntington event over a year ago, who needed those children in family hours. So she came on board and said, please, 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 let me come to the Titan Wellness Center so I can earn my children in family hours. So she was with us this entire year. Her kids go to Valentine in Huntington. So she is going to be staying with us. She is just about done with her 500 hours. And actually she's almost, I think she's pretty close to getting licensed soon. So she will be with us next year, and then we'll probably say goodbye to Heidi. But she has been great. Pei-Zhen and Heidi both speak Chinese, so that has been really helpful. And then our new folks that are coming on board, Angie, she speaks Chinese, so that would be very helpful to us. Ashley, Kathy, Leanne, and Lily. And then we made 2 last minute additions. And that is because we have Amy Quiros at Carver, who is an LCSW. So she will be supervising them directly to help offset some of the load on me. And that is Amanda Lamb, who also speaks Chinese, and Frank Costello, because we desperately need a male trainer.
About to ask if we have any men.
There we go. Yeah. So I'll share just a little bit more about that.
Question.
Yes.
So how many paid employee from this team?
Here?
How many?
Well, Pei-Zhen.
So it's how many FTE? So 2.0 FTE?
I don't know.
Full-time equivalent, full-time paid
Oh,
staff.
well, just me. Yeah, no one else is paid, and then Pei-Zhen. Everyone else is here as part of their traineeship, so they're free. So a lot of school districts do offer a stipend for our friends. We're not there yet. I would love to be able to offer a stipend. I have mixed feelings about it because I understand that we are the richest forest district there's ever been. So we do have a lot of trainees that desire to be here because our program is great. So would I love to offer them a stipend? Yes. Do we really need to offer a stipend? No, we don't. I probably said no to about 12 to 15 trainees that I interviewed, and I said no, they weren't on a match. And there were some that were really great, but then taking into account, is it really great with our population? How many people can I supervise? Then, you know, we said no to a lot of people. So I think when we don't have as many applicants, then we might need to consider, do we need to be competitive and offer a stipend? But currently we really don't.
So all the trainees, they are for the MFT, so not the psychology.
No.
Okay.
So the main difference between a clinical psychologist and MFT is the student loan. That's difference number one, is the gigantic size of the student loan. Also, PsyD students do a course on assessments. So they go through some educational assessments similar to a school psychologist, and they go through some other psychiatric measures, but that's it. In my previous job, I used to supervise PsyDs and PhDs. And then the law had changed with the BBS that they had to be supervised only by a PsyD for those traineeship programs. But really, that's the main difference. There isn't anything that that person can do that our MFT trainees cannot do. And those ones you have to pay, by the way. They go into the KPIC national system, and you have to offer money to secure the PsyDs and the PhDs. And we're not offering it. So those are our friends. So they're from our different university programs. Angie's from Azusa Pacific. Ashley and Lily are from Alliant International. Frank is from Pepperdine. Amanda Lamb is from CSUN social work program. That is our only social work intern. And Kathy and Leanne are both from CSUN, their MFT program. So the CSUN MFT program is our newest partnership. Those interns have to finish 500 hours in order to finish. So that is incredible. They will be here a year and a half to a minimum of 2 years in order to finish those 500 hours. The way it typically works is like Pepperdine, Pacific Oaks, Alliant, they require the least amount of hours, which is only 225. So you see the difference when we take the CSUN folks, because they need to get twice as many hours, which means they're here for twice as long, and they are twice as committed. But the challenge is working with their schedules. So I would love to fill our whole cohort with CSUN because they're here for so long, but they are only available on certain days of the week. So I select trainees to make sure that we have coverage every single day, that we have someone on site at the high school to be able to do check-ins, and that we spread out our availability. Because like CSUN, for example, they're only available some Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays. So we wouldn't want to stack our whole program with them. Whereas Alliant is available on the Monday, Wednesday. So that's also part of our selection process, is how do they fit into the matrix of where we have need.
Do we have a Spanish speaking training can cover for parent? In
We
case,
do not, oh no, just kidding. Sorry, Ashley, her first language is Spanish. She is from Argentina, maybe I think Argentina. So her first language is Spanish. And then Kathy, she speaks Korean. Angie speaks Chinese, and then, yeah, Heidi and Patience speak Chinese. Any other thoughts or questions?
so how many MOU for training we sign with a college or university?
I think we have 9 different partners. So the universities that we're not taking people from this time is Pacific Oaks. I denied all of the folks. Laverne, we currently have one Laverne that just finished. But I said, no, they didn't meet any of the criteria. We have an open agreement with Cal State LA. We have one with Dominguez Hills. Who else do we have? I think that's it. So yeah, here represented, we have APU, Alliant, CSUN. CSUN again, the 2 separate programs do not communicate. They're totally separate with 2 separate agreements. Oh, and Tara's from Toro Worldwide, which is like an online program. They actually provide services all over the United States, but she happens to live here. Any other questions? That's how it works. So of course, that school-based mental health, and so we are still experiencing also where parents would rather sit on that wait list for us because it's just more convenient. We actually do have some families that say financially it is better for them. So you probably don't notice them on the surface, but we do have some families that are struggling with income. And those are some of the questions and things that we ask them, and then we try to connect them with other services. And believe it or not, we still have some folks that don't have insurance. And for some of our families, it's better for them to pay out of pocket when they own their own business than to buy the packaged insurance for their family. So it's better. And we actually still have some students who have Medi-Cal. So when they have Medi-Cal, we try to connect them with Foothill Family Services or Chinatown Service Center. We're still struggling with families trusting to go to the agency. But we still want to always have that option available. And then of course we have the option of Hazel Health, but really no one opts for online therapy services if they can get someone in person. So it's very convenient. Just as a note, I don't have any slides about it, but for the most part, the teachers are awesome. We don't get pushback from teachers to pull the kids from the class. So that has really been an amazing thing because I know at Huntington, the principal said, whenever you need to pull them, pull them. Stuart says the same thing and Whitney says the same thing, but honestly, the teachers are super flexible and they recognize the difference. And that's been really helpful. At the high school, of course, there's some courses we just stay away from just to stay away from because you know, as folks just stay away. But for the most part, we've always been able to make it work. And so PE is one of those awesome places to always pull kids. As you know, at the high school, we don't have a lot of fluff in the schedule. There isn't a foods or a ceramics or those easy ones to pull kids out. So PE has been awesome, whereas in all of the previous districts I worked, PE was off limits. But it's because our PE coach is so flexible, he's not going to hound the heck out of them if they're not dressed in the uniform, and he makes it really easy for us to pull kids. And that's really awesome.
Are you pulling at homeroom or?
Homeroom's tough because it's only 30 minutes. So you're probably not on the email chains that go around at the high school. There's so much ongoing discussion about homeroom. I never know who's on first with that program. Homeroom is a great thing, but there's so much movement because kids are going to ask questions, which is great. Kids are going to other rooms for things. It's a real kind of cleanup. I know they're looking at some other changes for next year also. So homeroom is a work in progress, but the time is just too short. And I know it's going to adjust again next year. I'm not sure how. I just can't keep up with the chain. But For some, they do come for that brief
So
period.
the session per child, is it a set amount, like a 50 minutes, or is it like just dependent on if they need a quick check-in, or what's a standard?
Yeah, so it depends. So I would say at our elementary level, it's about 35 minutes. Some of the challenges at the elementary, it does depend on what's going on with the student. And then it also depends on space and availability. So like we might have a 35-minute session planned, but by the time we're able to pull the kid and find a space, it really eats up that time. We have that problem 100% at Carver. And we're hopefully going to be remedying that soon because they're going to have their own interns. And then at Valentine, it's about the same. Valentine, we do have good space, or lots of options. I usually sit outside with my client. My client enjoys it. It's convenient, but there's some spacing. Then over the middle school, it's about 45 minutes. Usually the middle school, a lot of those kids are being seen for anxiety, and we have a lot of kids that are being seen because they have some serious social challenges and engagement. But it's usually about 40 to 45 minutes at the middle school, and at the high school, it's usually about 50 minutes. One of the things that came up at the high school, because we were really concerned going into the block schedule.
That's what I was gonna.
Yeah, and you know what? It hasn't been an issue where I thought that we would have kids that would come the first half of the session and have their appointment and then want to stay the duration. They don't, they go back to class. So that block schedule in itself really hasn't caused anyone to spend any additional time in the wellness center. My thought was that the child might be, or the adolescent might be a little too embarrassed to go back to class mid-class. They're not. So I think that's really nice. And we have that data because we have them check in and then we have them check out. So we haven't had any greater use of the wellness center because of that. For the most part, teachers like to release the kids to their appointment the second half of the period because instruction is the first half. The second half, they're doing something else because of the block. But we've had enough teachers be flexible to say whatever works for you. So it's worked out in our schedule. Because we were concerned that it was going to prevent the trainees of the number of clients they can see in one day, but it really hasn't.
You can see 2 per block schedule, really.
You could see 2 per block schedule. Yeah, which I wasn't sure how that was going to work, but it seems to work. It seems to work just fine. Yeah. So here's just the referral trends. So we always show, I think next year we're going to drop off the first year. But you can see how it's progressed. So the bottom one is for this school year. We had 232 referrals at the end of the year. The last year it was 218. So there's been definitely a steady increase. And that's really how it breaks down. So what you see this year too is Huntington has the same number of referrals as the high school. So I think that is significant. And it's about the number of services that we're trying to amp up at the middle school to help bridge that transition. If I were to look at 6th grade referrals alone, we have, I want to say, I didn't pull that data, I should have, just under 46 graders referred. 46 graders. That's more than an entire class has been referred to our program. And I wouldn't say there's a single kid in there that didn't have some kind of need. So we do see that there's a lot of things happening at the middle school. I get a sense that our population is changing a little bit at the middle school, and we definitely need to be ready to accommodate it. And so we can definitely see that in the uptick of referrals. Yeah.
Did you see an uptick at HMS following the death of the student, or was it just consistent?
It's just consistent. So the bulk of the referrals came at the first half of the year. Following the death of the student, I think we generated 3 referrals. And one of them was, you know, closely related. So no, and actually I thought maybe there would be, but no.
Why is there a decline in the high school level for this year, it looks like?
I don't know.
Is there any like theory?
Well, last year, like the theory was the kind of decline was because of how much walk-in services are available, but actually even our walk-in. So I really don't know what it could be. I would definitely say we're not capturing all students that need to be captured. One of the things that we can do when we think about doing things better is even making a referral to track all of the kids that are seen by an outside provider that we're not currently tracking. So I try to capture it when I know about it, but we need to put some other procedures in place to help bridge that gap. So one of the things that came from Rosalind, just this last month, real quick, abrupt, she was asking for some numbers for LACO for some report, as far as like the health needs of the district for LACO. And it was asking how many of our students have XYZ diagnoses. The request was kind of funny because 3 or 4 of those diagnoses, you are not allowed to diagnose in children. So we would not have had them regardless. We could see some things around it, but we would never diagnose that. So it was kind of funny that came from LACO. But that would also then capture how many kids have an outside provider or a psychiatrist that bring that to our attention, but we don't currently make referrals for that. But we have some, and I didn't pull the specific numbers here of how many kids that we encounter of a referral. We talk to the student and then we find out they have an outside provider. And there are probably a handful of kids at the high school, only because it's easy for us to accommodate, who have outside providers that they see online, and we provide them a space at the wellness center. Yeah.
Do you have data on how proportionately this looks against nearby school districts or comparative school districts? Just in the sense of, I'm wondering, are our kids more stressed? Is it environmental? Is it some other pressures that are that we need to handle here?
I would say no, but you know what? I could probably ask my counterparts at the other schools to share that. So South Pasadena does not have the same comprehensive program. They also have an LCSW, but she's housed primarily under SPED. Then over at La Cañada, they also have the wellness center, but they also hire Sage to come in and provide. And then Rachel, who oversees it, she is not a licensed clinician, but she probably has data. I think that would be the closest match. The thing is our students don't really, academics is still just not an issue for them, honestly, which is.
But if you're saying 6th grade is mainly anxiety.
There's a lot of anxiety,
that's
there's
like,
a lot of social.
Right, so if that's not, I mean, maybe it's not like, you can't pinpoint it to that, but if there's an anxious environment,
So
how do we handle that, you know?
So I would say like there's some anxiety, and now because we do a thorough assessment, oftentimes we see that this is something that is just through the vein of the family, right? So we see that a lot of times because we have some parents in our district that are extremely successful. They are driven, you know, they work all hours, they juggle and manage, and they look beautiful doing it, right? But then the kids also see my parents don't relax. I can't relax. My identity means I need to be doing something and I need to be productive. And there's a lot of that comparison amongst peers. But I don't think that that's our academic system that's driving it. Mind you, our academic system is tough here. But I think just in knowing the kids, when you've started in it, you're used to the caliber. So when you get to the high school, it's not a shocker. But if we were to pull all of the students that transferred in brand new from outside of the district, from LA Unified, for example, or even Arcadia, and now they're in San Marino High School, that's tough. But if you've been in the system the whole time, the pace you're familiar with. So I don't think it's the way we're structuring or doing anything that's really driving it. And if I did think that, I would be the first to tell you for sure. But I don't really see that. But the anxiety, some of it is learned, but some of it is that peer comparison, and a lot of it is social. Because we don't have kids, they don't know how to have like meaningful friendships. So they don't know how to share when something is overwhelming them, so they can tell their story and then just step away from it. So they just kind of hold it and it stays with them, and then they just kind of stack other things. I think we're seeing more of that. But I think 6th grade too, it's a hard transition because some of those teachers in Huntington, they forget that last year they were in 5th grade and their hand was held. You know, and I don't think it's intentional, but our kids are really young. Here in San Marino, our kids are very young compared to other kids at other schools going into 6th grade. And it's just because our environment, they're just emotionally younger because they're in a bubble. So I think it's kind of hard, that transition, because the bubble just really got really big compared to what it was. Yeah. So that's where I feel like we should focus our efforts, not necessarily changing our academic. I mean, I feel like that's fine. But really, how do we buffer that transition just a little bit better? Like, what could we do? And I feel like June does an excellent job over at Huntington. But it's just, how do we, I don't know, you know, and I think that that just requires some like brainstorming. But I don't think the system itself is not working. Yeah.
For the elementary school Valentine and the cover, what, how old the age they
Well, we got
seeking
some
for the
littles. We
referral?
got some littles. We have some kinders, we have some second grade, we have some behavior challenges. We have some parenting challenge. So the data that's gonna shock you is what is our percentage of? I can go back to that. 39.4% of our referrals came from parents. Last year, that was 8%. So that's really what it is. It's like at the elementary schools, the parents will find out because of some other parent or whoever, or the counselor will maybe mention it and the parent will make the referral.
Do you think because the community and student parent, they think right now we have a program in place, so it's easier assess, so then they voluntarily come to ask for a referral. Right? So that's reason from 8% to 39.
Well, I think like part of it too is because, so we've had some kids that we feel like things are pretty good with them and they've improved and we want to close them out. I kid you not, when I say the very next day, the parent resubmitted a referral.
Do you know the breakdown of the parent guardian of the elementary versus middle versus high?
The elementary, it's predominantly parents. Yeah, there's a few where it's like Stuart will call and be like, yeah, I have this situation.
No, I mean, of that 39%, are most of those 39% coming out of the elementary then?
Yeah. And some middle, yeah. But more so than high school. But look at also too, student friend was at 13% and now it's at 18.7%.
Is there a self?
That's the student referral.
Oh,
That's student referring themselves.
But do you think that that is a product of you doing a good job in terms of helping people get over the stigma associated with asking for help and going through counseling services? Because when we first started all of this, there was real sort of resistance, right? And nobody wanted to just walk in. They were
Right.
sort of reluctant.
Yeah.
And now I see that we have done such a great job, credit goes to you, in kind of breaking down those barriers and normalizing it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And now I think people might, especially at the elementary, see it as more of a service, right?
Yeah, it's a service.
And a support system. And so I think that the fact that you have more referrals is not necessarily a bad thing, not indicating that there's some problem, indicating that people are more accepting to mental health and wellness support services.
I think like parents too are more, they're interested in having a dialogue. So one of the most common questions parents will ask me is, how do I get my child assessed for ADHD, for example? That's like one of the #1 questions. I should do a workshop on that alone. Because we really try to discourage parents on going out, dropping $7,000 on an assessment to come back and say, here's my assessment, and then expecting us to do something with that assessment. It doesn't work that way. So parents have those conversations, and I think part of it is we're just having more conversations. So there's still, I would say, a stigma anywhere. It's higher at the high school of students still accessing services versus the parents. But I think what's really helping that improve is our amount of services available at the middle school. Because once you've accessed it at the middle school, then it's easier at the high school. It's just another thing here on campus for us to take advantage of. So I think all of those kind of little efforts are really helpful. This last year, just reflecting back, similar to the year before, I did 0 advertising at the high school. You can't even find a flyer, I think, except for by the front door. And I should, we can't increase our volume. We just can't based on our staffing. So that's why Amy over at Carver, who I was like, we need to hire someone with the license. I've been harassing her to supervise. She was my supervisee when she got her license. And now she agreed to take the MFT trainee. She is not even cleared to supervise yet until September. I'm like, no, we'll bridge the gap and we're gonna make it work. You're just gonna do it. So I think it's really helpful, and that's how we increase capacity. Because per the Board of Behavioral Sciences, I can only have so many people under me. I can't exceed that number. Schools are non-exempt, which means I don't have to adhere to the guidelines, but I do have to adhere to the supervision guidelines. And there are only so many hours in the week that I can supervise. So I have to try and navigate all of those things. So I'm really excited that Amy is gonna, take that next step. Because that's really how we're gonna build capacity. We need another supervisor besides myself. So I don't even know if I answered any of those questions. Maybe, I don't know. But all of these efforts I think are really improving. One of the things too, and it's like later and now I'm all out of whack, is our parent connection meeting. We probably had about a dozen parents who had come to that throughout the year. We are going to have that again. We have it at the middle school and we have it at the high school, and parents just come and chat. We have one parent that comes to all of them. We don't even service her child. She comes to all of them. She likes to talk. The parents talk about other challenges and things that they see with their kids. I mean, it's really cool. And I think those kinds of opportunities are better for parents to get a sense and understand. We want to build those relationships. So I think also with Peijen on board in a different capacity, she will have more availability to do more of that outreach, because I think it really, really has to happen at the middle school. In order to kind of offset too, and thinking about how can we expand and provide greater services, I'm also probably going to ask that she assist in greater capacity with Valentine, since it's right there next to Huntington. So that way we can again look at how we can be more efficient and how we can service more students, because I do believe it is seen as a service. So that's the referrals. So this is our acceptance rates. This one is really tricky. So we have 88% of parents say yes. Then you can see too, we still have that stigma. And when I say yes, they say yes to us and they don't want to go anywhere else. We still had a good portion of parents on a three-month wait list. And part of the reason for that is typically in January, I bring on a new trainee and we transfer the wait list. But this year, because of my staffing, I couldn't bring on anyone in January. My trainee, Yulia, who had been here for a year, she wanted to extend another semester. So I let her stay because she could. And of course, I mean, she was great. So I couldn't unload that wait list. So there's actually been people since January who've kind of been sitting on the wait list until now, which is kind of a bummer. So those numbers are under what they should be. Even right now, as I stand here, we have about 24 parents in the queue and another 8 with consent that are just waiting. So I did have Angie start in the last few weeks. Kathy started in the last few weeks. Lily starts this week. And then my others are going to be starting in August. But we're still just really can't get on top of that wait list.
Are you seeing in the private sector, they still have a long wait list as well?
Private sector is really hard, yeah. So, or you don't know how to go about it. Right now, there are some really great programs to where you can go with any insurance and go through the program and be matched with a therapist. But you have to know how to do that. And chances are it's virtual. Yeah.
My question was related to the numbers you just mentioned, 20. Is that across all 4 schools?
All 4 schools. Right now, our heaviest wait list is really always sitting at the elementary schools. Because it also depends on too, like, who is the best match. So we have some families that were waiting specifically for a Chinese speaking training, because Heidi has been full since she's been here. So Heidi has always had about 13 clients. She has been full nonstop. And then Peijen, because she's so busy at the middle school, she doesn't take the other school sites for Chinese speaking. So just to give you some information on that, of that 232 referrals, 134 of them are Asian, which is a really good proportionate sense of our district. And of those, so that's about 58%. We had this last year 6 referrals completed in Chinese. So that means that the parent went online, put Chinese as an option, and filled out the referral themselves.
And just as a comment to that, there's so much stigma for Asians with regards to seeking therapy and seeking wellness help that I think that's amazing.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
And the stigma really goes to what we say, we are so full and I don't know when we can get to you. The stigma comes to they won't go to Chinatown Service Center because they're afraid of how the agency is going to handle their information. We tell them that the agency therapist can come here and meet with a child, but they really don't want to. There have been a few where they were so high in need At the high school, we get psychological reports from China and Chinese. And those kids really have some needs. So we are still struggling at the high school with those kids that they just got here a minute ago and they don't speak any English. So we want to make sure that we are always able to support those students and the families. So we had 6 actual referrals completed in Chinese, and we had 29 referrals where the parents preferred to speak in Chinese. So that's huge because we want to make sure that we can speak to them in the language that they feel comfortable. So if I were to say that there's a segment of the population that we should target that we're missing, it's that group. How can we reach them better? Because still true, and it just is what it is at the high school. Walking in, you don't see a face that matches yours. You don't. And there is a scramble if a parent were to come and they're here brand new to say, who can I talk to in Chinese? We don't have that immediately available at the high school. So that is a big challenge.
Can we say those, you mentioned about 100, most of the parents, they're new immigrant within the 5 year or?
Oh, you mean how many of our parents? You know what? We ask that information when we do our assessment, but I don't really know. Yeah.
You know, for the Asian parent, I think should divide to 2 groups. One is the parent been in here like for 20 or 30 years, and another group, especially from the high school student, they just move from the overseas, especially from the China.
Yeah.
That fully depends on the translation.
And I have a common question too from our families that haven't been here that long. When their child is suffering or they have some extreme things going on, parents always say, what can we do to take a gap year? I'm like, there's no such thing as a gap year, people. I explain that over and over again to parents. And I say, I understand that they're struggling. Sometimes they're not even struggling, but they're not A's. So the parents want to take a gap year when they get 1B. I know and they don't, and I said, there's no such thing as gap year here. There's that, what you're doing, you would pull them out and then they would no longer be on track to graduate. So it's just really explaining, like, there isn't really a good, like, this is how the educational system works here, not only in the United States, but it's different in California. So I don't, that's always an area that we can engage and do better to help the parent really kind of understand the system a little bit better. Yeah, but I think that that's an area that we should always kind of have an idea and focus. But as far as our representation, it's pretty good. Yeah. Any other questions about that?
Anya, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit on, we're post-COVID, and there's been a large amount of press coverage regarding anti or Asian hate. Are there some residuals, or are we still dealing with some of that? And how have we helped the parents and the Asian to speak about that?
So it's interesting because when we ask the kids, they don't really have anything, although we know there's a lot of like racial tension at the high school as well as at the middle school, but it's really not our Chinese students, or more so our students who have immigrated here recently. It's really with our African-American students. I mean, that's where the tension is. Because I do hear, there are sometimes the kids will say ignorant slurs. I really think that's what it is. It's just kind of this lack of understanding, like microaggressions are like painful, like the way that you say things. But I think it's because our African-American students, they just really stand out. There's more comments and things said. So we haven't really heard too much with regards to that.
I know, but that's that iceberg theory that the Asians kind of keep it in. They're not going to vocalize it. And when we're seeing the students, they're out there, they're your A students, they're your AP students, they're high performing. And then you see underneath in that iceberg, there's a lot of social and emotional stuff going on and how they're dealing with it, right? So are we able to break some of those understandings and barriers? I mean, yes, I'm trying to recognize there are different groups of students in there, but the highest percentage are still our Asians. And I'm wondering if we've been able to make some headways on that.
I think we could probably always do more. Actually, I don't think there's anything that I would say that we can't do more. But yeah, when I look at what is the average GPA of the people who are referred, it's like 3.5 to 3.8 is like the window. Because our students are higher performing, but what I do know is when they've gotten to us for services for whatever reason, the 58% of them, they're not reporting that as a particular issue. We do still see the COVID impact for some of our students, especially if they immigrated right before COVID, those kids especially, and it's really those social deficits are huge. And that's why we still see some students who are wearing masks. And it's not because they're in fear of contamination. It's not because they think, it's because they don't like their face, they're not comfortable showing their face, or they have some social anxieties. And that's how we know too, it's really helpful when they come into the wellness center and they take off the mask for their appointment. And that's huge. So we do ask those questions, and we also ask that for parents. But for the most part, those kids too, that enjoyed being home with COVID or during that time because they didn't have the pressure of the social interactions. So I think that's the part that we missed that social development where friends give you feedback in a kind way, like, ooh, not those shoes, or oh, the hair, or whatever it would be. Our kids missed that. So I see that as the most residual effect from the whole thing. But we can always do more. I think we should do more just across the board of how we communicate to our Asian population at all of the schools.
As I see our robust service at the middle and high school, and then we're hearing stories as they go on to college, there's that, you know, like there isn't that support there. And we have found that there have been students who struggled with mental health, and you know, rather than putting a Band-Aid on it, maybe systemically we need to be more intentional about them as they exit our programs, right? Because, you know, it's great, you're doing check-ins and we're managing all of the issues, or we're talking about friendship groups, or we're doing a social emotional, or, you know, we're doing all of those SEL curriculum.
Yeah.
But then after that, what happens? Because it's not like kids are fixed, like the meaning, okay, because the environment is still there, because there's higher pressures in college, right? So what are we doing for those in terms of that?
And I think we could do more for that. Like, that's where I think too, when we have kids that are aging out and they're leaving us, we always want to encourage them. Do you know about the wellness center? All colleges have it. Your health fee pays for it. And it's trying to get kids comfortable with navigating that. And that's something that I could probably work with the counselors at the high school to do more of, that bridge. Because one of the things that public schools, for example, they do, or the charter, they do a great follow-up to see not only did the kids go to that university, but did they graduate? And I don't know what our follow-up is as far as like who finished. Or who had to come back from one reason or another. Because I would say most of the time when those students go off to college and come back, it's never academic. It's really because emotionally it was difficult, or they misread if they were really available to skip across the other side of the country and how to manage that. But I think that there is some, if we want to shift and have some focus there, I think that would be really helpful. Some type of long-term, we could even do a survey, and I've thought about doing a bazillion surveys, of how we can ask kids upon when they exit, even if they're seniors or juniors, would they seek services again? So we do ask that as far as our walk-in, and I should have pulled that data. Like when kids have come into for a walk-in at the high school, they check if it's their first visit. They also indicate that if they say yes, it's their first visit, other questions populate for them. It asks if it was helpful or whatever was the outcome. Would they tell a friend about it, and would they come back? So those are the questions that we ask as a follow-up on the first visit, because we want to know if it was a pleasant experience when they came in. So I think these are all kind of like food for thought and different things to put on my to-do list for next year, because we do need to engage the population. I think one of the biggest challenges I have is it's really hard saying, hey, we want to support you, come check in with us. Oh, wait, I got nothing for you, because the wait list is so deep. So that's kind of the challenge, because I mean, I can sell an ice to Eskimos. Let's be real. I sold timeshare and I was great at it. Because I could tell you all day how important it is, but then it's hard to say, oh, but you know what, it's a really long wait list, so I'm not sure how to support you with that. So I always offer to connect families to their insurance, but they would usually rather wait. The other thing too is some of these kids, especially at the high school, their schedules are so stacked, not just during the school day, but after school, that really it's impossible to have an after school appointment, or to even find a clinician who would be available on a Saturday. So all of those things. So that brings me to, so that's the who's requesting referrals. That's the top reasons for referrals. The most reasons that kids, aside from lunch, break, homeroom, that they come into, or regular appointment, that they walk into the high school is because they're tired and they're stressed. They're tired because they were usually up all night doing something. A lot of our kids like to put off the homework until about midnight because all of their friends are active on the games and everything else before that. So they don't even sit down to do homework till the wee hours of the night. But that's usually the reason that they come in. And we have a lot of family relationship disconnect, especially at the high school, not as much at the other levels. Part of it's developmentally appropriate. It's just, we assess whether or not it's like clinical and presentation that it requires some intervention. So here is our walk-ins. 1,932 walked in the Titan Wellness Center. This last year, we had our regular lunch friends. And it was interesting too, because we had a group of lunch friends, and then the group of lunch friends broke up. And then some of the lunch friends came back, and then they reunited. It was kind of interesting to see. But every year we always manage to get a group of lunch friends that it's their location and they come in. Homeroom has also been kind of nice because we've had seniors come to homeroom because they didn't have a homeroom. So they came at the end of the day and hung out for that last 30 minutes. And I think that's kind of nice. Yeah, and then that's like the walk-in. So the regular sessions, that number is kind of iffy. That means that they had a scheduled appointment. I didn't go through all of that data and make sure to clean it up, but that's roughly, I still feel like that's a good representation that they had a regular appointment. Any thoughts or questions on that? I didn't pull the numbers because I was like, you know, when Jude's gone. For Huntington, but Huntington still has a robust lunch program where kids are walking in, you know, 20 kids, 15 kids. It's very busy. So again, the wellness lounge, yeah, I usually pull that data. This time I didn't. So there's been some nice changes and new additions to the wellness lounge. But I do think the more kids access space there, it's gonna help out at the high school because then it just becomes part of the thing there.
I have a question about that kind of matriculation, I guess.
Yeah.
So will the existing referrals, like from rising ninth graders, do those count as new referrals? So we'll see that in the high school, or is it just transfer straight across, like it's not new? Do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah, so
like,
what I do every year is I close out all of the data for like June 1st is the reset. So that way, let's say if there's someone who's continuing, because right now in summer, we're very busy in summer. We have a lot of friends that are still being serviced. So then we make new referrals for them. So they're tacked on to next school year. Okay. So when you look at the data in there where it says referred by TWC, that's because the trainee is recommending the kid continue and made the referral. Now, if we're saying we could probably close it, like we're good to go, let's see how it goes next year, and we close it, discharge the whole thing, then parents usually right quick make a new referral. But it all goes into next year's database. So I basically dumped it this week to start over. So right now in the new database, just so far, we have about 6 referrals that are just new. And then we have to, and actually that last week we got 3 new referrals. So actually the month of May was busy for referrals. We probably got a new 15 referrals in May alone. And they're all planning for summer. And we already had a stacked wait list for summer. So I think that's the hard part. Summer's actually really busy considering, I mean, it just is. It just is. Even though those kids are not in summer school. And we never would touch anyone who was in summer school day because there's just not enough time to pull them. But we are busy in summer. Any other questions on them? And then I'll have like, so here we did the small groups this year. So we did a 6th grade social skills group. We did a 7th grade anxiety group. So now like with Paygen starting earlier on, those are some groups that we really want to make sure that we have in there and we're able to offer more of. So I think those are really neat because it connects the kid to the wellness center for the first time, but it's not intense because they're just coming for a thing. The biggest challenge with running these groups, we have a lot of parents that reach out and sign up after seeing the referral. It does trigger a lot of individual referrals, which is great because they're like, oh, I didn't know. And then they make an individual referral. But then the biggest challenge is scheduling because they're after school. And it's like virtually impossible with all of the sports and all of the things and all of the instruments and all of the tutoring. That is definitely our biggest barrier. So we can offer it during the school day somehow, some way. But the other challenge too is kids at Huntington, they don't like to miss PE. At the high school, pull me out of PE, please. At the middle school, they love PE. So we have some kids that don't want to miss PE. And then we did this 8th grade senior workshop. This was one of the best things that Paygen had come up with so far. We had 4 days in May or in a row. The 8th graders came. We found some seniors who just come and chatted up with the 8th graders, answer their questions, talk about the real situation. We had more than 50 kids come from Huntington, combined of all of the days. And the seniors were so awesome. And they brought up things that those kids would not get anywhere else. Like one of the smartest things that I think the senior is learn to write a professional email. Snap, I know some kids that missed that tip at the high school. You know, and it's those things that the adult is going to tell you you're going to miss it. But the back and forth, like kid dialogue to kid was really cool. But they talked about don't use your locker. It's a waste of your time and energy. It's out of your space. Organize yourself better. So true. Advocate for yourself with your teachers. Don't wait. Email. Don't wait on your parent. Don't hide. All of those things were really great. And it was really helpful for a kid to tell another kid. And they also said avoid drama. And they said try clubs, try everything. Because when adults say that, it's like, but to hear the kids say it, I think was really cool. So that's definitely something really neat that we want to do more of. Any thoughts or questions on that? It was really cool. That was after school. So the homeroom really worked out. The seniors don't have homeroom, but they raced over there to Huntington to do it, and it was neat.
You'll do it again.
Yeah, we'll definitely do it again. I mean, it was cool. It was just, even just hearing the way the kids like talk about stuff, it was neat. Yeah.
It seems like you could do an 8th grade to 5th grade because for that transition.
Right. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we could.
Because that's a big.
Yeah. I think the challenge is we couldn't get the 8th grader over to, except for Valentine, that's the easy one. But I know it is a big jump, but it was kind of neat. And the kids would ask like silly stuff. I mean, they're like prepubescent, you know, but it was good.
Do you have, is it possible to work in maybe a little bit of a visit for the rising 6th graders or rising 8th graders, like in the fall?
Oh, you mean like when they go to?
Yeah, so they have that pre-day before the school
Yeah.
starts. Maybe if we can pull some of whatever that 8th or 9th to 5th or 6th or whatever, and then seniors down to 9th, like as part of that day, first day
Yeah.
jitters kind of thing, that might help some of those kids. as
Yeah,
they're
because
looking
we
to
don't
start.
take good advantage of that orientation kind of window.
right,
We don't do enough
That's a
there.
good time because
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's kind of like planned that I'm told about it. So for example, when the 8th graders came over to the high school for that day, they chopped the day. They didn't even come to wellness. And I was like, when are they coming? They didn't even come to the wellness center at all. It wasn't on their list of things to do. And I said, well, can they wander and come see it? And the answer was no. So that was cut for the timing, for the whatever. So all of those things happen, but there's just not enough time, I guess. I don't know. And then same too, because then thinking of like the link crew. But I want to say last year, I don't think any of them even came to wellness then. They did the year before, but last year they didn't. So I don't know, but I think it would be, yeah. So those are conversations that are always still going to be had to figure out how we can work smarter.
So do you coordinate with the web where everybody belongs at Huntington? Because I feel like, so that's sort of
That's like the link crew for. the-
It's like Link for Middle,
Oh.
and it is like a bigger program that they participate in. I don't know if it's still as strong as when, Daryl was there, but, my daughter didn't want to participate in that, so,
Oh, uh-huh.
I think strengthening that kind of connection, and I think could be a good synergy with wellness and that,
Yeah,
because it's student-led.
right. And I know that there was another program that Mary was talking about that was added and how do we collaborate, but I think that's where it's gonna be such a bonus of having Peijen there. Or to help infiltrate the system and kind of the flow and what's happening. Because the other thing we also talked about too is how do we get in and do some classroom presentations? Similar to what happens over at, even at the high school. It's not that often, but quarterly or whatever it is, the counselors go in and do SEL. And we were just told no instructional time in Huntington, sorry. And I was like, oh, but like June, you don't go in and present and there's a nope. So those are all of the things that we just keep having conversations and hoping that, you know, the teachers become more flexible for that kind of thing. Because that would be great. Because the reality is when you throw them all in an assembly, no one's paying attention. It just doesn't work.
It's
just
like
not the
there's a
same.
need if we have almost a quarter of the sixth graders seeking, the sixth grade class. So
Right.
1 in 4 is needing something, some wellness assistance. And so that is concerning to me.
And it's like, how do we, and then it's, yeah, how do we,
And if they didn't have it before and they're coming in, and it has to be something that was added
Yeah.
to their life.
so anyways, that was super cool. We'll do it again. So here's what's new and working. So 2 times per month, we have a meeting, a collaboration meeting at HMS. I think that's been very helpful. And it's myself, it's Peijen, it's Dawn, it's June, Michelle, and Mary. And talking about what are the trends and what's happening and what are the things. And I think it's just really helpful to get together and talk about some of the kids and what's going on. Because even in those meetings, like we talk about, you know, so-and-so is like failing everything. Dawn's like, well, I think we're gonna do an assessment. It's like, make a mental health referral because clearly there's stuff going on there. So just even having those planned meetings is really helpful to engage and talk about what's going on, talk about planning the different workshops, trends, teachers, how do we connect and how do we do more things. We're also doing that. It's just myself and Stacy and Amy together. The 3 of us meet 2 times per month to talk about what's happening at Valentine, what's happening at Carver, what are the different referrals and things that are coming up, SST meetings, 504 meetings, any of those things. It's just nice to have that check-in and the dialogue. And then also it's really important for, especially at Valentine and Carver, you can feel really lonely hearts being the only counselor there because you really don't have a colleague to bounce ideas off of. So I really do like how there's been a bridge of Amy talking to Stacy, Amy talks to me, Stacy talks to me, and let's get more of a cohesive, like counseling collaborative unit, even though the schools are very different, but it's hard feeling alone at your school site. And it's just the nature of it. It is. Stacy's really good because she's done it for a really long time. Amy needs to know that she's not lonely hearts. So I'm always like, hey, Amy. But it's nice, and that's how we can grow, and we can also increase the amount of services that we're providing to the students. So, and as I said, Amy's going to be the primary supervisor for Amanda Lamb, the MSW intern. The roles that she will be able to do, because she is a first year, they offered us also a second year who's getting their PPS credential, but I said we just cannot take another one. It's kind of a bummer. I think if they spoke Chinese, I would have really tried to make it work. But her role, Amanda will be processing some of those referrals that come in, SEL curriculum, assisting with going into the classroom and doing the second presentations. She can do some behavioral interventions for kiddos one-on-one and run small groups. So all of that will help alleviate some of Amy's schedule, because if you saw Amy's calendar, you would be exhausted. She shares her calendar with me, so I see where she's at when I need her and all of that. So that'll be really helpful over at Carver. The only problem, the main problem is there's no place to house this person. There's no place for them to sit, but we're working on that. And then Frank Costello, he's also going to be primarily at Carver after she is cleared to supervise, and she's done all of her supervisor trainings.
that I'm going to relinquish him to her. He will take the other referrals where it just seems most appropriate for them to be connected to a male trainee for various reasons. And then I will provide the secondary supervision for him because I have to. I'm the lead with the universities. And then he'll join our 2-hour group supervision that happens every week at the high school. So, but we're really excited for that because we're growing and expanding. It's not relying on me. And that's nice.
I just want to do a little bit of a time check because we're running overtime. So,
I have an appointment. 11:30.
okay.
I have a question. So what happened on the EHR?
Oh, and we have a new electronic health records. We had one that we were gonna do and it didn't work. Now we're gonna go with my best practice. It's HIPAA compliant. It's more efficient. I'm hoping it's gonna cut down on admin time for myself. And it's.
So you
it's-
mean our school has a EHR now?
Well, I've paid for it
You pay
and I'm
for?
waiting for the invoice. So someone else will pay for it, but Dr. Lynn had said that there are some funds available. I did go with the least expensive one you could possibly find that will serve our needs.
Is that they were compatible with two provider, outside provider for here or the?
No, it doesn't share any information with outside providers.
Just,
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
So most of them, even private practices at this point in time, everyone has an electronic health record system. It usually manages all of their HIPAA compliance as far as messaging, communication, Zoom meetings, all of those things. I did not elect for the Zoom function because we do so few online meetings. But maybe next year, depending on volume, we'll add it, but that was an additional $20 per user per month. So I opted out of it. But we're trying to look at, how we can be more mindful. And then once that chart closes, we would not leave that record in the cloud. We would export it, make a hard file and archive it till we have to hang on to it for shred. So even right now, we have archived charts. I don't remember how many we have that are now just sitting. They're just waiting to be shred because we have to hold them till 18 years plus 7 or 18 years plus 7 years for all you. So we have to hang on to them that long.
so all the training, they sign the HIPAA consent?
Yeah, so that's how we do things anyways, like, and all of that confidentiality that goes. So no one at the school sites have access to that record. And the way we've done it thus far, because we didn't have a protective system like that, we de-identified all of our charts. So you could essentially go in and pull any chart you want. You could not figure out who that kid is because there is no identifying information in the chart. The referral, the consent, any other doctor notes, reports that are sent, all of that is kept in a separate location. Only I know how they're linked, and of course the trainees know, but it's de-identified 100%. There's no connection there.
We have about another 2 minutes. I'm not sure how many more slides you have.
None really.
Okay,
No,
great.
that's it. That's the parent connection. I already talked about it. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. Any final questions for Mrs. Altman before she leaves? If not,
Thank
I would
you.
like to thank you for being here today with us. The work that you're doing is very impactful and important. And I just want to thank you for your service to the school district and to the children in San Marino. Thank you. We appreciate it.
And as you can see, I really enjoy it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next up is Dr. Lynn to talk with the school district Board of Education about our finances and budget.
Thank you, Dr. Del Torre, Board President Ryan, members of the Board of Education, executive team. So I'm going to present the business services trends and data presentation. And this is going to hopefully inform the goal setting later that you're going to talk about tomorrow. Next slide, please, Don. Trends in enrollment, ADA, student demographics. Next slide, please.
There's a clicker there if you,
Oh,
if you like.
All right, this is a 14-year trend. Enrollment being this light blue and ADA is the black line. So you can see that ADA is historically has always been lower than enrollment because ADA is a percentage, it's the average daily attendance, the percentage of enrollment, except for this year, right here, 2021. To see this number, you have to hide 1 year, cover 1 year. 2021, we were held harmless by the state. We could actually use the previous ADA, so we don't have to lose money. Okay, so that year we were held harmless, 2021. Now you can see that enrollment is ticking back up. This is the 22-23 school year, the latest school year we have data for.
He's gonna send it.
And you see that the trend is generally, question?
Oh, we didn't know that we
Sorry.
got that.
We're just trying to.
We're just all going in it.
We can see the numbers bigger.
Yeah.
We didn't get,
I don't think
Yes,
we
I
got
just,
one
I
yet.
just.
Oh, you
shared.
did? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're zooming in now. Yeah. we're zooming.
Perfect.
So sorry, you said that that's the hold harmless
Well,
numbers.
from this year is right here. This is the year that we could apply, whether, let's say if the enrollment was higher,
Right.
we could have used the higher enrollment, but our enrollment was lower. So we had the option and we opted in.
The black represents what we got funded at.
Black is ADA
ADA.
and we get funded by ADA. Yes. And you can see that there is a gap between enrollment and ADA, and that's something that we are addressing. But historically, that has always been the case. There's always been a gap. And that gap is about 97%. So what that means is ADA is 97% of enrollment. So if our enrollment numbers come in from Ed Services, and we calculate using the historic average of 97% of the enrollment, and we use that number to calculate and build our budget. Okay, this slide. So we took 7 of those 14 years, the last 17 years, and last 7 of the 14 years, and basically looking at the grade level cohorts, kindergarten, which includes TK and kindergarten, the 12th grade for 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. So I did a similar presentation, I don't know, 2 years ago, looking at the trend, because if we're looking at declining enrollment, what's causing the declining enrollment? If you have a year like this, 2017, where you have kindergarten to 12th grade, it looks like this, a positive slope. That means there are more 12th graders graduating out than kindergartners coming in. In that case, you're going to see over a span of years declining enrollment. If the slope is positive from kindergarten to 12th grade, you're going to get declining enrollment. If the slope is 0, you're going to get stable enrollment. If the slope is negative, as in this case, you're going to see increasing enrollment. Okay, so this is like somewhat of a murky crystal ball, right? So enrollment is king in terms of budget development. Right? Enrollment is what allows a district to operate, because that's revenues. So look at what's happening. In 2019, we had freshmen, sophomore, junior, seniors, right? Pretty large cohort of high school kids. The following year, those 4th grade levels became 3 groups. The year after is 2, and the year after, and that was the year before this one, only 1 large cohort left, and they graduated out in 2022. Okay, in 2023, now we're having more enrollment coming in. So if there is a prediction, the prediction will be the enrollment will be increasing. Question?
You have their KG listed. Does that mean that includes kindergarten and TK?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why this bar is really stacking up 2 grade levels.
Right.
Right. What's more, really the more accurate picture will be looking at 1st grade. 1st grade is what did we retain, right, from the actual kindergartners the year before. So I would say either we would increase a little or we're pretty much stable. So this declining enrollment phenomenon has pretty much stabilized.
How does that line up with them rebenching funds to accommodate the addition of TK with the funding?
So we get a TK add-on top of the grade span adjustment for TK through 3rd. So TK add-on is about $3,000, a pretty sizable amount, but we're also held to account by the number of the student to teacher ratio. Okay, also a lot of information, but let me unpack this a little bit for you. This is a multi-year trend of student demographics. Okay. So the orange is Asian, green Hispanic, red is mixed, pink is white. Okay. So there is a trend. We see that there are more mixed students coming from mixed ethnicities. Okay. White population has slightly dropped, and Hispanic population has kind of narrowed as well.
So what is a mix? What kind of?
Mix would be 2 or more.
Yeah, I know what's the background.
What are we mixing?
They just put out mix.
Yeah, with the mixed, yeah.
2 or more races. It just
So-
says 2 or more races.
We don't look at a kid and identify, it's self-reported. They'll just mark mixed. Right? So the parents who enrolled the child were just marked mixed. So we don't know what that mix is.
And
So-
the green is Hispanic,
Hispanic, yes.
reduced.
Okay. So this is in a span of at least 10 years. Now, looking at this is by school, now, the enrollment by school. So look what's happening at the high school. High school, declining enrollment, okay, in these years. Okay, Carver, pretty much stable. Middle school, declining enrollment. And then Valentine, some sort of a U shape. Okay. Now look at the special education numbers. SWD, students with disabilities. So there was a precipitous drop of students with disabilities at Carver. Okay, there were 5 classes when I was there, and by the time I left, there was only 2 classes. And the goal was to mainstream kids, allow kids the least restrictive learning environment. Okay. And then.
Mike, can we,
Yes.
stop for a sec? I know we're not supposed to bog down and be here the rest of your presentation. You go back to the last slide, where you talked a little bit about that indicator, that first grade indicator. Was there any, do we understand why we were not able to sustain in, terms of the, that last year, 2023, in terms of the, transition from TK and kinder to first grade? Why was there that drop?
Because this TK kindergarten, this whole stack right here accounts for 2 grade levels. And TK by 25.
Went to kindergarten,
Yes.
and then kindergarten went to first grade, but still there's a significant drop, no? Or that
No,
was,
I
they
wouldn't,
all sustained?
I wouldn't say they all sustained, but it was consistent with this trend.
Can you explain that for us just a little bit more so that everybody really understands?
Yes.
that? Yeah.
When we report to the state, student data is through the CalPAS system. It's the longitudinal system. So the way CalPAS works is that kindergarten accounts for TK. The state doesn't parse out TK and kindergarten. So if you look at the year before, this is kindergarten, which includes TK, and a fraction of this kindergarten bar chart is TK. So if we take that, I don't know, maybe it's this amount. That amount moved here to first grade. I wouldn't say it's a perfect move from kindergarten to first grade. There were some entries and there were some exits, but not a large exodus or massive inflow or outflow. Yeah.
So would it be better to look at first grade to second grade?
It would be more, yes, because this trend happens, right? You see there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So if you look at the cohort model as this attempts to do, that cohort model is a better predictor of future enrollment. But if you just look at this, it's pretty much stable, I would say. Now, given that TK is another grade level in 25, 26, you're gonna see that we're gonna get the stabilization of enrollment is gonna continue.
I was essentially trying to understand the trends and the movement of people.
Yeah.
And, you know, the indicators in your next slide show decline in certain groups. And so that trend is quite prevalent. And I'm just wondering what things that we can do to look at that, to address it.
If there's anything that's, you know, a good predictor of increased enrollment is if you have a negative slope from kindergarten to 12th grade. You want less kids to graduate out, more kids to come in. Okay.
To be clear, this last period of time that you're looking at, that's good trend going forward.
This is
That's
excellent.
good for the future.
Oh, yeah. For this
Yeah.
school district, this is what you want to see. Yes.
So explain that just a little bit more so the board is very clear on that.
In terms of budget, right? In
Yeah.
terms of budget planning, this is how we budget. We have to use past enrollment numbers, and then based on that, the ADA, percentage of enrollment. And then we have to project into the future, okay, what are we looking at? Are we anticipating declining enrollment? If we're anticipating declining enrollment, we have to create some sort of a stabilization plan, which is a euphemistic way of saying cost cutting, layoffs. And we don't want to look at that, right? We don't want to consider that.
we want to look at ways, what can we do with enrollment, right? Is there an issue with first grade? I think this is just a statistical blip right here. Okay, can we fill those seats? Possibly, if there are applicants, possibly, if that's appropriate. We do have a large, group of folks who want to enter San Marino Unified School District. It is a destination school district. So we do have that. And Dr. Richter can talk more about the programs that attract kids to our school district. Okay. But in terms of future budgeting, I think Dr. Choi is in a really good situation.
I think the key thing to probably pay attention to is that average class equals 212, is what you're trying to say, right?
The average is one metric. It's the cohort metric, I think, is much more powerful.
And if we have a consistent,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. If you take the average, yes, there's a little bump, but the average kind of hides the details, right? The details of reading the cohorts. What's happening at the cohort level, at the grade level, right? Okay. So we also see that there's an increase in households with free or reduced. Free or reduced. Socioeconomic. So free lunch, age 5 to 17, free reduced lunch 5 to 17, free lunch grades K-12, free reduced lunch K-12. Okay. So what's happening here? You see an increase in the last many years of families that qualify their kids for free or reduced. Now, yes, lunch is free, breakfast is free. How do we capture that information? We get it through CalPAS through direct certification. So if a family gets food stamp at home, we automatically get that through CalPAS. Okay, so we don't, yes, we accept applications too, but we don't want to embarrass kids. And we do encourage parents to fill out an application if they don't get food stamp. But most of this data comes from direct certification. Okay. Now, why do we include students with disabilities and students with low income households? Because of this slide. So what happened? Do we have an achievement gap because of some permits, right? Because of households that are on permit? Well, we do see that in 2021, which is the 2021 school year, during COVID, during lockdown, look what happened to the students. The red represents economically disadvantaged. The blue represents not economically disadvantaged. So there was a learning gap that happened between the haves and the have-nots. And what happened afterwards? When we returned, that gap closed to the point for ELA, the haves scored slightly below than the have-nots.
Mhm.
And
That's
also,
fascinating.
it's amazing.
Mhm.
So the achievement gap closed and inverted slightly and went back to pre-pandemic. Okay. For math, slightly different story, but this is within the statistical error margin too. Okay. So if there's a question of, oh yeah, we have 30% of kids on permit, how are they performing? Well, forget this. Okay. Even though this doesn't parse out the two, but this basically, once they're our students, they're all our students.
Mhm.
Okay, we don't treat them different. Okay, so this, it falls under the budget, the business side, but it ties to ed services and the great work that educational services do. Okay, so trends in revenues, expenditures, and COLA, cost of living adjustment. This is revenues, and let me explain what this looks like, what this is about. So let me talk about the colors first. Red is local funding. Green is other state, that's lottery, mandated block grants, etc. Orange is federal, okay, the Title I's, the one-time COVIDs, and then this blue is state, LCFF. Is it blue or gray? It's very good. So this is a span of more than a decade, okay, 14 years. And then you see right here, there's a large amount of orange. Large amount of orange. That's the federal COVID funds flowing in. Also a large amount of state, because the federal gave to the state, and then the state kind of equity distributed a lot of those funds. So you see a large amount coming in. And then local is pretty much stable, slightly increasing. Okay. Now we normalize this to 100% for each year. You can see, even though the red was slightly increasing, proportional to the whole pie, the red is slightly decreasing, the red being the local portion. And this phenomenon can be explained because the two parcel taxes we have must be at or below 3%. So if the CPI is below 3%, we take the lower of the two. If the CPI, Consumer Price Index, is above 3%, we go with the 3%. Okay, so the two parcel taxes, we're getting less and less over the years. That's the way it's structured. Okay. And then you can see the orange again, that's the COVID one-time funds, some one-time state funds. Okay, so this final year, we brought in local funds, $8,224 per student. How many students were there at that, in that year? We had a total of, somewhere here. There were 2751. Thank you. Get my eyes checked. So we had that many students that year, the 22-23 school year. Per student, local funds, we brought in over $8,000. So let's blow that up a little. $8,224 from local funds. Where do they come from? $2,165 came from foundation, PTAs, ASBs. So students do contribute to ASBs, right? Parents donate to PTAs, right? And the foundation. So this is per student. Interest. The $8 million that the board committed, that's interest. We get to keep that. That's general fund interest. Leases and rentals, Chinese school, we have gym, right? The wrestling program, right? We have nutrition. These are the snacks that Monera sells. Okay? We don't charge kids anything, but if they want to buy some extra, treats, they can. Also, taxes bring in $2,162 per student. Oh, by the way, for parcel taxes, 79%, actually 71%, 29% are paid by families that have a student in San Marino Unified School. 71% of our parcel revenues come from households within the San Marino Unified School District that don't have a student here. So most of this comes from people who actually care about our school district that don't have a student here, that live within the school district. Okay. And then property taxes. Now, property taxes, everybody pays property taxes. Even renters indirectly pay property taxes. If they, let's say, come from, I don't know, Alhambra, they live in Alhambra, and they rent, they pay their landlords a portion that goes into property taxes, in a way, right? Indirectly. Directly, if they own property, let's say in Alhambra, yes, they pay. So this property taxes, that goes, everybody has to pay anyway, right? It's not like, local property taxpayers are subsidizing student education.
Sorry, can you clarify that on the property taxes? So the property taxes you're saying is like from the entire LA County and not specific to San Marino property taxes?
Everybody pays property taxes.
Right, but we're being funded by, as an example, LA County property taxes, not San Marino property taxes.
So this.
I'm not sure if I'm phrasing the question.
Yes,
I get.
it's
Yeah,
not,
yeah, right?
right.
Because
So
that's kind of like the misunderstanding amongst parents. Everyone thinks, oh, you don't live here, but my
Your
property
property
taxes is,
aren't coming.
yeah,
back,
aren't
so
coming,
that's-
yeah, so.
That's a.
So a student who lives in Alhambra, for example, they own property, their parents own property in Alhambra, they pay property taxes that go towards the county, then the Alhambra Unified School District will get that, right? For us, what's important, what you mentioned is this amount, property taxes, the secured and unsecured taxes, that's not enough. Okay? We're not basic aid. If this is like $20,000, right? That would get us to basic aid status. This is not enough. So we need state subsidies. The green and the blue.
Talk about the
Okay,
Prop
so-
13 and explain that whole difference between basic aid and, sorry. and-
Sorry, I think what Mrs. Lamb or Joanna's asking is that, because you keep using Alhambra as an example, if you use San Marino as an example,
Yes.
everyone who lives in San Marino clearly has to pay their property tax.
Mhm.
Now, that pool of just that money is what comes to San Marino.
It comes to San Marino. Okay, so imagine that as a bucket, right?
Yeah.
This amount that comes in doesn't even fill that bucket, the minimum guarantee, Prop 98 guarantee. Okay, this amount. So this
Is that from our
It's from our property taxes,
from our property or the property tax?
not the measures. This
Not
is
the measures.
only property taxes.
Solely, yeah. Okay.
Solely because you own property. Let's say you own a boat, right? That's the unsecured, property tax. If you own a house, that's the secured property tax.
And that's just from people
Yeah.
in San Marino.
So
There is
imagine-
just a very common
Maybe
misunderstanding.
Borrow this, right?
Mhm.
So the property tax, this amount fills about this much
Mhm.
of our minimum guarantee.
What San Marinoans pay.
What San Marino's, right?
Yes, so that,
Now, basic gay school districts at Laguna Beach, their property taxes not only fill the minimum, but it goes beyond. And when it goes beyond, they get to keep it. Okay,
so
so,
basic aid
so,
with really expensive.
right,
aid.
now you may get from your constituents saying, oh yeah, my property taxes are paying for the education of kids who don't live here. The reality is, the kids who live in another school district, they have to pay property taxes towards their school district to try to meet that minimum funding. But locally, we don't have any basic aid school districts. Okay,
And talk about the reason why, we don't collect enough property taxes in San Marino to fill that Starbucks cup.
right.
Or overfill it, like Laguna Beach is an example that gets $33,000 per student compared to our 13,000, whatever.
So
it is.
one factor of that phenomenon is because over 50% of our properties are in trusts, multi-generational trusts, which is a great tax shelter. But once those properties are sold, then it's brought up to market value, then we could, then the assessor's office would increase this number.
The parcel tax is that include the two or one only?
Oh, that's both.
The pool, we only collect about 2 million.
No, 2,162 per student. If you take this number, multiply by the 2,751 students, that's the $6 million, slightly under 6 million.
So that's per student per year.
Yes. So here I'm normalizing it by number of students, right? Per student. Here is normalized by percentage per student.
Yeah, because Measure E is about, it's over $4 million. What is it?
Measure is 4.5.
4.5 million, and then Measure R is 1.9.
1.5, total 6 million.
Okay, total 6 million between the two. That's annual, right? But he's breaking it down on the screen per student.
This parcel tax, again, 71% of the parcel tax revenues come from households that don't have a student in San Marino.
Yeah. And so that's important to know election time, right? When we're
And that
counting.
data was from last year. So next year, that might change. Okay, so we saw revenues. How are we spending our revenues? Well, we're spending it in instruction, special education, instructional supervision, school administration, pupil services. We saw with Tanya's presentation, food services, ancillary services, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Food services is Fund 13, is self-funding. So the revenues chart already captured that. And so where is the bulk of our expenditures? Well, it's right here. It's in instruction, as it should be. Okay. All right, next slide. This is historical COLAs. There's a link. I shared the slides with you already. The public has access to this too. This goes back to 1978. And the reason I share this is we have different economic downturns, right? There was a savings and loans downturn, the dot-com implosion, subprime mortgage. We just came out of COVID, right? Even though we don't have a recession officially, but there was this trend right here, the full funding. The state can have a statutory COLA, which they have, which is 1.07 for budget planning purposes, but the state has not always fully funded that COLA. Right? They could always defer payments, they could do things. And so for our budget planning and for goal setting, fiscal solvency piece is looking at past trends. Are we guaranteed of that COLA, cost of living adjustment, or are we not? Or should we just be a little bit more cautious moving forward?
Are you saying, Mike, that we should be looking at that 1.07 with a little more trepidation as we plan our budget for next year?
I wouldn't say trepidation, but looking at trends, just to know historical context.
Because deferrals are on the table potentially as the
Potentially.
legislature continues to
Yes.
negotiate.
Just projecting to the future by looking to the past.
So-
Yes,
So the COLA, though, being low helps us stabilize income, increases with our employees, right? But it decreases the amount we're getting from the state.
no, the COLA is the cost of living, so.
The
So,
adjustment.
yeah, that number comes from a pool of governmental expenses at the state level, local level. The governor doesn't determine that. So that number is statutory.
Secretary of Labor.
No, it comes from a pool of governmental expenses. What the COLA does is it statutorily expands Prop 98, which is the constitutional mechanism for funding education. And so that 1.07 expands Prop 98 by about over 1%. The issue is we have this revenue shortfall that we've seen. And so that puts the governor and the legislature in a bind. There's a statutory COLA that forces funding, educational funding by 1.07%, which is the COLA. And yet the revenues at the state level has fallen short. So how are they going to reconcile it? And my May revised presentation last week, was 2 weeks ago, the governor was proposing a maneuver, right? So extra constitutional maneuver.
When you said the update's coming soon, right?
Yes. So I do have something in the WIBM, but that's like the latest information I have. The legislature and the governor, they're trying to reach some sort of consensus because ultimately we need to have an enacted budget. But while that's happening, we have to build our budget kind of half blindfolded. But we do follow the statutory COLA as one of the funding factors. All right, salaries, benefits, and staffing. How do we compare? These are all local school districts, but pretty close to us, right? None of them are basic aid. None of them qualify for that, cup over brimming with funding. So San Marino Unified is right here. This is how our teachers are faring, $96,000 on average. This is the lowest paid. This is the highest paid. The average is somewhere in between. Okay, how are we doing? Arcadia is right there, and this is sorted based on average. Okay, so it's a visual kind of candlestick kind of comparison. How are we faring in terms of total compensation? Total compensation includes dental, health, life, vision, etc., and the salary is in green. How are we stacking up? Well, we're stacking up pretty well. And I did the download of the 70 unified school districts that produced data, the J90, reported the J90, and we were slightly above the county average. So this is only a small subset of that because it's local to us, but did a whole county analysis as well for our bargaining units, so that with our teachers are paid slightly higher than the county average.
Dr. Lin, can
Yes.
you go back to the last? For the Arcadia, the range they are higher. Can we say that because they have a more senior employee?
So let me explain Arcadia. Arcadia is right here. Look at the benefits. We have to look at total compensation.
Right.
Basically, these employees get a lot of salary, which is great for their retirement, for their STIRS retirement. But their benefits, they pretty much have to pay for their own mandatory benefits.
They have a cafeteria account in Arcadia, and they made a conscious choice many years ago to invest most of their money in salary as opposed to.
But I mean compare the Arcadia and the San Marino, our size is smaller, right?
Oh, in terms
And
of,
then if they are smaller and then they are senior,
Higher on
maybe
the
more.
column.
So then that will come out this kind of.
Older teachers and staffing, so they're
Yeah,
paid at
yeah.
a higher rate.
that's
he's
that's
asking.
interesting. I can do some more research, but I have a.
So because there's two factor. One is the size, right? And another one is a senior or junior. If the school, like I think compare all the school districts, we have a smaller size. And the last 5 years, we have a lot of teachers, they retire. So then we establish about the salary, you know.
So you're right, this will move depending on the retirees, the number of retirees, and also how veteran the teacher cohort is, right?
Actually, this this picture for the administrator, when they have a financial problem, then you can think about when you want to do the layoff, that have a yeah.
Is there an average rate of retirement that's pretty stable across the board? Or not really? Because I'm saying like, that like 1% is gonna fall off next year and then we can build from the bottom. I just don't know if there's like a rate that we look at.
On the left.
As a small district, we sometimes get a whole group of teachers at around age 60, 61. And then other years we get very few because we're such a small district. Larger districts do get a steady amount, but that could also be incentivized. And I'm going to talk about that too.
And we're looking at like upcoming retirements all the time, right? Yeah.
Let me show you that because both of your questions gonna lead to, you already like,
He's like,
I think you're looking at the future slide, huh? Okay, so this is total benefits, but let me go through two more because we're not just talking about teachers, because the staff that you have, also, you have elementary school principals. This is how we fare, okay, compared to the same districts. We have the one middle school principal, and this is again last year. This is Daryl. Sorry, Daryl, if you're watching this. And then this is the high school principal, Jason Kernbach last year, right? And each year, of course, it's going to be different depending on, right? Next year will be Ben, because this is 1 year behind. And then this is how our superintendent fares in terms of the local school district. Okay, so this is public information, Okay, so pretty much that covers all your staff except for classified. Classified is harder to do because you have new aides who work 2 hours, you have 8 hours classified staff like the front office staff, you have 6-hour inclusion aides. You can't average that. It makes no sense to average that, right?
And South Pasadena is not appearing on any of these slides because they have not reported, which is interesting. But their data could change, what you're seeing on the screen too.
And Judy Carenti is there. She's going to fix that.
She's gonna fix it. She told me she's gonna fix that.
Right. All right. So this is the one that hopefully could answer board member Gill's question. Okay. And then board member Chan's question. This is a scattergram. A scattergram basically looks at this bachelor's plus 30 credits and its credential and the person's credential. Bachelor's plus 45 semester units, bachelor's plus 60 semester units. This is with a master's degree and et cetera. Okay. So as we move up these columns, they get more and more pay. This is teachers, right? And as they move down the schedule step, they get more and more pay. Look at how many, each circle represents the amount, total amount. This is like a low-hanging fruit, okay? No pun intended, but it looks like a fruit that's low-hanging, right? So what this means, but Dr. Rose is going to talk about this a little bit more in details. I took this bubble, this circle, and blew it up right here. So how many people are we talking about? We have 24.8 FTEs. Why 0.8? Because in secondary, it's a fractional assignment. That accounts for almost $3 million. Okay, but we got to be careful looking at this number. Even though they're at the 20th step, doesn't mean they're retirement age. They could have started at age 21. They could be 41 years old, right? Okay, so Dr. Rose will have more data on that, but this is just a visual to show a possible opportunity. If we do have a pause incentive or early retirement incentive, in the future. And of course, we have to look at the break-even point. It does cost us money to incentivize retirement because not just money, we also lose talent and experience.
And that's always a factor that we have to consider when we're looking at the demographic that is the higher paid and more senior or experienced staff. We have to look at, are they in hard to fill positions? Because we want to continue to retain high quality, experienced talent that is moving the needle and making a difference in terms of our test scores and making sure kids get what they need as well. The other factor I just want to mention is attrition, right? You want natural attrition in your school district so that it doesn't always cost you money when people retire. If you offered a retirement incentive every year, every 2 years, or every 3 years, people would wait until the retirement incentive was scheduled, and then you'd have to pay them to retire essentially, which means that you're losing the savings that you would get in those natural attrition years. This year, we did not offer a retiree incentive, and we had 8 people retire. So it's not costing us anything for those 8 people to retire. At least one of them was a very senior teacher and on column 1, right? So not expensive. So it might cost us to replace that person, but other people we're going to likely achieve a savings. And so it's never a one size fits all kind of scenario. You really have to study it. And PARS is an agency that has assisted us in the past. They have actuarials that really give us good data to look at, take a deep dive and consider all the factors that are involved so that the board can make a well-educated decision on that in the future.
I'm sorry, how many teachers, credentialed teachers do we have full-time?
Yeah,
What's the total?
what's the
The
percentage?
denominator,
Teachers?
Yeah.
165.
so that's out of 165. Thank you.
And the 24.8 accounts for good size in terms of size. All right, so we looked at enrollment trends. We're in pretty good shape. Okay, we looked at this possible low-hanging fruit. Okay, so moving forward in terms of budget, I would say the state of the budget is very strong moving forward. Okay. All right, bond, construction bond. You put this in one of the AI generators and you get a token out that looks like this. All right, recent Prop 98 bond election results. Of course, it's important to remember that Prop 39 can only go on regularly scheduled elections, and this November is one of those scheduled timeframes. And last March, this past 3 months ago, 24 passed, approving a total $2.9 billion for California schools. And the ones that failed were mostly in rural areas, not in metropolitans. And then the one that was, this should be 2023. There's a correction. 22, because it's 22.
Yeah, that was in the
22, right. None in LA failed. And we were just coming out of COVID at that time. None in
But in
LA.
2020, most of them failed.
Yes.
Almost all of
Well,
them.
March 2020, but not November 2020.
Right,
November
March.
2020 did
That's
very
right.
well.
Yes.
Do we know the failed bonds, were any of those counties, some of the counties that were experiencing enrollment growth? Because there was a weird enrollment growth in the
Yeah.
middle of California.
In like Madera area, right?
Yeah.
Good question. I don't know. We could look that up. Joy Klugo had that info. She swims in this stuff, you know? Okay, so this is again the data and the passage rates. This was just like a couple of months ago. I gotta fix this. This is 2022. Okay, I had in both slides 2022. Okay, I'll fix it once I get back to my seat. In November 2022, and then they pretty much this is a sample set of how much. Now we're looking at a $60 per 100,000 assessed. Other districts have used different numbers based on what their needs were. And maybe they were looking at multiple bonds as a result, and based on their bond capacity. So it is possible that Pasadena City College at that time, possible, and this was their bond capacity for that issuance. And again, passed by, look at these numbers. 55 is what's needed.
Were those all new bonds that resulted in an increase of taxes, or were any of them a no tax increase bond? Do you know?
Don't know. I think we're kind of unique somewhat,
Right.
somewhat, you know, unique.
Most likely those are all increased.
Yeah,
right?
most likely, because ours is just expiring,
Mhm.
whereas they're looking at, you know, capital facilities modernization. We're looking at basic repairs. Yeah,
Pasadena City School District failed their bond prior. So
Was it
this
that much?
community college was able to be successful, but I want to say November 22, it was either LA or Pasadena, they lost it.
When they have a high percentage pass. I think that those voters, they don't own the property.
Renters.
Oh, the rent.
Just like Pasadena or.
Yeah, they're not thinking,
Yeah,
but
Directly,
they don't realize it's in their rent.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's gonna be a
So-
premium at it.
so Catherine, if you have the one, the high performance, the,
That's what it is.
San Monica's.
Santa Monica.
okay,
That's
But
city
they-
college,
they
that's a
have,
community college.
they also have a lot of apartment, right? Santa Monica,
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Lots, yeah.
So-
57%.
Yeah.
But their community college is amazing. I mean, they're one of the strongest community colleges in the country. So if you're gonna try to push a community college bond for Santa Monica, that would be more successful than the school district bond.
They're public school.
Joy Coomer is gonna do a presentation on June 13th to share the results of the second survey. And that should allow us to get a better gauge as to what our percentage might be. And I'll fix the year. And this is all public data too. All right, and that's it. That concludes.
So how much we are proposed now? 100 per 100K.
60 per 100,000.
So, $60 per 100,000, no tax increase. And it will extend the term by how many years?
33 years.
33 years. And it's important to keep in mind that this is our one opportunity to go out for a no tax increase bond. Because once the existing bond falls off of everyone's property tax bill in 2025, our next opportunity to go out for a bond is in 2026. So at that time, we would be starting all over and asking people to start paying again, which is a lot harder than asking them to just continue to pay what they're already paying.
I thought they were already paying $66 per 100.
Yeah, they're paying.
So this would actually go down.
Be a tax.
But not, I mean,
Well, I mean, we can't market, it's not gonna be marketed
Yeah,
that way,
right.
but it actually will be lower than what they're paying.
it's not significantly, but yeah. And
Did
I
we ask
think,
for 60?
No. I think
Yeah,
the
by law, it's
statutorily.
60,
Yeah.
So from a budgetary
Yeah.
standpoint, the bond cannot be used to pay salaries, but the bond could free up general fund expenditures. So the
Well-
general fund expenditures could be applied to areas that.
I
might
mean,
need.
we pay the COP off with that, and right there, that frees up $4 million, $3-4 million over the next 17 years.
Can you go back to salary schedule? Yeah, this one. No.
Of this one?
Next one.
Uh-huh.
No, not that one. The one have a top. Yeah.
Oh, the retirement scatter plot, your
Yes,
schedule.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are you able to pull up the, La Canada? Or, you know what I'm trying to thinking? I'm thinking, when the college admission, the result.
Yeah.
Is that related to the teacher,
Okay.
you know, the seniority or the
Quality.
quality, yeah. Yeah, so I like to see the La Canada and
I could put it in the WIBA.
and the small school district.
Yeah.
Give me some time and
Yeah, yeah.
I'll get it.
I mean, I think also we have to understand that that's not all at the high school. I mean,
right,
it's
Throughout.
throughout, which is
Yeah.
amazing for our, elementary kids.
right.
Just as a quick story, my friend had kids at Folly and they hired somebody from Tom Sawyer Camp to be a third grade teacher. And I'm like, well, our fourth grade teacher has a master's, so like,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
free, so
You're
it's
exactly-
amazing.
Yeah, and there are times when we hire people who we deem to be the best qualified candidate who has 14 years of experience.
No,
Who
I mean-
is going to be a little bit more expensive, right? But the quality of education that that teacher is going to provide to our students is the most important factor in making that hiring decision. And so we don't always save money when we're hiring new teachers. And the perception is if they're new to Carver or Valentine or Huntington, doesn't mean that they're a new, inexperienced teacher. Just means that they're coming to our school district now. And so I think oftentimes people might misunderstand that and think that we're hiring, you know, these inexperienced teachers. We're not. We're hiring the best qualified candidates to serve our students.
At the end of the day, I'll send you the La Cañada, send the whole board. Any other districts you want me to analyze too?
Well, I'd say South Pasadena, but that.
They don't have-
Yeah, they don't
They
have.
don't use the JID. Why, but I don't know how they could get away with.
Maybe it's strategic.
Required. Just La Cañada, anybody else, any other districts?
The small school district, yeah,
Okay,
but high performance.
High performance.
high performance small districts within the county, right? Okay, I'll just pick another local one.
Thank you very
All right.
much. Any more
Thank
questions for
you.
Dr. Lynn? Okay, thank you for that very comprehensive and informative presentation. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna take a break for lunch now and,
Before we take a break, can I make a comment
Of
on
course.
the mental health? You know, based on Tony, the presentation, actually, they still have a waiting list for referral. You know, I just want to share the fact for the board member may not know, you know, when we have a COVID-19 stage, I start to talk to the Dr. Wilson and then later Dr. Territory. Also, I'm not trying to advertise the CSC, but the time you know we set up the wellness center, and then we recruit Tonya, and she has I think it's a high qualification. You know, at CSW in the hospital is a big deal. You know? They are in the mental health. But you know after COVID-19, I think the student and parent have all kinds of issues on the mental health. So that's the reason I refer into the CSC. I'm glad you know you guys also adopt for this service. But actually, we should also look for maybe third, you know, have a good year, and the CSC helps, and then maybe we look for maybe one or two that you can find in the Pasadena. I think actually our Pasadena, the senior citizen or those dedicated, the parent right now, they are very support to those non-for-profit organizations. They are serving for the poor. I think they are the San Marino resident, but they are serving for those mental health institute at the Pasadena service area.
thank you so much.
I want to share with you, you know, the CSC continue to expand the mental health because they are the only fight for the certification in California. So they are expanding the helping for each and everybody, the school district, especially the last year, the Montreal Park, they have a mass shooting. So then CSC Health, they are the one volunteer to take over to taking care for the victim family. And they already set up the two branch supported by the city of Montreal Park and the city of San Gabriel. And pretty soon they have a model. I think that the Stanford University, they come out and model was for the teenage student. So they start to find the location. So then I think that they can help to taking care for the San Gabriel Valley, the student. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your help with that. Yeah, and we'll continue to look for additional providers in the area. Thank you for that recommendation and suggestion. So at this time, we're gonna go ahead and take a lunch. We do have, Human Resources scheduled to present Dr. Jason Rose at 12:30, but we are running a little bit behind. What is the pleasure of the board? Would you like to sit down and eat your lunch at 12:30 and listen to the presentation? Or do you want to take a full 30-minute break and then come back and we'll see what we can accomplish? Just
Let's eat.
Let's just,
eat and
let's
then talk.
power through, power through.
And then, Mr. Chang, you need to. Okay. Thank you so much.
No, I think that's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Not today,
Oh,
yeah.
that's right. Okay, great, perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's grab something to eat. And we have to use the restroom. I don't have anything
That's why, I wanted a blue. And they didn't have any blue.
I almost wore the one that, I think mine class was a little slightly different, but yeah.
And I realized it was gonna be more fitted.
Yeah, you need to, yeah, you can't wear box.
I have a boxy one and I never wear it, cause it just swallows.
Well, you could wear, you have to really tight under it and have it open. So like then it's.
And then, right, like, I'm not gonna go to. And then I know like, why would I even?
No, I need,
Discussing fashion is very important.
It is.
no, that's what works. I have it.
Oh, like cut it.
You know that.
Yeah, and then like you
Right?
emphasize the page.
You have two girls, right, Jason?
I do. You want one?
Are they?
No.
I'm there all over.
On sale, they're going cheap.
I have two daughter-in-laws.
On sale.
I've learned that like the full, like these cut, that works.
All right, well, we'll get you through human resources. Dr. Lynn already kind of touched on a lot of the things I was gonna discuss, so this, am I doing it wrong? Or is it not on? Yeah. Oh, there you go. All right. All right, so over the last couple of years, I took the data from the last couple of years since I've been here, where I had access to all the data. So this has been our, and I focus primarily on certificated for today. That's kind of the majority of our budget. But for our last 2 years, this has been our retention rate of our probation, our probe 1 and our probe 2 teachers. So for 22-23, as a district, we retained 87.5%. Carver kept all of theirs. Valentine, I think, had 8 out of 10. And then HMS, actually, they had 1 probationary teacher and they did not keep that person, so that's why they're at 0. And then SMHS kept 100% of theirs. And then for this year, once again, we're about the same thing. I think for this year, we had 24 probationary teachers and we kept 21 of them. One of them moved, and then I think there were 2 of them that we said goodbye to. So, and then same thing for this year, we have 40 probationary teachers, probe 1 or probe 2, and we are keeping 35 of them. And 2 of them are moving and 3 of them, we have said no, thank you. So, and those by each site. So changes that are coming up for 24-25. Outgoing just means either retirement, changing positions, anything like that. We're 11 elementary, 1 site, 2 sped teachers, 2 social science, 2 math, 1 English, 1 science, 1 TOSA. Those are not all necessarily leaving the district. So those are just, so for instance, our TOSA is moving into another position. So this, in essence, we're putting new people in these spots. And so far we have filled in 4 of those elementary. We've filled in our site. We have filled in 1 of the speds, social science, math, English, science, and TOSA. But we are not going to be filling all of our elementary.
Can you talk about the rationale behind not doing that?
So what we're trying to do is wherever we can, we're trying to save money. In hopes of not letting or having to let people go at the end of next year. So what we are noticing, especially in the secondary, I think we've talked about this before, is we are overstaffed. And so anytime that we can right size things, we are trying to do that. And so, for instance, in our elementary, we had, I think, 6 third grade classes at Valentine. And 1 retired and 1 left. But we don't necessarily need to refill both of those spots. And so we're choosing not to. And we're still keeping the class sizes where we have traditionally kept them. So we're trying not to, traumatize everyone by having those big class sizes. So this is what we currently have open. So we have 5 elementary spots open, 2 at Carver and 3 at Valentine. 1 math at HMS, which I'm hoping to fill this week. I'm just doing a little background check on the person and we will hopefully be reaching out and offering that position. Social science and SPED. The high school, I'm happy to say, is completely staffed as we speak. So they are ready to go. And that is with right sizing some of their classes too. Like they had a class of 7 and a class of 12 or something. And so we are putting those together. So we're doing that. So that's currently what we have open as far as certificated openings. And then with that outgoing, so this is the amount of salary and benefits that is leaving at the end of this year with those positions. So going back to these positions. Okay, that is how much those positions are worth with the benefits. It's about $2.4 million. This is the salaries and benefits of the incoming. And this is also, it's estimated because there are some spots we have not filled, but I estimated worst case scenario, if they came in with the most amount of experience that they could and the most that we would take, this is how much their salaries would cost. And so right now, we're looking at a savings of about $433,000. Okay, and that's worst case scenario. I'm guessing it'll probably be somewhere close to around 500,000 because not everyone's going to come in at their max level.
How does that line up with that audit finding that we had regarding 60% of our salary, of our expenditures needed to be salaries? Are we gonna be okay?
I mean, we may.
We may fall under 60% again for,
Well, so we're always a year behind.
right.
So right now, the auditors are looking at 22, 23. And that's where we have the issue, right?
Right.
23, 24, which is the year that we're currently in, isn't going to be looked at until next year.
I thought Mike said at our last meeting though, that we potentially could have that problem again for the 23-24 audit. And it looks
Yes,
like
that's
then,
correct. That is correct. But going forward, we're not going to get the infusion of one-time money, which inflate our budget. And then looks like we're spending more on instruction than we, looks like we're spending less on instruction than we actually are, proportional to our budget if we're able to take out that one-time money.
right.
So,
But if we take out that one-time money and we see a general fund savings of 433, it looks like it might put us on track with the same percentage numbers.
Probably gonna be
Which
right
would
around
be
that
bad.
same, we're gonna be right around that same.
Right, which would be bad because the waiver we probably won't be able to get the waiver for it because if all the other schools are not having that problem.
well, no, the other schools are having that.
But in the future, in the out years.
Oh, in the out years, yeah. But in the out years, I think it'll resolve itself because of the lack of one-time money.
I guess that's a big fund savings, which makes me happy, but also concerned for that. Can we just watch that? That's all.
Yeah, no, we're definitely on our radar. I tell you, I promise you it's on our radar. And we're gonna be looking at that very closely. And we're also gonna be looking at how it has impacted several other districts and how the state is going to respond to the waiver,
Right.
Which is, I believe, at the county level right now, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Okay.
So we will keep the board informed on where that goes. And yes, we will likely have to apply for another waiver next year for the year we're in now.
Okay.
My question is related to the elementary salaries. So can we, or is there an option to move current elementary teachers that are probably has more seniority to teach a higher grade level? And is there more cost savings in hiring like a TK or a kinder teacher? There's none.
No.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
And they would have to have a elementary versus single subject
So
credential.
they their credentials to determine what they can, where
What
they can
level- what
go
grade level they
up
can
to.
go? Okay.
But whether I am a first year teacher
But
at
there's
3rd
no
grade or a
cost
first year
savings
teacher in
to-
9th grade, I'm getting paid the
Okay,
same.
gotcha. Thank you.
I did this real fast as some of the questions were coming up while you guys were talking with Dr. Lynn. These are how many people we have at kind of everywhere as far as seniority. So there's 2 people who have over 35 years with experience. There are 9 from 30 to 35, 10 from 20 to 25. So you'll notice that the majority of our teachers are relatively new, 1 to 4 years of experience. On average, our teachers have 12 years of experience. So the average teacher is 12 years of experience. So there's been a dramatic influx in the last few years. This kind of, also, I think this, when Dr. Lin was talking about remember the little circle down here, the low-hanging fruit, I think is what he called it. So right now we have 165 certificated members at the non-management. So those are like our teachers, people at our sites. 37 of those are retirement eligible, meaning they are 55 or above. So they can say goodbye if they wanted to at any time. That's which is approximately 22%. Their salaries, not with benefits, just their salaries, a total of a little over 4 million. And then 16 of those are retirement likely, meaning that they are already 60 or above. So, and so their salaries are a little bit, almost 1.9. Of those 16, 9 of them are in hard to find or hard to replace or hard to fill positions. 6 of them are SPED, 2 of them are science, and 1 of them is math. Now, if they were all of a sudden turn into a slip to me tomorrow and say, Jason, I'm out of here. And then I hired, so if all 37 of these people said, I'm out, and I then found 37 people and brought them in at the highest I could bring them in, this is how much the district would save, $687,000. Which I know is not gonna happen, but. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
but when do they have to notify you? I mean, what does that look like as far as they have to do it at the end of the year? Over the summer, do you get any more?
They could. I mean, as I was in another meeting the other day and I was sharing this, I said, not that it would ever happen here, but in other districts that I've been at, there's that veteran teacher who is angry at the district for whatever reason, and the day before school starts, I'm out. They retire. So it does happen. It's not the most professional thing to do. Usually, so usually, we probably won't have any over the summer unless something happens.
What?
Yeah, or, something happens in their world, but usually we know by now. And then, over the last 3 years, this is the information. These are just kind of a smattering of districts that I picked, that we're able to show. We have a thing where we share kind of, what we've agreed upon with our other HR people. And so some of the districts you may want to know, may not have shared their 23-24 information with us yet. So over the last 3 years, and you kind of look at usually as the last 3 years, this is how much the percentage of increase in these districts. So according to, and then once again, this is based on what they're telling me, so it's possible they don't tell me the truth. But Alhambra has given 17.5% over the last 3 years, but nothing as far as off schedule. So 17.5 on, 0 off. West Covina 14-4, San Marino, we are 15-5. Glendora 15.5-5, and so forth. So when you add it together, we've done about 20%. We are right in line with pretty much where everybody else. Amani City, they've given some big ones. Walnut, I know, has done 2 giant ones in a row. So, but that's kind of where we are as far as how we compare to around us. And I made sure to get these 2, so that should say South Pasadena. So that's South Pasadena, and then there's La Cañada. So we've been a little more generous than La Cañada.
We're very competitive.
We are very competitive. We're very competitive. So, and I believe that is it. That's it. Dr. Lin covered most of everything. So yes.
If you go back to the number of teachers, that one,
This one?
how many of those have a job share arrangement?
None.
The 2 in Somi,
The 2, we only have 1 job share, and that's at Carver.
right?
And I don't believe they are,
There's a request for one in Culver though that has been.
there's a request for one, but you're correct.
Oh, I just mean in general, not necessarily retirements, but
Oh.
how many teachers do we have or
Oh, that
any
are
job share? That
We just have
are
1 job share right now.
just that one.
We just have the 1 job share right now.
Does job sharing positively impact the district's budget, or does it become more of a cost, or does it sort of a wash?
we don't pay any more in benefits, they have to either one takes the benefits and the other doesn't,
Mhm.
or there's some kind of a split. And they just get, 50% of their salaries.
Yeah, so, yeah, there's really no savings.
How
Any other-
many percent teacher they also serving as a coach or the
Oh, like a coach after school on one of the teams or, not many. I don't know the exact percentage, but not many. Most of our coaches are walk-ons.
besides Scott Barton?
We know Scott Barton, Coach Franklin, who's the baseball coach.
50 will come, right?
Holcomb, Slim, right, was the debate. Mihail,
So-
but Mihail's not certificated, but
Right, it's fast.
he's classified.
A speech debate considered is a curriculum or not?
No, it's it's extracurricular.
So mean Matthew Slip, what curriculum he taught besides
So he teaches English,
Social-
so is it social science?
Yeah.
He's social studies,
And then he does
Maybe
speech and
Gov.
debate.
AP Gov and speech and debate.
Then there's the extra after school part of the speech and debate. Trying to think who else. Susie Lozick at the high school, she does stuff with track. She helps. But most of our coaches are walking. Any other questions?
Do we have an idea of when the start date for the 25-26 school year might be coming out?
It'll most likely, if everybody it'll probably be somewhere very similar to what 24, 25, but no, we don't have an exact date yet. We're still negotiating with CSEA on their portion of the 24, 25 calendar. So
And then if we get 25, 26, will they do 2 years at a time or they will not?
they don't like to. What I've been told is they don't like to. They like to use it as a bargaining chip, and they feel that if they can. So that's their.
Have we flown the high school football coach position?
To my knowledge, it's not available to be flown.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
Not a resignation.
we do not have a resignation.
Fly one.
So that's why I guess I was asking if there was one or resignation or not.
We've not flown the football coach yet.
So since we have a language immersion program and last year we started the kindergarten and then in coming year we are doing for first grade.
Mhm.
We will continue for second, third. How we address the budget? How we come out financial resource?
So what it is
The general fund or you want to also put into the parcel tax later?
oh, that's where Dr. Joy comes in as far as where the money comes out of. But they would be paid, I mean, to my knowledge, just like, I mean, if we can pay them with special funds, we would, but usually it's kind of the general fund.
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Well, my concern, we are very tight on the budget and how, when we prepare the budget, like, this is not just the language immersion.
Mhm.
If we come out with a new idea, we want to have develop a new curriculum. And then we need the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, in the beginning, the Caltech STEM course, I think that is like volunteer, but later, since the last year, we give the TA stipend. I think we need to pay attention on this issue because there's no free lunch for long term. Okay,
Right.
So yeah.
So one of the ways that the board could creatively launch a new program is through board goal money. We just have to keep in mind that that is one-time money that could only be spent once and then it's gone. But that is one way that the board could help launch a new initiative if you really needed to. I just think that it's prudent to refrain from spending one-time money on personnel because those are ongoing costs. But there are ways that we could certainly do that and then look for grant opportunities and additional ways of funding things. I know there's some CTE grants out there. And CTE is really a focus in the state of California. We are looking at possibly exploring an opportunity to build a communications broadcasting journalism CTE pathway. And we have some talent in the community that has expressed interest. And so if we were to start that program, we would start small and see how popular it is with the kids and whether or not they really have an interest in pursuing that pathway. So there are things that we could talk about and in creative ways that we can look at funding initially and then possibly exploring grants in the future.
And right now for the dual immersion, we're not adding sections, so we're not increasing our budget. So,
As well as those kids matriculate from kinder, first and second, they're not new kids that are coming into the district, so we're not adding another full FTE, they're part of the existing student population.
And so we're planning to fund that program through attrition. So as teachers retire or move away, resign their positions, instead of replacing them with just a standard grade level teacher, we would replace them with a 50% Mandarin language teacher and a 50% English teacher for that program. So the cost should be neutral going forward.
So is that true, the new semester, we will accept the less student at the Caltech STEM course?
No, we are planning on accepting the same number of students we accepted this year for the following year as
So
well.
same number, what is the same
I
number?
think it's 16 or 17, I'm not quite sure.
Actually 16,
I
so
believe so.
actually 16 already dropped one in the beginning, 20.
I don't remember exactly how many started, but I believe we are at 16 or 17.
Yeah, I know that some of the kids, they move back from the private school because they heard the STEM course. But then I think last week they announced who get in, so some of the kids, they don't get in. Yeah. And disappointed, but this the regular course is not applied to all the kids. Yeah, but I wish we still can maintain. They're always about, you know, if right now it's 17, I maintain a 17 or 20, but not keep dropping.
Right, and that is our goal, is to
Yeah.
maintain and grow that program, absolutely.
or Margot, you have a question?
I did, is the first grade position in the language immersion filled?
Mhm.
Great.
Mhm.
And I think that's so great. That's such a sustainable way. I mean, a way to keep that program sustainable through nutrition. So that's great.
One question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any San Marino unified teachers teaching any of the dual enrollment PCC classes? Or are they all being taught by PCC faculty at this point?
For the Medical Arts Academy.
Either medical arts or any of our.
I
dual
thought
enrollment-
before there's an issue, is a union issue, right?
They're all
They're all
PCC.
PCC, right?
Yeah.
And who pays them?
PCC.
No, WAC is receiving federally, I believe.
Because we are not coming out of pocket to
No,
PCC,
no,
correct?
We don't
Yeah.
pay for that.
Any other questions? No, thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Dr. Wilson. Okay,
The outcome injury is a very little, right?
A little? Actually, yes, we only have 4 cases currently. And 2 of those were in play before I ever showed up. So really, we only have 2 recent. And they're really minor. So we've been very lucky so far.
managing the program well. Okay, next up is technology services, and we have Dr. Stephen Schroeder presenting.
All right, thank you. I'll put on my CTO hat for now.
So I'll be presenting some data in regards to technology for the purposes of goal setting. And I'll be providing data in 6 areas: infrastructure, usage, support, security, specifically cybersecurity, training, as well as integration. So first off, let's take a look at our internet access. As a district, it's no surprise we have 100% internet access at all of our school sites. But what's interesting here in regards to San Marino in comparison to other districts in the state of California, what makes us unique is that we have actually multiple providers of internet access. And that is actually intentional by design. It is a huge advantage to be able to access the internet through multiple providers in the event that one of our providers goes down. So that is actually a goal for many districts today where they're trying to build in resilience. Have to be very careful that we are not building redundancy. We are actually building resilience. So that's what we currently have in our district. We have resilience. In terms of network performance, it's really important to see how we distribute that internet once it comes into our building. And surprisingly, when I was looking at the data, we actually, over a 30-day period, we served over 13,000 unique client devices. How is that possible? How are we able to serve so many different devices when we have under 3,000 students and, you know, with the number of staff that we have? The reality is there's much more than computers that are on our network, right? We have phones, we have all sorts of Internet of Things devices, room controls, environmental controls. All those devices reside on our network. And if we look at the key metrics in terms of service delivery, our connection health and our network service health are excellent. You look at the metrics of what is the success rate of a device getting onto the internet on our network. It's very high, it's excellent. What sort of stood out for me was looking at our performance health. Why is our performance health not excellent? Why is it only good? And when I dug into the data, what I found was that one of the key features on our network is that we do a special partnership with T-Mobile to provide all of our T-Mobile cellular customers the ability to utilize our network as a backhaul to their cellular network. And the reason for that is because there is very limited cellular coverage in our schools. Part of that may be lack of cellular towers that are within proximity, or just simply that there's a high saturation point. You have a lot of customers that are residing on our school properties. So that is actually a very unique feature that we provide on our network, where we help hand off T-Mobile cellular customers straight out to their cellular network. And as a result of that, it does bring down our latency. It does bring down some resources allocated for our network. But the benefit of that is that we have improved cellular service in our school buildings. So what are some of the highlights? I mentioned that we have resilience for internet access. We also have cloud managed firewall switches as well as Wi-Fi access. That is a huge advantage because it gives us full visibility in terms of how our network is doing, not just from within, but from the outside as well. And because our network infrastructure is largely funded with both federal E-rate money as well as one-time ESSER funding, we've taken full advantage of those one-time funds to help bring our network up to speed. So what are some of the opportunities based on need? Is we do have an aging cable plant. Meaning that a lot of the wires that are inside the walls are aging. And what we're beginning to see are things like copper wires being chewed up, or potentially fiber that's cracking. They do have a limited lifespan. So that is one of the needs in terms of network infrastructure. A second need would be in the area of expanding Wi-Fi coverage in outdoor spaces. We're beginning to see a lot more network usage beyond the walls of the classroom. So that is potentially a goal opportunity for our district. Let's switch gears and talk about usage. How are our faculty and students utilizing devices? No surprise, 100% of our faculty and students have access to devices. What's interesting, however, is that if we take a current snapshot of what our students are currently using and how they're using it, at grades PK and 1, they have managed iPads in their classroom, so like an iPad cart. In grades 1 through 5, they have managed Chromebooks that are also in Chromebook carts. However, in the secondary levels, from middle school on up, they are issued a one-to-one device, a Chromebook device to take home to use on a day-to-day basis. And this has really shifted. Prior to the pandemic, we were all class sets.
everything was within the classroom. During the pandemic, we switched 180 and went from class sets to 1-on-1. So it was 1-on-1 through all grades. And then when we returned back to in-person instruction, we diverged a little bit and made the conscious decision to maintain that 1-to-1 ratio at the secondary levels. However, at the elementaries, we decided to go back to the classroom sets. So that has been a shift in terms of how our students access devices.
Can you speak to Chromebooks expiring and how that?
Yeah, I suspect you probably maybe you took a peek at what
No,
we're,
I didn't.
that's my next point I want to highlight is that if we take a look at our existing fleet, we do have a lot of Chromebooks, right? The majority of the Chromebooks are Dell Chromebooks, as you can see there, 2,000 of them, right? And one important point in regards to Chromebooks is that they do expire. So that brings up this end of support factor. So although we have 2,000 Chromebooks, actually all of them, the 3100s have expired. So when Chromebooks were initially released, they had a limited life of about 5 years. And that had a tremendous impact on many school districts, not just ours. They realized that the Chromebooks, even though they're beyond the 5 years, are now expiring. They can't use them because they don't get updates anymore. So I think a huge effort went out to Google, and Google did shift gears and they said, we're changing our policy starting effective September of 2023. Any Chromebook that a school district purchases will now have an extended life of 10 years versus 5 years. So that is great news. I think a lot of the schools where you can hear the cheers come from schools, but that doesn't go back. So the older Dell devices that we have, they still are set to expire within that 5-year period. However, any new Chromebooks that we purchase from September of 2023 on gets a 10-year end of support extension. So that's great news. But one of the other key points that we did was that we surveyed our seniors that were graduating, and we asked them, we wanted to get some feedback on how they were using their Chromebooks. And it's no surprise why they like the Chromebooks. They're easy to use, they're fairly portable, they have a great battery life that lasts the entire day, and they're extremely compatible with the Google for Education workspace. But what was surprising on the survey was that we found that a quarter of the students are really just using their Chromebooks for test taking. They're not using it on a day-to-day basis. But we dug a little bit deeper and we wanted to find out why. Why are they not using, why is it 100% of them using it every day? So some of the things that were cited were, they were slow performing. There was limited storage space. They had trouble connecting to Wi-Fi and some trouble in terms of compatibility with the software that they want to use. And we also asked, if you don't use the Chromebook, what do you use? And 50% of those students prefer to use an Apple laptop, and about 33% of them prefer to use a Windows laptop. So those are important key metrics for us as we look forward to see whether or not the Chromebook is still a fit. But let's take a look at, aside from just using the device, what are they using the device for? So when we take a look at our EdTech analytics, we can see that there's over 400 EdTech applications that are being accessed through these student accounts, regardless if you're on a Chromebook or your own Windows or Apple laptop. And not surprisingly, our students are logging in through Clever. It's the platform that they use to access multiple various instructional applications, things like iReady, Typing Club, McGraw-Hill, Connect Ed. So our students are using the devices for instructional purposes. That's the big key takeaway point here. So I was very pleased to see that. So what are some of the highlights with this usage data is that Chromebooks today still offer the most and best compatibility in terms of EdTech applications. And some of the feedback that we received from teachers was the fact that they like the fact that Chromebooks give them the ability to manage the classroom better versus having to manage a classroom where you have a mixed environment and you don't have the ability to manage what the students are doing. So that is a key factor in terms of why we like managed Chromebooks. It's also most compatible with instructional materials as we do adoptions. We're evaluating these instructional materials against their compatibility with Chromebooks. Needless to say, CAST assessments, all of those assessments from the state are 100% compatible with the Chromebooks. And in terms of overall ROI, especially with the policy change from Google, extending that life to 10 years, that is unheard of. That is not currently something that Microsoft or Apple is willing to contend with. So that is a key factor in why we're continuing to use Chromebooks in our district. Some goal opportunities and needs identified is the fact that we do have an aging fleet, right? We have more than half of our fleet that have expired, and then they will continue to expire as time goes on. But we have opportunities to pilot. One of the ideas that have been floated around is the option to provide our secondary students the ability to opt out. If they don't want a Chromebook, we don't have to issue them a Chromebook, right? And to pilot the ability of whether or not their own devices can be managed. One of the big sticking challenges is that if a student brings their own device from home, will they allow us to manage their personal device? Meaning that will it give our teachers the ability to see what they're doing from one pane of glass, the entire class, regardless if you're using a Chromebook or a Mac laptop or a Windows laptop. That's something that we have to pilot. And also a combination of training as well. And of course, finding sustainable funding for the student devices. Despite the fact that the Chromebook is more affordable than your Apple or Windows laptops, we still have to find funds that are available to have a sustainable model to ensure that our students have access to devices.
Yes. Excuse me, for the Chromebooks, do they offer anything like how Apple does the whole, hey, given trade in for a higher, like a new model, and then you get some credit for the old? Because 3,000 old Chromebooks is quite a number.
It is quite a number. And the last time we did an estimate from one of the providers that would be willing, I think it was like $1 a Chromebook.
Oh.
So needless to say, we're not the only district with a surplus of expired Chromebooks. There are many. And oftentimes they only offer that $1 if you decide to buy a new Chromebook through them. So it's kind of an incentive to kind of get the district to purchase more Chromebooks as well. Good question.
Students are still able to use the expired Chromebooks or no? Like it stops and we have to give them a new one? Or what?
So expired Chromebooks can still access the internet. However, they're not 100% compatible. So for example, one of the big questions we often get from families is that my student can't access iReady from home. And that's because the Chromebook has expired and is no longer getting updates that are compatible with iReady. However, they can still access email, they can still access, the Schoology.
So the student can bring it back and trade it out?
We provide a one-to-one at the middle and the high school. So for middle and high school students, they are not using expired Chromebooks. The only expired Chromebooks that are still in circulation would be devices that we distributed during COVID. And at the elementary level, they are still continuing to use it. So in essence, what our response would be, we no longer provide a one-to-one at the elementary level. Your student does have access to a non-expired working active Chromebook in the classroom. From home, however, you do have to either purchase your own Chromebook, or there is a federal program that allows us to issue a Chromebook if the student is willing to claim that they don't have access to the internet or to a device at home. So, good questions.
Do we have an analysis? So go back a couple of slides, that one, the 414 total. Do we have an analysis of how much time they're spending?
So I believe the system may have the ability to give us usage statistics on time per application. But I didn't want to present that here. It might be too much data, but I can definitely look into that and providing it to the board.
And then you mentioned that we're paying for some of this with ESSER funds, which will be ending. So at that point, the budget will need to absorb those costs.
So the ESSER funds have definitely funded our network switches and Wi-Fi. And a few years ago, we did utilize some ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds for Chromebooks, but we did not utilize ESSER 3 for devices. So correct. Moving forward, we do have to identify some sustainable funding models for Chromebooks.
And what are those costs then? And when do we need to start paying for them with monies that's not ESSER funds?
So we have to look at our aging fleet in terms of numbers of how many of those devices are expiring. The good news is because of that policy change in 10 years, When it was the 5-year model, we definitely was more willing to, for example, release that device and sell it at value to the family that's graduating, for example. But now that it's 10 years, we may bring them back and repurpose it through another cycle. So that also gives us an opportunity, which I didn't mention earlier, was that Google now has a line of Chromebook Plus devices rather than regular Chromebooks. And the advantage of a Chromebook Plus, which is why we're making a shift here in future years, is that we're, instead of looking at Dell that don't offer a Chromebook Plus model at this time, other manufacturers are, and they are higher performing. So they have a faster processor. A lot of the, for example, AI features that are being built into the hardware now are embedded in the hardware. So that will satisfy the need for students that are requesting a higher performing Chromebook.
So in terms of the E-rates and all of the network switches and all that infrastructure that we did over the last year and a half, when do we anticipate another big line item budget?
So because they are cloud managed, it is very much like a subscription model. So when we purchased the network cloud managed solution, Cisco Meraki, that came with a 5-year license. So it is now, we are in year 3 of that 5. So I would say in the next 2 years, we should identify some additional funding. Now, there is a difference between network infrastructure and usage devices. Federal E-rate money does help pay for network infrastructure. They call it Category 2. However, for network devices, there is no federal E-rate funding for devices.
And sorry, last question. With the increased use of devices, network, are we seeing higher utility and power costs associated?
Not so much that's affiliated with network infrastructure or devices. That was a major concern as we were looking at having carts in the classroom. But even the carts designed to distribute that charging time, they charge 1/3 at a time so that there's no huge surge in power pole. And then with secondary devices, what we found is that most of the students do charge them at home. They're not charging them on campus. So let's talk about support. So when I talk about support, often people think about technical support, but I think of it more as customer support. So one of the big shifts in terms of how we delivered technical or customer support was that pre-pandemic, most of our tech support was pretty much direct with faculty and staff. When we shifted into the pandemic, we had to transition very quickly. So we were providing technical and customer support directly to employees, plus students and families through multiple modes, through email, we implemented a new system that was capable of doing real-time chat. So when we came back to in-person instruction, we retained a lot of that customer service, right? We still provide technical support to our students and our families and our parents directly, in addition to providing support to our faculty and staff. But let's take a look at some metrics on how we're doing in terms of technical support. So over a period of the last 12 months, we have recorded 1,860 support tickets. Now, these are tickets that are just recorded. We unfortunately don't have data on requests that are not recorded in the system. But you can see that the majority of the tickets do come in the form of an email form. We are starting to see more requests come in directly through email. 25% of requests come in through email, a direct email. And then, of course, there's about 200 or so requests that come in because folks are either calling or, kind of like walking along the hallway and you're like, hey, I need help on this issue. And the technology staff are trained to make sure that those cases are recorded in the system. But overall, we have a very high success rate in terms of customer satisfaction, 99% customer satisfaction. And of course, because we have these systems in place, we do follow up on every single technical support case that is rated as bad. So that's very important for us in terms of customer service. And one thing I do want to mention is the majority, you see like a high number of requests that come in at the start of the school year. And as you move on throughout the year, it kind of drops off a little bit. And that's kind of the trend we do want to see. We don't want to see problems increase as you move on. And a lot of that is attributable to whether we implement changes in the summer or if there are new systems that are just simply coming online and folks have questions to address. So what are some of the highlights? I attribute a lot of the technical support high satisfaction due to our staffing ratios. We have excellent staffing ratios. We have one full-time equivalent at each of our school sites, and I attribute that to community support as well, with measures R&E providing us funding for technical support staff. We also implemented a number of key support systems that really allow us to utilize data to track customer service. So what are some of the goals? Some of our goals for future years could be implementing and piloting AI capabilities with technical support systems. So we are beginning to see a lot more integration with AI, where troubleshooting and finding solutions to problems are more automated. And we want to utilize that resource as it becomes more available. Another option is to look at possibly restoring the chat function. Folks do want to have immediate response, and that may be an opportunity for us to kind of shift our model of technical support delivery. So rather than someone submitting a request and then having one person at the school site kind of look at each of those individually, there are schools that do models where you centralize everything, and then if there's remote access, we can address that in real time. So that is a potential service model delivery that we are willing to explore. Security. So specifically with regard to cybersecurity, the K-20 industry, including higher ed, is definitely one of the highest targets for cybersecurity attacks. And we are no different, being a public K-12 school district. In the last 2 weeks alone, we had over almost 400 cybersecurity threats impact our network. And if you take a look at how we are responding to these cybersecurity threats, one of the key defenses that we have is something called endpoint protection. It's like antivirus for our individual devices. And as a metric, we constantly monitor this. Nearly 100% of our devices have endpoint protection. And that's really important in terms of just making sure that our individual devices are protected. And how do we compare to other organizations? Other organizations, they're like at 90 to 85%. So we are in a good state in terms of providing this layer of protection for our devices in terms of cybersecurity. Now, just because there's a threat doesn't necessarily mean there's a case. So when there are threats that create a potential case for us, this is our caseload in terms of responding to cybersecurity cases. So we partner with an organization called Securus 360 that provides us 24/7 monitoring of our cybersecurity infrastructure. And as you can see here, it fluctuates throughout the year. And then as you can see from the various cases, it goes from low to critical, right? So when there are critical cases, we do want to respond to those almost in real time. So this is a snapshot of the types of cybersecurity cases that we experience. So as you can see in June, it's not because nothing happens in June, it's because we just started. So some of the highlights, 100% of our faculty devices have endpoint protection. Our employees this year, actually, we have 100% of our employees on two-factor authentication. We are looking at the opportunity to implement two-factor for students. That doesn't mean that students are required to have a cell phone to receive a text message, but there are other types of two factors. So for example, when a student logs in with their password, if it is a suspicious login, they may be presented with 4 animal characters, and the student may decide, oh, that animal was my character. So it's that second additional factor that can provide that layer of protection. As I mentioned, we have 24/7 Security Operations Center as a service monitoring, detection and response to oversee our infrastructure. We also have cloud-based backups and disaster recovery. What that means is that our data sets are backed up, but they're not backed up physically on our schools. They're backed up in the cloud, so that should anything happen, whether it be fire or flood, the data is offsite and protected. And then we also have cloud-based disaster recovery, meaning that if we were to physically lose that device, we could spin up our data infrastructure in the cloud and still resume business operations. All of those details are in our disaster recovery business continuity plan. We also perform monthly vulnerability scans. We have coverage for cybersecurity insurance in working with our risk managers as well as our insurance companies. And as far as needs and goals, I already talked about two-factor for students, but one of the things that we plan to do in the future is to do a tabletop exercise, kind of run a drill in the event of a cybersecurity incident. So that is one of our priorities in future years. Training, yes.
About security, what about when devices are used and there's probably alarming things that are going on? Like, do you get a ping or something if someone's searching like suicide or like, is there data that reflects that or?
Yeah, so in regards to internet safety, we have a number of systems that address that. So GoGuardian Beacon is a tool, is one of the modules that's incorporated with our GoGuardian Admin and GoGuardian Teacher Suite that does notify various individuals when there is something that's threatening or a potential for harm. And one of the things that, and I will be talking a little bit about that as we get into integration, is that, as you can imagine, there are many, many threats that come in. And one of the challenges is actually just filtering through to identify those that are serious or require immediate attention. So one of the opportunities in the future is to look at a monitoring service that's provided through GoGuardian. It's called GoGuardian 24/7, where they have dedicated agents that will not just look at the alerts, but actually be a relay for us, an agent for us to respond to. So if they see something that's self-harm, suicidal, that requires immediate threats or immediate attention, they could be the nexus point to help connect that student to resources or be that connection to local law enforcement to respond. So that's GoGuardian 24/7. So training, we had a tremendous year of training and learning opportunities. We implemented SMUSD Tech Academy this year. In the fall, we offered over 20 various sessions in 6 different strands. And then at the latter part of spring, we implemented and provided training in terms of AI and how we can utilize AI for teaching. And as part of my contribution to the AI task force, LACO has developed some Gen AI guidelines for education. Those will be released before the end of June for all districts in LA County to benefit from. So in terms of what some of our next steps are, we want to look for opportunities to provide more training to our staff. That's one of the challenges, is actually finding time and incorporating those opportunities for our faculty and staff. But we have an opportunity to take a look at those responsible AI guidelines and work as a team, not in isolation, but to work as a team with our faculty and staff, with our administration, in terms of what is acceptable or not acceptable use of AI, because that can vary depending on your values, your culture as an organization. So that is something that we intend to move forward on in terms of identifying those responsible use guidelines for AI. And then, of course, we are very fortunate with the blessing of the school board to have a program and innovations fund where we can take an opportunity to pilot the AI tools. We're beginning to see more and more school districts incorporate this into their budget into the new year, where rather than just go ahead and purchase an AI tool for everybody to use, to pilot it with a particular classroom, a specific grade level or a department, and get some feedback before we implement school or district-wide. Finally, integration. How are we integrating the technology? I think I talked about all these different components, right? But the magic of how you're actually bringing that technology to life and actually applying it is even more important. So one of the key integration highlights that I want to mention is how we've been able to enhance our physical safety in our school district. We did leverage a federal grant to achieve a 100% cloud-based camera system that has tremendous reliability, increases collaboration, and provides us analytics, data for us to respond and plan into the future. We've also integrated our Catapult emergency management system, as well as implemented Zero Eyes gun detection technology. And all of this integration really allows us to embrace the collaboration with San Marino Police Department. So San Marino PD does have interfaces into all of these systems for us to create a much more enhanced physical safe school. So what are some opportunities moving forward? We are looking at some opportunities where we can further integrate into this safe environment by integrating our intercom systems, for example. It makes a lot of sense for us to take a look at what our current intercom systems are and integrate that. We're also looking at implementing some video laws, for example, at our school offices. And they're called smart video laws because in the past, you could walk into a location and see just a display like this and have multiple cameras, but that's all it's showing. It's just showing you all of the camera views, right? And the smart video displays, what they do is that they are able to analyze if there's an accident that has just happened, or if there's perhaps a number of students grouping together. It could be a fight, it could be someone slipping and falling. That video then automatically enlarges and will actually draw a box around it. And so that's why it's a smart video display. That's something that we would very much like to implement in our schools. And then pilot access control. We've been talking a lot about, as we look at our facilities needs, managing the keys is actually quite a sophisticated manual process. But if we have the capabilities to utilize digital keys, for example, it will allow us to better manage our system of keeping track of keys, having some data in terms of which doors or which areas have more or less access. That's very valuable data in terms of facilities planning. And then finally, again, AI. AI is touching every single aspect of our lives right now. And a lot of the AI capabilities that you see here are already built in to our new camera system, but they are continuing to expand. One of the key features that was just described last week and launched last week was the ability to search for video based on voice command. So if you can tell the Verkada system, oh, help me find that red SUV that was going more than 20 miles per hour in our parking lot. And that system will bring up that result almost in real time. So tremendous versus having to go through it manually and watch the videos and know which cameras to access. So that's a very exciting opportunity for us. And yes.
So you said that it would like highlight if something was happening. Does a notification then go to someone who's watching this, right? So who's watching the data?
Yeah, so that's a customization that can happen. So the system does have the capability if you set up alerts to say, if a particular person shouldn't be on campus, and we have a photo of that person and upload it into the system, it could alert certain individuals if that person were to appear in our cameras. So.
Could you do where you have all the people who are supposed to be on campus scanned, and then anyone who's not in there it's alerted? So just any stranger, basically.
You can. We've been piloting some of that facial recognition technology. It's not perfect, but it's typically used for creating potential persons of interest. And you could tag that person, for example, and the system would give us a historical from the last 30 days of where this person has been on our campus. Very powerful analytics. Yeah. The last area I want to talk about is our technology integration with media and communications. So needless to say, we have school websites. We've had constant contact for many years in terms of sending out mass notifications. Recently, we've implemented a tool called Social Pilot that allows us to integrate our social media presence a lot better. So rather than having one person post on one site and then having to go to another site, we now have the ability to post once and it'll push it out to the various social media channels. We've also continued the use of School News Roll Call, which is a nice publication that we release that gives us an opportunity to highlight and celebrate our successes. And then finally, as we wrap up this year, our pilot year for Parent Square, the Parent Square platform has been tremendous. It's really created us an opportunity to prioritize school to home communications. And there's a tremendous opportunity for us to expand that even further. So as we look at ParentSquare, not only does it do a really good job of sending communications via text, mobile app, as well as email to our families, we can also expand the use of ParentSquare through classroom messaging. One of the challenges last year, for example, was the deprecation of Shutterfly, right? That was a tremendous negative impact to our elementary families because a lot of the photos are shared through Shutterfly. So ParentSquare could be one of those potential solutions for us to expand in the our partnership with the PTA. ParentSquare also provides us the opportunity to utilize some volunteering and sign-up functions. I'm really excited about the fact of utilizing forms and permission slips to eliminate a lot of the paper. There's also payment features that are built into ParentSquare, and of course, automatic notifications. So they call it smart alerts that we can begin to use in ParentSquare as a goal. And then finally, our ability to have an elevated presence online is very important. And one of the things that a key metric last week when we shared out the news coverage of our SMHS robotics team, it was surprising to me that within a 3-day period, we had over 1,500 views. You know, that is a tremendous metric to achieve. And I'd like to see our district have the capability to sustain that, because it's really a missed opportunity if we don't utilize the technology to get that marketing as well as a promotion of successes moving forward. So one of the potential goals could be to develop and promote coverage, as well as develop those engaging content and stories for the SMUSD community. So that covers the 6 areas in terms of technology, data, and for goal setting. Be happy to answer any questions. Yes.
I have one about security. I don't know if I'm making this memory up, but is there like a button at the school sites where they push it and all the doors lock? No, we don't have
Go
that.
ahead.
Currently, we do not have the capability to press a button and to lock all the doors. However, some of our locations do have panic buttons that would notify our local law enforcement.
Regarding ParentSquare, so it was rolled out mid-year and there's been some inconsistent application across sites of how they're used. Some of the sites use them extensively for just communication from the principal. Some of them, the sites become blasts from multiple people. And it's kind of at a point where you're not really, you have to really like train yourself to just pay attention, not pay attention to it. Are there policies around who's sending out ParentSquare notifications, how it's used, how it's not used? Because sometimes we're just getting a lot of pings in a day.
Yeah, that's a good point. And really, in essence, that's why we called it a pilot, because we want to encourage use and adoption of the tool. And as you stated, some school sites have much higher levels of adoption. I wouldn't say abuse, but you know, they're definitely using a lot more. So then becomes the point that we should be looking at guidelines, communications guidelines, in terms of how this tool can be used more effectively.
So for the long term, for the school district, as you know, the IT technology continue to improve. I think especially you know, this week they come out a lot of new things. But what is your thought? Because right now we are going to we are thinking the direction go to the bond if we approve. So what is your department, IT department, what the job before the bond? We need to invest the money to improve what the other things at the bond. As the CTO, what is your vision?
Well, I think 2 important points that are essential in terms of what technology can do in terms of fostering understanding of the bond. One is just looking at communications and getting the word out in terms of what our needs are. Because I think that with technology, there's a tremendous opportunity for us to get good information out, as well as facts that can, technology can provide that option. And then two, as a CTO, I'm concerned about our needs in terms of facility needs in regards to technology. So as I mentioned before, a lot of things are inside the walls that we don't see. But being in technology, I do become aware when an entire wing goes down, for example, and it's because the cable cracked and it's aging. So we are having to respond to a lot of reactive types of issues, versus it would be nice to be able to proactively address them and have a plan and say, well, in the next 5 years, this fiber for this school building will be addressed. So those are the two things that I envision our district in terms of utilizing technology in regards to the bond, is to enhance communication and also to address the aging plant, our aging facilities.
I have a question about integration, kind of furthering what you were talking about, how to leverage social media to, in a sense, grow more awareness to the San Marino community. Because a lot of what I see in today's presentation, which is great, by the way, is about sustaining our current customers, like staff and parents and students. But are there plans to utilize that social media to garner more interest from people that are looking at schools and bringing more people in? And I say this because I've spoken with a lot of new families, some that have just recently joined Huntington or coming in, and they would tell me that, you know, they've done a lot of research prior to moving from China or wherever to decide on San Marino. And right now, looking at our YouTube channel, like there's 305 subscribers. How is there like a plan for us to kind of leverage that, like the most recent robotics video, to increase that so that the public is aware of, besides the academics that San Marino has, all of the great programs we have, to just attract more enrollment in that sense?
Absolutely. I mean, I think as a district, we should take a close look at that opportunity to centralize and promote and market all the positive things that are happening.
Yeah.
And we are transitioning towards that. However, it's still a little segmented, right? So when you take a look at the district YouTube channel, a lot of it is just board meetings and maybe a couple of recordings of our musicals, right? But I think it's an opportunity for us to take a look at this particular goal
like that part right
of having persistent online marketing, just having a centralized channel where we can bring all of the great things that are happening at the school sites. For example, the media arts program, they generate a lot of positive content. If we can consolidate and bring that together into one, we can definitely highlight the district better.
One of the things that we were exploring, as I mentioned earlier, is the potential to have a student internship program connected to a CTE pathway on broadcast journalism and communications. And that could tie to a public information officer or a communications coordinator or some position in the future that is coordinating all of the district's communications and bringing all of those important pieces together for us. We have a person in the community that we're talking with. We also have several companies that we're exploring that are going to provide assistance during our bond campaign potentially to help us with communications, marketing, and public relations. But the model that Arcadia Unified has is one that I hope to explore in the future, and getting students who can serve internships under the direction of a communications coordinator or a person like that, centrally, who can help to elevate social media by going out to the schools, taking pictures, interviewing students, maybe at the younger grade levels, teachers, posting pictures of really fun, fabulous events, visual performing arts programs, sporting events, that kind of thing. Our media arts program has a little bit of that right now, but Arcadia does a really good job of getting students engaged in that level of communication, but it would be done under a professional who really understands what works and what doesn't work, and how to get our name out there, how to really brand our district, how to have the KCAL News and CBS News notice San Marino. That has a lot to do with the relationships
that some of these professionals have with news media. And the, the person that we're talking to who happens to be a former PIO at a very well-known college in Los Angeles, she's connected to these people, right? Pasadena Star News was at our board meeting taking photographs, and that's because of her connection and her relationships with the media. That's really, really important, I think, in terms of being able to market our programs. And Arcadia attributes a lot of their recent success to just that, the communications program that they have there. And the fact that even on niche, they're, showing up as a premier school district. They're not declining in enrollment in Arcadia. And I think a lot of that has to do with reputation, branding, marketing, public relations, and really getting your name out there. And so we are looking at all of those things, talking about all of those things weekly in our executive team meetings and trying to figure out how we can make that work at a time when we have not a lot of resources to be able to put something that sophisticated together quickly, but also at a time when the state has a budget crisis that is impacting us, and we're very cognizant and very aware of that being an impediment to us being able to go out and do all these wonderful things that we know we need to be able to do to elevate our district. But I want you to know that we are thinking about and planning and working on that and really looking at it from all angles to try to see what we can do. Instead of saying we can't do this, we can't do that. We want to look at opportunities for success. That's what we're looking at.
Okay, so I have 3 little questions, and I'll just ask them first and then you answer. So first is, so are you satisfied with the service capacity to each of to our sites? And then Parent Square, are you going to continue it? I liked it personally. I liked how, like if my daughter's on a different team, the coach Parent Squares. And so as a parent, I feel like it's very important that you are monitoring coach communication with your students, because it's redundant, but I think it's a safety issue too. So I liked it, and it's cool that you can pick a team and not broadcast. At first I thought it was going to be everything was like district wide. That's crazy. But and then the last just comment is sort of piggybacking onto what Joanna said. I think just in thinking about what she's saying with the young families, our families are getting younger and younger and going to social media first for a lot of information. And we have to do a better job. I think we're doing a pretty good job, and being really intentional in our messaging, in the sense of like, our aim is to bring more families and more awareness and more information that's like solid information as far as posting application dates and things like that. So
Right. Yeah, we agree.
I'll answer the easier question, which is
Yeah.
Parent Square. Yes, we are continuing Parent Square. And in regards to whether or not I am happy with our capacity, I believe in continuous improvement. So there's always room for improvement. So regardless of where we're at, although we have very high metrics in terms of capacity, we still have to plan ahead. We have to look forward. So when I'm thinking about network infrastructure, I'm thinking 10, 20 years down the line. And in regards to our opportunities to enhance our social media presence, again, continuous improvement. We do have some limited resources. I wish we had more resources, but I believe the vision is clearer compared to how it was perhaps 5 or 10 years ago. It's much clearer now where we need to go in terms of PR as well as marketing.
The old issue, I think probably already gone, but for first day packaging issue through the internet. So right now is smoothly, right?
Well, we've had the first aid packet for 10 years. I still remember that transition. 20 years ago, it was a literal packet.
Yeah. So
And,
what happened?
So
23 to 24.
So we are still in the window in terms of taking requests for modifying and revising items in the first aid packet, but it is a very smooth operation at this time. But we are also looking at continuous improvement in terms of ways to equitably include items that are in the first aid packet. So as you may know, the first aid packet has over 100 items, donation items in it. So it's a fairly large packet. So we want to work closely with all of our educational partners, whether that's schools, PTAs, or our boosters and VAPA. Those are all partners that we will work together with to find the best solution to maximize the benefit for our district.
How about if the parent they give donation or they pay the money, how the IT coordinate with what is that way accounting or what?
So I work very closely with accounting, but I attest that I am the one person that does go into the first aid packet to make those changes, and I work closely with Power School, which provides the platform to do the first aid packet. But I coordinate that project, and as I transition, I intend to work closely with our Director of Technology on that transition to ensure that it's a smooth one.
Dr. Choi, we've touched quite a bit on, safety, the management side, social media, the presence, and a number of safety issues and lots of components of technology. One of the areas that I want to hear from you is, when we go to these computer science conferences, right? Oftentimes you hear how, yes, our San Marino kids, our other school district kids are prepared. They are avid learners. They do know how to learn. One of the weaknesses they're still citing is that computer science piece, right? Depending on what area you go. So it doesn't matter if you're going into education, you're going into business, economics, accounting, you still need that ability to, whether it's coding, whether it's whatever, it's that ability to think, right? And a different language almost. How are we doing in that area? We're looking at preparing our kids for that next level.
That is a big question. And, I think
That's why I gave it to you.
I think fundamentally, we are educating our students to develop critical thinking skills, which lays the foundation for things like computer science. And in recent news, you start hearing, because of the implementation of AI, what is the direction of computer science because of the impact of AI? And you hear on one side that it's more important than ever, right? Because a lot of the AI models are built on computer science. And then you also hear the other side, which is, well, because you have AI, you don't have to develop a lot of the more manual intricacies of computer science. So I think that is yet to be determined. I think fundamentally, we need to focus on a lot of the essential foundations of critical thinking skills. That'll be more important than ever, whether it's computer science or AI or what comes after AI. The critical thinking skills will continue to be one of the most important skills to have.
Well, I think that depends on in the campus how much you can motivate the student. Yeah, that besides even curriculum develop the new computer course. Yeah. I give you my personal experience of my son in the high school, because he joined the Titan tier, sure. So he's the one, in charge for the IT. So he been several years in IT, and then that benefit beneficial to him. And right now he is still in charge of the IT, even in the medicine. Yeah, so I always appreciate, without a technician serving for technical editor, I don't think he can go to that direction, yeah.
I agree. I think a lot of the programs that we offer are opportunities to develop things like critical thinking skills, to develop leadership skills. All of those are very important. And regardless if that program is Titan Shield or a medical arts program, we should incorporate those critical thinking skills, leadership skills into those programs.
Great questions. And great presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Torrey.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. So I'd just like to take a poll and see if anybody would like a brief break before Dr. Richter launches into her presentation. Are we ready to get started with her? Okay, Dr. Richter, you want that? Thank you so much.
I think a little, like 2-minute bathroom. break.
Yeah, okay,
Comfort
2
break.
minutes while she gets.
Yeah.
Comfort break.
Yeah, what's the name?
Same name.
Whoa, careful.
Thank you, thank you.
I did a quick search. I did want to mention La Cañada actually has 17 subscribers versus our 304. So good job there.
Are you okay if I stand here?
Yes, got a cabinet over there. Oh, yeah, I can see, yeah.
Compounded interest, yeah, that's right. Okay, that's to give it back to her. Oh my gosh.
No, it's true. I know how to charging me for going too long.
I just memorized it.
Yes.
I know you do, yeah, I know you're a very, very well educated, bright individual.
What did it say? I was kind of.
Okay.
You know, that.
17.
17.
Oh.
We have 304.
Yeah. All right, that makes me so happy, thank you. All right. Better than that.
It's like you're like coming down on that.
Yeah, and they have record communication?
Do they?
Oh, my goodness.
You know what we need is a TikTok, and we need something to go viral on
We need a
TikTok, and then you
TikTok,
can, and then you can repost it on Instagram. That's what I was say, things don't go viral on
So
Instagram.
like,
You have to
I
go
don't
to
like
TikTok and bring it to
you know, it's like.
Yeah.
Because viral brings even more subscribers.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny.
They don't have our
Was it
all.
last night on the news or the night before in England, there was a cheese contest where you roll.
Oh, cheese rolling.
Cheese rolling.
Yes, and you roll it down the hill?
The reason why they done would do that.
Up or down? Down.
And the woman won twice, in 2 consecutive years. She had 23.
Right, yeah.
How do they do it?
They run down and then they just roll.
They're just rolling.
Like my body hurt just watching it.
Right?
It was crazy.
And they get like this 9-pound kind of round circular thing of cheese.
But,
That's so funny. But I
yeah,
can't
and
remember
so
the
after, if we had some.
Roll.
Yeah,
I'll be the cheese rolling contest, like across Huntington Drive.
The incline should be very, very like, yeah. Oh my God, I just saw that. and I thought that was
Yeah.
crazy.
Weird.
Let's all take
Yeah.
Physical. Cheese rolling? Yeah. I think I remember hearing about that.
Well, they roll the cheese down and then everyone just follows it. And the first person to get, I mean, it was just insane.
That's like what the internet was created for, right? So you can watch cheese rolling content.
Made the news. I'm like, really?
Yeah, exactly. And they do that. And they have the capacity to be able to do that. So it's a successful model. It's really fun.
Oh. Maybe I can into the rest of it.
I wanna see you do this. I have all your lawyers.
I had to take it, yeah, okay. You need to go too? Oh, yeah, go. Okay.
Long
This is,
presentation.
no, it's gonna, she's gonna go till 3. So we're gonna wrap up at 3 today,
How about after this?
but we're done.
Oh,
Unless you
not
wanna,
a Presentation?
I did the team building this morning and I've been working with this team all year, yeah. I'm giving you data on instruction, business, human resources, technology.
So this, Lena's our last one.
Our last one today, yes. And then I was gonna ask the board, because one board member said they would, like to just dive right into goal building, but, and goal setting. I think there's a couple of activities they're gonna wanna do with you beforehand. But we don't necessarily need to do all the, get to know each other, because the board already knows one another. So we can skip all of the icebreakers if you want, and just get down to brass tacks tomorrow. So we can get out of here at 3, but that's up to the board, because it's really important for us to see.
That's with the other consultants?
Yeah,
tomorrow?
with Sandy Lyon, Dr. Lyon and Dr.
So tomorrow we start, at 8:30 or 9?
I think we want everybody to be here at 8:30. So we can start promptly at 9. And just start working it through the day.
We're scheduled to end tomorrow with,
3, I believe, right, Jen? 3 o'clock tomorrow?
Between 3 and 4.
Between 3 and 4, it just depends on, we can go all the way to 4, but it just depends on how quickly we can get through.
Yeah.
I can try and end 3. Oh, no, we're talking about tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, and then so 12:30 to 1, you'll be here, gone.
Yeah, but my meeting is over.
Yeah, right, okay. So I think that's during our lunch time, right? Okay.
Did you double book?
Huh?
Did you
Yeah.
double book?
No, actually,
Already here?
actually, the triple.
You triple booked?
Yeah.
Then before I had to go
Is it just-
CSC, yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna do our best, yeah. And you guys are a pretty sophisticated group and, you know the drill. This is not your first barbecue, so you should be able to get through this pretty quickly tomorrow.
Yeah, because if you look at kids that are in careers now, I'm telling you, that's what they're saying to me. I have.
I did email the board a copy of the presentation because some of the slides are relatively small. But so I do want you to be able to zoom in case you would like to look at the data a little bit closer towards the end of the presentation.
Yes.
When did you send it?
Is that this morning?
That's what.
Did I not include you? I don't think I got it. Did you send it?
I did.
I didn't get anything.
Was an invitation to. Yeah, through Canva. Did you get it? No.
Oh, Canva user via Leonard Richter. Ah, yeah. Now that you say Canva, yes. Now that you said Canva, yes, I did get it.
Canva?
Yeah, so look for an invitation from Canva.
I love Canva. Did all my crisis signs in Canva because the program is copied up spreadsheet from it, did a new one, so it's all formatted, like the branding is
Oh,
same across.
Okay, I think we're just waiting for Joanna, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not able to open it, but.
Absolutely, and that's what.
So Dr. Wolf said they're all there. Jane, if you wanted to go by and drop them off there, you can, or you can just bring them.
Oh, okay. Look, how are they there till today?
I think till 3.
I probably won't make it then.
But by the way, anyone already been here for Japanese?
Well, see, I was thinking too.
Well, the data.
Well,
I just took a sneak peek.
Oh,
really?
It's the same data. It has one behind, like a
I
chair or
can't open
something.
it.
I mean, and find it there, but ask them.
I can't open the
That one I
camera.
took because
Forbidden.
I had it in my bag.
Yeah,
forgot my-
well,
There it is.
well, I know, but when I try to open it, Canva, when I try to open it, Canva.
Let's see. Share permission.
I'll have to ask him where he found it. because
Hold
I know
on.
exactly what
Let's see.
charge.
Oh, what, maybe I, maybe it will.
Okay, refresh and try now.
Did you send it to
I
my
just changed the permission.
other email deposit?
To board at smusd.us.
I have it. You did.
I don't have it.
Yeah, let me share the link. Maybe it's a different link after the sharing.
Yeah.
Can you see?
He's messing with the settings.
Yeah, no, I need you to do that.
I'm not on it.
I log out.
It's such a nice day outside.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and. Dr. Mitchell, thank you. President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Delatorre, and our amazing cabinet as well. I'm proud today to share a little bit about educational services and talk about some of the programs and initiatives that we have implemented and enhanced, not only this last year, but over the last couple of years, that directly align to our board priorities as well as the superintendent's vision and fall under the umbrella of all of the district direction, vision, priorities, and mission. I'm also going to share a little bit about student performance data. This is going to be a little review from what I've shared at previous board meetings, but I think it really gives us an idea and captures the essence and the proficiency of where we are as a school district. So I'm going to start with, first of all, universal design for learning. Universal Design for Learning is an initiative that we started about 4 years ago when I first came to San Marino Unified School District. It was started by my predecessor in educational services, and it's such a valuable program that we prioritized it and wanted to make sure that we sustained this, I shouldn't say program, but this instructional approach so that we are meeting the needs of every student in our district. Universal Design for Learning is a very fancy word, but it really is how we are differentiating instruction so that we are meeting the ability levels of all students, as well as how we are allowing students to express their learning or their mastery of what they are learning. So we are in year 3 with our partnership at LACO. They have been a very dedicated partner. They have come to us and supported us with professional development and guidance for our principals. All schools are involved with Universal Design for Learning, all for elementary, middle school, and high school. It really focuses on engagement, representation, and expression. And this goes back to what I mentioned earlier, was how we are presenting information to our students so it is comprehensible to every type of learner, and how students are expressing what they have learned. Right now, where we are is all 4 of our schools are engaging in instructional rounds. What does that mean? That means that they are going from classroom to classroom to look at best practices. What are they doing well, and what do they need to improve on? They are creating an instructional focus. For 24-25, we are not going to continue our partnership with LACO because based on the feedback from our principals, they feel, sorry, I'm a little nervous. They feel that they are able to sustain it enough. They have received the foundational knowledge and skills necessary to continue this in the upcoming school year. Right now, we are looking at cross-grade level and cross-school articulation. What does that mean? That means instead of going from classroom to classroom at each school, they're looking at going across schools. from elementary to middle school, from middle school to high school. So this is where we are with universal design for learning. Positive.
So what happen if
Sure.
they are not unified school district? How they can know the school district only like a high school, they don't have a elementary school.
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Chang? I'm sorry, I didn't.
I said the some of school district is not a unified school district, so they don't have a three level.
So how does you
Correct.
work in that system if it's just a high school district?
Oh, if it's just a high school district, they would go from high school to high school. It doesn't have to be for unified school districts. This is universal design for learning, which means the instruction is provided in a universal way so that every student, regardless of ability level, can access the information and show that show their learning of what the instruction was. So whether they're an only elementary district, whether they're a K-8 district, or whether they're just a high school district, it doesn't matter. Universal design for learning is just the fancy word for the instructional approach. Does that help answer the question? Okay, perfect. So the next thing that we're very proud of is for year 3, we are in positive behavior interventions and supports. Now, this has really been formally adopted at the elementary level. However, middle school and high school are also utilizing many of the vital components of PBIS to establish campus behavioral student expectations while on campus. And if you've been on the Valentine and Carver campus, you have seen an atmosphere of PBIS and positive words, positive phrases, positive expectations that are really sprinkled throughout the entire campus. In 23-24, it was full implementation. After 3 years of professional development, both campuses have fully implemented, and it is self-sustained PBIS programs at both those elementary schools. In fact, as a result of their hard work, this past year, Carver and Valentine received the bronze recognition for PBIS implementation. And this year, we have submitted for silver recognition. So we're very excited to see if we will receive that recognition. That should come sometime in September.
Recognition by whom?
By the PBIS County Department, not through LACO. Because it is such a valuable program to our school systems, and each year they dive into a different tier, we just deepen the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports. We're going to continue another year with our partnership at LACO for Carver and for Valentine. Any questions on PBIS? Yes,
Do we pay for that
we do. It's about $4,500.
for all of our schools?
Yes.
And then you said we're not using it at the middle school and high school, or?
We are not currently using it at the middle school and high school, but it is something that they are, they're extracting the salient components of it and utilizing it on campus. But the full formal implementation is really done at Valentine and Carver.
So like giving a good foundation of expectations,
Correct.
basically, and then it matriculates up.
Correct. Mhm. Now, in looking through a teacher lens and the limited amount of resources we have, we don't want to add anything else to our teachers and to our school sites because we know they have enough already. But restorative practices is something that we brought in last year, and it really complements and is embedded in PBIS. It's the next natural phase of PBIS. So it's a very seamless transition to pull in restorative practices and bring it in to complement all the work that has already been done with PBIS. However, restorative practice is district-wide. It's not only focused on elementary. So we are in year 2. We have a partnership with Karen Yunker. She is an expert in restorative practices and restorative circles. She is a former teacher, 6th grade teacher, and she has years and years of experience in running restorative practices, providing professional development in restorative practices in many, many school districts in California. So we're very honored that she was willing to join our district. Last year in 2022-23, we had a staff cohort from every school. We had about 8 to 10 teachers from every school. It was offered as a voluntary cohort. So we had representation from all 4 schools, and it was great. It ran for the entire year. This past year, we offered what we call a training of trainers cohort. And it really was to provide an opportunity for teachers to receive full training and being an expert in running restorative circles. Carver, we had 15 teachers in that cohort. Valentine, we had 9. HMS, we had 7. And at the high school, we had 6. And this is very impressive because at the high school, we still had a large number of teachers that were willing to join that. And it's hard because in high school and middle school, as you know, you have 6 different periods. So the teacher has 5 different classes. In June 2024, we are inviting Karen Yunker to come to our leadership summit to also train our administrators and our entire leadership team. Because restorative practices is not just for students. It's not just to help students build community and teachers build community, but it's also important for us as leaders to support that work that's being done at the school site and build community within our own departments. And so we're excited to invite her. I think it's on June 6th, she'll be joining us. And then we've been in discussions with Mr. Care at the high school. And our goal is to also provide training for our high school ASB and middle school ASB. They are seen as the leaders on campus. And so we really want to provide them with the training as well, so that they can support the work that's being done with restorative practices on campus to further build community.
How long for the training?
For
Summer.
the summer,
ASB,
it's 1 full day,
1 full day.
1 full day.
So, the beauty behind all of these integrative, practices is that through Universal Design for Learning, we're really, intentional about our special ed students, as well as our English language learners, as well as how we see the whole child, right? And so with that, integrated with PBIS, positive behavior intervention and support, I love the fact that we are really developing, because going from bronze to silver right now, and then you have the data for it, as well as that whole culture shift, that whole climate culture shift within the campuses as we develop to capacity our staff, not only the teachers, but our support staff, as well as our administrators, because that really speaks to how we're going to be restorative, be in many ways building up leadership within our different levels, because all means all, right? And so when we're able to restore our relationships, whether it's between staff members, whether it's between teacher and students, there is this intentional work grounded in the goals that we had the last 2 years, that culture of service, that addressing the needs of the students, meeting them where they are. So the work that you guys are doing on these programs is really important, because that's the foundation of where we're going. And that's how kids know that we care about them, that, oh, well, you did make a mistake, here's how we're going to move forward. And so that's the way that we're going. It's really exciting to see.
Absolutely, and we couldn't do that without the vision of our board. It really does align directly to the board goal and creates an environment, a learning environment that's not only conducive to every learner, but that's also safe. So students do feel comfortable to make mistakes and still feel like they're part of the community. And it also builds the inclusivity, not only for students who come from different backgrounds or different abilities, but for students who may be, to allow students to be understanding of others as part of a whole. And I think that's really, really important. It focuses on relationship building and a sense of belonging. And that's very important for us, as we've seen through our Cal School survey. relationships are everything. And when students feel safe at school and they feel like they belong, then they're healthy enough to learn. And I think that's really, really important. So the work of restorative practices and PBIS really complement each other and lay that foundation to build a system like that in an instructional environment. So the next thing I want to talk about is our expansion of our Mandarin dual language immersion program. We have had an exceptional first year of our inaugural MDLI, Mandarin Language Dual Immersion Program at Carver with kindergarten. Full implementation, full retention, nothing but positive praise from our parents and our teachers. And to walk into the classroom and to see the excitement of our students learning English in one classroom and then learning Mandarin in another classroom is invaluable. We are really fortunate. We got the ball rolling early this year. We have already hired our first grade teacher. We were talking earlier how important it is to have someone join our San Marino Unified team that has experience. We're fortunate that our first grade teacher comes with 14 years of Mandarin dual language immersion instruction experience. And so we're very fortunate she's joining our team. We've already set in our orders to purchase our curriculum, so everything will be ready for the start of the school year. We're going to continue with our 50-50 model, which means 50% of the day the students are learning English. Those same students for the other 50% of the day will be learning Mandarin. High retention, high enrollment. Our classroom is pretty much full for kindergarten for the 24-25 school year. And all of the students in kindergarten this year will be matriculating into first grade next year. So we're very excited about that. We're very intentional about providing opportunities for our dual language immersion instruction teachers, but not letting them be fragmented from all the other teachers. Dual language immersion is not a school within a school. It is part of the school. So they collaborate with the entire team. The kindergarten dual immersion teacher collaborates with the non-dual immersion teachers. Same for the English teacher. So it's a very close-knit grade level, and the same will be for grade 1. We went to NABE this past year, and it was very validating to see all of the different professional development sessions that they offered with regards to what we have done over the past year. And so our team, after visiting NABE, have decided to put in our proposal to present at next year's NABE's conference. So will we be accepted? Hopefully, but we don't know. Our proposal goes in by the end of June, so we're excited about that because we think we've built an incredible program with the direction of our superintendent, our amazing staff, our principals, our teachers. And so we're very excited to share our success with the rest of the state. So hopefully let's cross our fingers. Yes.
Quick question. Did the applications go up for this incoming kindergarten class from last year's?
Absolutely, yes. It started March 1st.
No, there are more people who applied.
Yes, this year we had more than last year.
And then, are you gonna ever be looking at adding another section or no, we're gonna keep it just manageable at one?
We would love to add another section. That's definitely a conversation. We'd have to look at facility, like space. We'd have to look at community interest. I know there's a lot of interest in possibly a Spanish dual immersion. And so we really would have to go out to our community again, survey our community and see what the needs and the interests are, as well as look at space and the impact it would have on the campus. Absolutely.
For the grade 1, is it going to be the same as you had it in kindergarten where they go, there's 2 different classrooms and one goes in English and then the other goes in Chinese and then they switch?
Yes, that would be the same, the 50-50 model.
So we hired a new Chinese Mandarin speaking teacher and then we're using another teacher we already had to do the other one?
Yes, so we've hired a Mandarin teacher with 14 years of experience and a current Carver teacher is picking up the English side of the program. Mrs. Gill, did you have a question?
I did, but I forgot.
Okay, we can come back to it.
I will remember probably in 2 seconds.
No worries. So we're very excited to see the success of this program and we're looking forward to having this program grow at least through the end of elementary, but we're really excited to see it get to 3rd grade because we'd love to see the achievement of our students who are in dual language immersion, because all of the research strongly supports that they do as well as not, if not better than students who are not in dual immersion.
That was exactly my question, how long the program goes. I mean, can we keep following it up through middle school or no?
That would be our goal. Right now, our sights are set on at least till the end of 5th grade. We want to strengthen the program as it goes, and then probably in a year or two, start looking at what that could look like at middle school, because it's going to be a little bit different because you have periods, 5 periods in
Yeah,
middle school.
You can't do 50-50 there.
Right, it would be very
Did
different.
it start to change to like the 90-10, or isn't that something?
It wouldn't change into the 90-10. It might just be where it would be a self-sustaining class. So we'd have to go out and look at all the other school districts to see how they have done it at the secondary level to really build a program, not only that would support the secondary course schedule, but also would work for us and our needs in San Marino Unified.
So from what I know, other school districts, they stop at 5th grade. So those like that go to middle school.
It's
Yeah.
the easiest way to integrate, obviously. 'cause
yeah.
it's One teacher
So
for the most part.
So in our district, the district I work at, it goes all the way up to the high school. Our challenge, we learned a lot from our experience initially by putting bilingual education. That was years ago when we had bilingual education. Now with dual language immersion, the challenge has always been the hiring of the qualified teachers, because starting in 3rd grade, you've got the SBAC testing. And with that, the curriculum matters. Before 3rd grade, you're still learning to read and you're reading for enjoyment. But by 3rd grade, you're now reading, not learning to read, but reading to learn, right? The content and the material. And so with that being said, the challenges just in terms of the qualifications and the hiring, because we couldn't get enough bilingual teachers to teach math, science, and the upper grade subject content areas. And that's why a lot of school districts stop at 5th, but we've gone all the way up to the high school now. It can be done, but we have a huge building out of the bilingual, and they have it both in Mandarin and Spanish.
Right, yes.
We are very lucky because our name is Marino. So when we recruit a teacher, a lot
We
of,
have some of our
yeah,
teachers.
lot of candidate they want to.
Yes.
Even they already work for other school for years, they
Yes.
still want to come, yeah.
When we interviewed, we had a very, very strong pool of candidates. It was very nice to have that strong pool.
Sure.
Yes, we planted that seed. But yes, when you go into secondary, it looks a lot different because now you're running into, single subject versus multiple subjects, class size, you probably will have a smaller class size. So there are many things to look at. And like Alhambra, there are a few other school districts that have taken it all the way through high school. That would be wonderful because then we can have our students graduate with a seal of biliteracy, a state seal of biliteracy as well. And so there are many options. And of course, our job is to do the homework to see if we can build that program. Research shows that it takes 5 to 7 years to be proficient and literate in a second language. And so at least going up to 5th grade, we'll be able to give our students that opportunity, if not middle school. Diagnostic assessments. Believe it or not, we are starting in 24-25 year 4 of iReady. It flew by. So we are renewing a new 3-year contract starting in the fall with iReady for our students in grades K through 5. As you know, they're assessed in English language arts and in math. We've got a lot of positive feedback from our teachers about the assessment itself and the data that it provides. We're hearing that it is useful not only in the classroom, for interventions, for small group instruction, but also when you have conversations, when you hold SSTs or parent meetings or parent conferences. So it's extremely valuable. And that is why we're renewing it again for another 3 years. 3 administrations per year, one in the beginning of the year, one in the middle of the year, and one at the end of the year, so that we can catch those students early who may need a little additional support and give those students who need enrichment a different approach to instruction as well. So we're not only looking at the students who need remediation, but students who are working at or above grade level. How are we challenging them? What are we doing? We are continuing to offer professional development. We are offering at the beginning of the year for new teachers on August 9th, I believe it is, that Friday, professional development for iReady, as well as for NWEA, which we'll see for grades 6 through 12, so that the new teachers that we're bringing aboard understand the program and understand how to navigate the program and how to administer it for their students and the benefits of the diagnostic assessment. This year, we're excited that we launched NWEA and IXL. NWE, thank you so much. NWEA is the diagnostic assessment for grades 6 through 8 in English language arts and in math. We had to bring on IXL because NWEA does not have the personalized learning path. We can partner with like Khan Academy or any other program to complement the diagnostic assessment, but IXL was a personalized learning path in English language arts and math that we were already using in San Marino Unified. So the transition of bringing this to all students in grades 6 through 12 was a seamless one. So the diagnostic is NWEA, and the personalized learning path, they speak to each other. So once the student takes the diagnostic, that information is fed into IXL, and it sets the academic learning course for that student based on the diagnostic assessment. We signed a 3-year contract. This year was year 1, and next year we'll start year 2. This year we only did 2 assessments, but starting in the fall, we'll be doing 3, just like for iReady. We've received a lot of interest in the science diagnostic, and I think that's very important for us to look at, because when we looked at our science scores over the past few years, we want them to be higher. So if we can bring in a science diagnostic to help support our students in the area of science at all levels, 6th grade through 12th grade, I think that's going to be very instrumental and beneficial. So that's something that we are definitely looking at. This is very exciting for us. Tutor.com. Tutor.com is through Princeton Review, and it's a tutoring opportunity that we are going to provide to every single student in the San Marino Unified School District, grades K through 12. It's offered 24/7 throughout the year. We signed a 1-year contract. As you can see, it's going to start August 1st through May 31st, 2025. And then we're going to suspend it for the summer months, so we can really maximize that 1-year contract for when school starts up again. It will go from August 1st to September 30th. Now, this tutoring service is offered to all students, all grade levels, K through 12, across all subject areas. It also offers an essay writing support tutor, which is great. So students can write an essay, they can turn it in, the tutor will read it and send back, provide the student feedback. They're not grading it, they're just providing feedback. Yes.
Will that cut off before finals though? We get out the 6th. So I feel like that's a critical week.
A 10-month contract or a 12-month?
Yes, we can extend that. There's flexibility in that.
I mean,
Yeah, because school ends on the 6th, that's right. So we will have to extend that. Absolutely.
they're like, what? It
It's a
disappeared.
10-month contract? 10
It's a
months?
12-month contract.
Oh, that's a 12-month?
Yeah.
Does they provide college essay support? Because a lot of students will work on their college essays in the summer,
It can, absolutely.
but if we're suspending it in the summer, they won't have access.
Well, no, they won't have it during the summer. They won't have it during the summer. And the reason we chose not to do it in the summer was because students are really not in session during the summer. And so we felt like the need for that, based on our conversations with the principals, was really to have it while school was in session.
Right, except for the kids who are doing college essays.
Yeah.
They all work on it in the summer. I don't know if it's possible to only do limited users.
Well, we can absolutely look into that. They're very, very flexible and easy to work with.
So maybe allowing the rising seniors, like, I mean, everyone I know, the first thing school ended and we all went home and said, so when are you gonna start working on your
On your
essay?
essay? We could, yeah, absolutely. Yes, I will look into that, 100%.
So this just happened, right?
It hasn't happened yet. It's gonna start August first.
Right. This will be
Yes.
next year's.
It's gonna be for a full year and it's 24/7. They're highly vetted tutors. The tutors are one-on-one, so the student will log in, the parent can log the tutor in and they will have access to a tutor. And if they like the tutor, they can request that same tutor time after time again. So it's not like they'll be getting a different tutor all the time, which is wonderful.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. And it's absolutely free to our students, to all of our students, K through 12.
How much we have to pay?
For unlimited usage for an entire year, it was 28,000. And I think that that's a wonderful, wonderful deal
For everybody?
for everybody. Unlimited. There were other options where you could purchase a number of hours for every school, but then once those hours have been exhausted, then you would have to renew your contract. To have unlimited, and the cost difference was only, I believe, $8,000. So for $8,000 more, you have unlimited access throughout the entire year.
What was it?
28,000.
So how many percent school district retain this service?
Many school districts in California, especially Southern California, partner with Princeton Review and tutor.com. And the wonderful thing about this program is they do provide the administrators, the school administrators and the district administrators with a student dashboard or a school dashboard. So you can log in at any time and see the usage data, not only by school, but by student as well and by subjects as well.
They can do the homework for student.
They don't do homework for students. That's why it's called tutoring. Yes.
Are we still going to offer after-school tutoring on the sites next year as
Yes.
well?
Mhm.
So this will be in
This
combination.
would be, yes, this will complement the work that's already being done. Yes, because we found tremendous value in providing academic tutoring by the school sites because the teachers know the students, they know the curriculum. And so that's very valuable and we did not want to take that away. This is to complement that.
Which is great, because a lot of people said they couldn't do after school.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you think private school, they also retain this?
They do work with a lot of private schools as well, yes. And this tutoring throughout the year, it runs also over winter break, Thanksgiving break, spring break. So it doesn't only, it's not only offered during school days, it's offered throughout the entire year. I think the only 2 days is Thanksgiving Day and I believe Christmas Day.
Very exciting.
Yeah. We're very excited. Our principals are extremely excited about that. In the fall, we're going to have to provide some professional development for parents, so parents know what it is and how to access it. We're also going to provide professional development for teachers because they should also know how to support their students. And then also for students. Students don't know what it is. How are we going to inform our students on what this is and how to access it and the benefits of it? So we're looking forward to rolling that out with regards to training for all 3 of those groups. Ethnic studies. This is a wonderful program that is also a statutory requirement by 2526. But 2 years ago, we attended an Ethnic Studies Institute. Ms. Chan also joined us at LACO, where we received a plethora of information and resources. We received a lot of information from other school districts who have implemented ethnic studies into their curriculum. And so in the fall, we already have a committee that has been established at the high school, because as we know, by 2526, it is a graduation requirement to offer at least one ethnic studies class at high school before they graduate. The considerations for ethnic studies, really, we're looking at 2 different thoughts on how that can be done. Many school districts have embedded the ethnic studies course in an existing history class. And that looks like the direction that we may be going in, or they can offer a standalone class or a standalone ethnic studies course. And so Dr. Wolf, myself, and 2 of the teachers at the high school, we're going to continue our discussion and our collaboration in the fall on what that can look like. That gives us an entire year to decide how we're going to offer the course, outline the course curriculum, and advertise it into the course catalog and the registration and all of that. So we're very excited about the ethnic studies requirement.
Will this course be offered during summer school and summer session? Because a lot of times these standalone courses become the ones that summer school it's a good one to take in the summer.
It can be, if it's offered as a standalone class, if it's embedded in a current history class, course, then it doesn't need to be offered over summer.
But if we decide to go standalone class to put it into the summer course.
The only
schedule?
tricky part about that is if you offer it over summer, not all students would be able to take it over summer, and it is going to be.
No, I mean, in addition to.
Oh,
In addition to, because what happens is a lot of these kids have these CTE requirements, VABA requirements, ethnic studies, and they don't, their schedules are so packed that being able to take a 3-week class in the summer is actually really attractive to a lot of our high school students. So if it becomes if it's determined to be a standalone class, it would be worthwhile to probably look at how to put that into summer.
Into a summer
right?
course, yeah.
Yeah.
It would depend a lot on how the course is built, looking at the course outline and staffing as well, and sections over summer. So right now, either of those two, it looks like we're leaning towards the embedded course. That's what a lot of school districts at that institute shared. It was a very seamless introduction to the ethnic studies course, which can also be changed at a later time or a later year. But right now, those are the two options that we're looking at. And in the fall, we're going to be resuming our committee, which is great. Curriculum Study Committee. This is very exciting news for us. This year, we launched 2 curriculum study committees, one for science and one for social science, history, social science. And the reason we launched this was really twofold. One is to create a committee of content experts that can meet throughout the year to look at curriculum, to look at assessments, to look at scope and sequence for certain classes, to look at possible adoption for curriculum. And so we have 12 members in the history social science class from elementary all the way to high school. We have had 6 meetings to date. We looked at the California framework for history social science. We looked at the rubrics that they recommend when evaluating potential curriculum for adoption or for pilot. And we had numerous publisher presentations. Before that, we did our homework and we looked to see what all the other school districts were using for curriculum and got their feedback on what they thought about the curriculum that they have adopted. We did the same for science. Science had 2 more members. They had 14 total. We had our TOSAs as co-leads to really do a lot of the information fact finding from other school districts, what they're using, especially high performing school districts, and what curriculum they are using. So after 6 meetings, our committee decided that the curriculum that they would like to pilot for history, social science was for K-8, California Impact. For grades 9 through 12, HMH, High School Social Studies Collection. And then for science, TCI for grades K through 5. And then for grades 6 through 8, STEM scopes. High school is going to continue using their current curriculum. When looking at the framework and the rubrics to vet curriculum, they found that their current curriculum meets all of those needs in all of those rubrics, so they're going to stay with those. The pilot duration, we were anticipating a full year pilot. However, the publishers are not willing to give us access to their curriculum for a full year, so we're narrowing it down to a 6-month pilot for 1 semester, August through December. And then anticipated winter or spring 2025 to have the curriculum or the potential curriculum out for community review. That's a requirement in Ed Code that you have the public involved in the curriculum adoption. And then hopefully bring it to the board with a recommendation for adoption. That would mean we would go into full implementation in the fall of 2025 for both history, science, and social science. Excuse me, science and history, social science. Yes.
I have a question. This CSC, how did we determine to look over history, social science, and science? And will math be a subject under consideration for a future subject to look at for the committee?
Absolutely. It's a great question. So we were looking at our textbook adoption history, and we found that we were due for an adoption in these areas. And so we looked at all 3 actually, math, history, and social science. The two that had the most sense of urgency, particularly history, because they had presidents from years back in their history textbooks. So the two were history and social science. This one really took priority, and science took priority this year because we were looking at assessment scores, state assessment scores in science, and we really felt that our students can be and should be doing better in science. And was it because we really didn't have an effective curriculum or an outdated curriculum? And so that's how these two content areas came to the forefront. The math framework, state framework, was recently released. And so we'll be looking at that over the course of the next year or so, because our math adoption is also due for renewal. So great question.
You said that the publishers are only giving us 6 months, but we're not going full implementation into the fall. So how's that work with what they're going to be teaching second semester?
So they will give us only access to the fall, to December. If we, for most of them, if we decide that we are going to move forward, because in December, we're going to take advantage of our December 2nd Professional Development Day. It's a student-free day to make the decision to review the curriculum, to complete the rubric, to see if this is what we are going to recommend moving forward. If we do, they will grant us access through the rest of the year. If not, we have the option of purchasing, not at full price, but purchasing the remainder of the year for those teachers who are piloting. We have 2 teachers per grade level at each elementary school piloting. And then at middle school, we have the entire history department and science department piloting.
So 12 member, all they are the teacher or what?
So the 12 members would be content teachers, elementary, middle, and high school, TOSA, principal, special education, and ELD. We wanted to make sure that the curriculum was inclusive enough for all students. Yes.
I have a question, a general question about curriculum. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I think that my understanding is there's like a curriculum guideline that teachers are to follow per grade level per subject. And how are we as a school district managing what the curriculum is for, like what curriculum the teacher chooses and to what level they're teaching the students at?
I think that's a great question. And it really brings the point that it needs to be clarified. So each grade level has content area standards that they need to teach. For example, first grade has first grade standards in English, math, history, and social and science. Second grade, the same. So teachers are really teaching to the standards. So the curriculum must cover the standards throughout the year. The textbook is really the vehicle for teaching to the curriculum or teaching the standards. And so all the grade levels kind of have a pacing guide or a scope and sequence, if you will, on what standards are going to be covered throughout the year, so that by the time they get to the end of the year, they have taught, for example, the first grade standards that would prepare them then to go into second grade and begin learning the second grade standards. And the same for secondary as well. So the standards are really what drives the curriculum. Actually, it is the curriculum. And each grade level and each content area or subject area has standards that are directly designed for that subject area. Does that help answer? And teachers, of course, have the craft and the expertise to pull in supplementary materials to enhance their lessons, and they do a wonderful job of that. It's not a one, curriculum or one textbook instructional program.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're very excited about this. It's been a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun work, and it's really nice that our teachers and our administrators were involved in the process. Attendance. As you saw on the California School Dashboard, chronic absenteeism is an issue statewide. And so really at the beginning of this year, we resurrected the 369 attendance letters. And those go out to students who are absent 3 times, 6 times, 9 times, and it even extends to 12 and 15 as well. But it's in response to the dashboard, but it's also a response to our ADA, right? We want our students to be in school. Positive attendance equates to student achievement. And so all the school site attendance clerks and site administrators were trained. Eric in technology did a wonderful job of training them on how to disseminate those letters at the end of each week, whether the student's been absent 3, 6, or 9. It allows our schools to hold SART meetings, which is a school attendance review team, and that's really an informal meeting where you have the parent, the student, the principal, the teacher come to a brief meeting to talk about, Len has been absent 5 times. What's the cause? How do we put supports in place to ensure that, her attendance gets better? And so that's really an informal meeting, but that is documented. And then if the attendance doesn't get better, then there's what we call a SARD meeting, which is a school attendance review board meeting. And that's when the student really exhibits more absences than necessary. PBIS implementation has been very instrumental in supporting positive attendance. It sets expectations for positive attendance, and it sets accountability for positive attendance. And so the focus on attendance, hopefully we'll see an improvement in next year's dashboard with chronic absenteeism, especially for San Marino. Professional learning, I think this is something that we're extremely proud of, and it really runs the gamut with regards to the different areas. It's year-long. We always started at the beginning of the year with new teacher training, and we hold those training opportunities throughout the year. And they are offered to certificated and classified staff, and it focuses on everything that we have implemented, all of our district initiatives and programs that we really want our teachers to embrace, be informed, and execute or implement with fidelity. They include iReady, NWEA, IXL, ELD, Universal Design for Learning, PBIS, restorative practices. So it's been a lot of professional development, but our 3 professional development days have been extremely valuable in supporting a lot of the PD and training that we've been doing. We're also very proud of having training for our parents, because oftentimes the parents will say, well, what is iReady? What is NWA? What are my students doing at school? And so really being transparent and communicative about what's happening at the school sites or at the district level with our parents, so they are in the know and they can help support their children or their students at home. We're continuing to hold office hours for iReady, NWA, and IXL. Once every trimester, voluntary teachers can log on, ask questions, get clarifications so that the implementation goes smoothly. We want to make sure that we support our teachers with all of the district initiatives.
So for the parent, if they want to finish those 7 hours, how many hours they for the training?
So it's not really a training for the parents. It's an informational session where we give them an overview of what the program or the initiative is and how to support their students at home, how to read their student reports or score reports. So the parents understand what their students are doing at school. What does that mean with regards to student achievement or their own child's achievement, and how they can support them. Usually these are about an hour to an hour and a half long.
My suggestion is that for those 7, for the parent is that we can have maybe a couple minutes put in the website so they can learn.
We can, absolutely.
Yeah.
The flyers are advertised on our website. We also advertise them through Parent Square, and a lot of the meetings, sometimes when they're recorded, we do upload them to our website.
Yeah, if someone they put together.
Yeah, cute little video.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but we'll continue to do that, absolutely. And then the professional development days, these have been invaluable, as I mentioned earlier. It really has allotted us the time to sit with our schools and our colleagues and really collaborate and dive deep into data. In prior years, we really didn't have that time to offer to our teachers to sit down and engage in professional learning communities and take the time to review data and set goals. But these 3 days have just been invaluable. The last professional development day, the 3rd one of this year, was site-led, and it was an opportunity for the teachers and the classified staff to come together and to really dissect the data, take deep dives into the data and understand what the data is saying, and find those students who sometimes are invisible, they're right in the middle, and sometimes are overlooked, and really set instructional goals and instructional programs to meet the needs of all students. And so we're very, very pleased that we're going to continue to offer that.
Interestingly enough, I know I've been reflecting on this a lot. 20 years ago, we had 8 days of professional development every year for our teachers. 5 of those days were mandatory and 3 were optional. And so if the teachers showed up on those 3 optional days, they would get paid their per diem rate of pay for those days. And we had probably 98% turnout on the optional days. And it was really, really important to teachers and to the school district that we prioritize that time. And then the state started decreasing their funding for professional development days, and we got less and less from the state to be able to support that. And that's kind of where we are today. It's part of our challenge in education, because what is more important than making sure that all of your teachers are very well trained on how to address the current practices. And so this is something that even though we're small, we have limited resources, I think Dr. Richter and her team have really done a great job. Principals have done a great job of trying to really prioritize this and think about what would be most impactful for those days. So thank you.
Absolutely. And so next year, we're really going to focus on not only having that professional development time with their own faculty, but really doing cross-level and cross-school collaboration time. So our elementary schools, especially our 5th grade team, is meeting with our 6th grade team so that they are able to talk about that vertical articulation from elementary to middle school and 8th grade to 9th grade. So it's looking at the articulation from middle school to high school. I think that is very invaluable. And our teachers were very appreciative of that time. Okay, Focus Schools is another district initiative that we were super, super excited about this year. It's a wonderful group organization called Focus Schools. And what they do is they come out and they work with school districts to really focus on data-driven instruction and data-driven decision-making, how to set your priorities based on data, and how you have that data-driven mindset at the forefront of everything that you do. And so we established our partnership at the beginning of this year. At last year's leadership retreat, we brought Focus Schools to train our administrators and really look at our board priorities and how do we incorporate data-driven decision-making based on the priorities that the board set for the full year. And as you can see here, the purpose of Focus Schools is to support school improvement efforts with a focus on fostering a culture of welcoming and belonging. The instructional leadership team, or the administration team, monitors the academic program to ensure that all students have equitable access to first best instruction that will accelerate their growth towards outcomes. So for the 23-24 school year, after we got training at the leadership retreat, after we took the board goals into consideration, we put an action plan into place, and that included our school scorecards. What does that mean? I'll show you on the next page. But professional learning, we brought Focus Schools into our principal meetings because it's really, really important for our principals. It's really important for our principals to understand how to support data-driven instruction for their school site. So Focus Schools came in October 6th, November 3rd, December 1st, February 2nd, March 1st, April 5th, and May 3rd, and really provided professional development to our school principals. And then for 24-25 school year, we're going to continue the mentorship with Focus Schools. So when we talk about students, school scorecards, here's what they look like. We had every school develop a scorecard. What does the scorecard tell us? It's kind of your glows and your grows. What are we doing really, really well? That's the first thing that someone should see. What are growth opportunities for our school? And then lastly, what steps are we going to take to address those growth opportunities? So as you can see on this slide, Carver and Valentine using data to highlight the good news, student achievement, but also using data to highlight opportunities for growth. We noticed English learners at Valentine needed additional attention. They were not performing as well as their non-English learner peers. So that's an opportunity for growth. And then what are they going to do throughout the year to support their areas of needed growth? We did the same for Huntington Middle School and the high school. These were shared with the faculty, and these are brought to the forefront of a lot of their faculty meetings. It's in their office, because this needs to be at the forefront of everything that they do so that the focus remains on the growth opportunities, but also highlighting the great work that the teachers and the administrators are doing, as well as reminding them of our district initiatives. What's important, what's effective instructional approaches to address the growth opportunities. So this is revisited every year. After our leadership summit this year, we'll be creating their new scorecards based on their new data for the 24-25 school year.
And so before we go any further, I just want to check with the board because we have 1 minute until 3. We did have one member that had to go, and she told me first thing this morning that was the case. Do we want to still continue? Because I know that she has a lot more that she could share that may have some bearing on your goal setting tomorrow. But if not, we could also decide that the board will hear the remainder of the presentation first thing in the morning. And then we pick up where we left off and launch into the goal setting. But that's entirely up to the board, or she could bring the rest back at the first board meeting. Well, no, the second board meeting in June, right? But that would be after the board has developed its goals. Or do you have, how many more slides do you think that you have that would really impact the board's goal setting tomorrow?
So the remainder of the slides, there's only one more that if I can share that, but the remainder of the slides are all data that I have presented before, either in the weekly board
okay,
memo
good.
or at a board meeting.
Okay.
So it's just a review of that data, highlighting
Yeah.
the important parts. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. The one thing that I did do was I like alignment, so I compared the diagnostic assessment to CASP outcomes for the appropriate grade levels, but that's all there. I mean, you know, it's pretty
And
self-explanatory.
we should hear from the board to see where they're at individually, because we may all have to comfort, you know, so Joanne, do you want to review this on your own? You won't be back tomorrow, so it doesn't
Right.
matter if we bring it
Yeah.
back, or do you want to plow through and do some more? There are a number of slides still remaining.
I'm already looking forward at the slides, and I feel comfortable reviewing it on my own because these are more like just data and just test results. So that's my position. Jane, do you have a?
You're gonna review on your own.
I feel comfortable, yeah, because right now I do see the next, I don't know, there's like at least 20, like looks like 20 slides.
Yeah, Dr. Delatorre said
Well, I said this
I-
one time.
I like it. I love it. This is so great. But I feel like, oh, okay, I can see that like this test scored in spring 2023 in reading. That's how I feel.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'd rather just get through, maybe we get through this and then we sort of zoom and fly
Yeah,
through the rest of it, only because it gives us a chance to digest it before we get into it tomorrow. And I always feel like we end up with more conversation when we're actually doing the board goal setting than we think we're gonna have. So as much as we think we'll have time tomorrow, I kind of feel like we probably
Or
will.
she could present during, isn't there a breakfast session tomorrow as well? Like
Yes.
8:30.
Yeah,
I could
8:30
do
to
that.
9.
So you could
That's
have
true.
the extra 30 minutes then, or
Yeah,
25
if people
minutes.
could show up at 8:30.
Okay, just, I'm always more inclined to feel like we're better off not putting something off till tomorrow that we could finish today, but I don't know what people's
Do
time
we have
is.
to go though? Anybody
I know,
have
I don't
to
know
go?
what people's time is.
Joanna, do you?
I'm
have to
okay.
go?
I thought we were here until 4 actually, so.
Yeah, so I'm okay.
So,
Joseph, what are your thoughts?
I'm okay, yeah.
Keep
Okay.
going.
so we'll keep going? Okay, all right. Thank you.
So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. This conversation has come up and questions have come up a lot over the past couple of months about student exit data and how many of our students are leaving, what grade level are they leaving at? And what are the reasons, the possible reasons to why they're leaving, plausible reasons as to why they're leaving. So what you see here is on the top, you see 23, 24 data. On the bottom, you see 22, 23 data. the first chart on the top of the left shows you the students withdrawing and the reasons they have indicated for withdrawal. You have attending another public school, a non-private, private school, moving out of California, and moving out of the United States. Now, I want to say, though, that oftentimes the data on the survey is not always accurate. Sometimes we have parents who quickly fill it out, and then maybe halfway through their transition to exiting the district, they change their mind. So this is self-reported data, and so I'm just taking whatever we have on the survey, the exit survey, and putting it on these charts. So as you can see here, this is 23-24, this is last year, 22-23. Moving to another public school, moving to another public school. So last year we had 40, this year we have 32. But if you look at moving to a private school, last year we had 66, this year we only had 10. Moving out of California, 30.
19.
I'm sorry?
19, not 10.
Sorry, 19. 30 to 6. 25 to 14. So overall, last year, we had, I believe, 171. If you add this up and my math is correct, it was 171. This year, I believe we only have 70. So we have less than half who have exited this year than last year. Here are some grade levels where you see the most, where you see the students exiting. We have last year a big number in 8th grade and in 3rd grade. For this year, we have 3rd grade again. We have 6th grade, which is very interesting. And then we have 10th grade, which is very interesting. And again, this is all self-reported data. And then the last one, withdraw students to private school. This was just a smattering of some of the schools that they indicated. This was the most popular schools that they've indicated, where they're going. Flint Ridge Prep was 3, others was 4, which is interesting. Polytech was only 1 this year. And then here, again, very, very few, and here they indicate other. And some of those others include, smaller private schools.
But only 1 going to Poly this year?
Only 1 going to Poly this year. This is,
And this data is as recent as right now?
this data was as of last Friday. Last Friday. Absolutely. So although we had a larger number last year, this year we have less than half of those same number of students leaving, which is great.
And that's reflective of what I've been hearing. A lot of students were actually admitted to private school and chose not to go.
That's great. Yep. So I know there's been conversations about students leaving after 5th grade, but if you look, that's not where our biggest numbers are.
Well, that after 3rd grade, some kids go to Westridge for girls' school. And that's that weird 3rd, 4th grade.
Yes. And then again, in 8th grade, although there's 7, you really see 10 in 10th grade. So although every family has different reasons for completing the survey or leaving, a lot of them are leaving the country, a lot of them are leaving because of work. Parents get work in another city or another state. And so there are many, many reasons.
There are some private schools that are actually taking kids after they finish 9th grade in public and starting them over at 9th grade in private. So that gap year question is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because they want to restart their kids' high school transcript.
I'm wondering if that's tied to athletics in any way.
I think it has more to do with wanting to get better grades.
Okay. So just a quick overview, as this question has come up quite a bit, so important to show. Okay, so now we're going to move into diagnostic data, iReady and NWEA. So this is just a little bit small on the screen, but you have it in front of you. I just wanted to show a quick glance at the spring assessment, which is assessment number 3 that's given each year. 2023, 2024, this year compared to last year. And I also wanted to include here because I love alignment. And so I wanted to see diagnostic assessments usually are a strong indicator. There's a strong correlation of how they do on the diagnostic and how they will do on the CASP assessment. I wanted to make sure to put the CASP overall district-wide performance level for math, and then for individual, because this is K-5 only for Carver and for Valentine. So as you can see, green is at or above grade level with the lines. Regular green is on grade level, and then everything else is below grade level, 1 grade level below or 2 grade levels below. So if you look at last spring, 2023, 75% were at or above grade level. Above grade level 13%. So that is 75 and 13. The test.
88.
88. Awesome. And then this year, 90. So we did make tremendous growth from last year to this year at the spring diagnostic assessment. Now, we're not comparing apples to apples because the students are very different, right? You have different students now as they matriculate up. But when you look at 90%, overall in math, we were 85.96, at Carver, 86%, and Valentine, 87. So there's a pretty close correlation, although they did higher on the diagnostic assessment. District-wide in reading, we have the same thing. This year, they scored 90. Again, on the spring diagnostic assessment, which is a closer alignment to the overall for CAS, which is 87%, 89%. Carver was pretty much right on target with 90%, and Valentine was at 86%. But what we'd like to see are these green segments of the line getting larger and larger, indicating more and more students are at or above grade level.
What percentage of students took these?
All of them. Pretty much 100% of the students take them K through 5. Then I broke it down by Carver math. I'll breeze through this very quickly. Carver only, you see, again, same. Green, taking up most of the line. For spring last year compared to spring this year. 2024 on the bottom. Then we have Carver reading. Again, 90% overall. And then we have Valentine. Again, 76, 14, 78, 12. What we want to see is this striped green bar getting larger and longer. And overall, district-wide, we were at 87.20%. For reading, we see the same thing. The top one is spring of last year. The bottom one is spring of this year. Again, 90%.
So where's your targeted intervention? Is it in your yellow or in your red or both right now?
So targeted intervention would be across all of them. And the reason I say that is because students who need additional support are receiving those supports in small group instruction, and students who are above grade level should not be left alone. They're receiving intervention that challenges them academically.
Yeah, it's really nice with the iReady, when you do the assessment at beginning, middle, and the end, because they break them up into groups, so you can check on the groups that need the intervention support, and then the maintenance groups, and then the accelerated groups, which is really nice that all the names are right there, like, oh, that's your group that you need to do this.
You can click on it and it gives you the names, yes. And it also breaks it down by domain. So for reading, you have phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, vocabulary. So it really gives you the full picture of every student and by grade level and class.
How did you guys do in addressing the geometry? Some of my teachers were telling me that they didn't get to the geometry units yet when they were starting to, so there was this bad cramming into this geometry review because they needed to get them to that testing.
In Alhambra?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We have not heard that at all here.
No, that was us. So I guess we weren't on the pacing guides the way we were supposed to. Because they came at me frantic and I went, oh.
But now that you asked that, I'm curious. Yeah, I will ask that. Yeah. But But we're very, very pleased to see the progress overall.
Your geometry is lower if you look at the Valentine geometry.
Oh,
And
let's
your,
go to Valentine. Geometry is here.
and your Carver geometry and Valentine geometry. you see that? That's what they were telling. Well, I don't know.
It's a good question to pose, though. We have not heard that. This is the data that was put in the hands of our teachers and our administrators for all 3 professional development days, for them really to take this data and dissect it and break it down not only by school, but by grade level and by class and then individual student. So they can really develop targeted instructional opportunities for those students, whether it be small group, after school, to really make sure that all of their students are meeting standards. So then it takes us to NWEA. Now, I will say a little caveat with NWEA. This was our first year of administering NWEA. We administered the first one in December. The second one was very, 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 very close to finals and AP testing and CASP testing. And so some of the data we're looking at is understandable because, especially for our seniors, right, who have other things on their mind. So we're looking at creating a schedule next year where they're taking it much earlier in the year, again, 3 times, but much earlier so they can really focus on the assessment and demonstrate what they know. Now with NWEA, it's very different. They don't get a percentage met or exceeded. They get what we call a RIT score. And the RIT score is really an indicator or a metric of academic difficulty, right? It aligns to a certain point in a grade level in a certain month. So like 10th grade, month 6, but it doesn't measure students based on a grade or a level of proficiency. It's very grade independent. And so what we look at are growth scores. Now it's interesting because when we look at math is on the top and reading is on the bottom, on CASP, our students did much better in ELA district-wide. A little bit better than in math. But when we're looking at the diagnostic, our students in grades 6 through 12 did much better in math than they did in ELA, which is very interesting. And again, there's a caveat because the 3rd diagnostic was close to the end of the year. But here we go for grade 6. Here's a CAST score, which again, it's grade and percentage independent. So there really isn't a correlation, but I wanted to put this up here just to show us how they aligned with district-wide and grade level. You see a lot of blue in math, blue and green, meaning high average and very high average. That means the academic rigor is high and very high. For ELA, we also see a lot of blue and green, but much more blue in math for grade 6. And now that we have this, this is what our principals will be doing Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, really diving into these scores. Here's for grade 7. We see the same pattern. Math is very strong, stronger than ELA. Why? Right? Something to look at. Yes.
Something to look at. So would maybe the educators consider, feel like a lot of people in those grade levels are doing like Russian math or like after school, like, is there any correlation between those that are a lot in the blues and greens with whether they're doing like a after school program, like Russian math or whatever math tutoring? Yeah.
Yeah. That might be a little difficult to pinpoint, but it absolutely could be a factor. What will be very nice to see next year is the impacttutor.com will have on this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. And then grade 8. We see this, look at in math. Very, very high in math. And then those are the CAST scores. And as you can see, they're very, very close. Grade 8 exceeded the district average. And then you don't have CASP here because this is 9th grade. They don't take the CASP assessment in 9th grade. But again, the same pattern. Math they did really, really well in math when compared to English language arts. 10th grade. These are great results for the first year of administration for NWEA. And then look at grade 11 in math. Really, really well. And of course, they do take the CASP, and so those are the scores on the side. Okay. So the principals will take this data and bring it back to their respective staff and faculty and really dissect and see where the kiddos are who may be falling along these bands to see how they can best support them as well. And then
It's
here's-
also interesting to look at our EL population where they sit in the different grade
Yes.
levels and the bands as well.
Yes, and they
Right?
can
So if I have
actually,
an influx of lots of ninth grade EL students, I can understand why the ELA would be
Mhm.
impacted.
Correct. And what the beauty of NWA is you can disaggregate the data to pull your English learners, your students with special needs, all of that. Oops, shouldn't be here. But here we are for grade 12. Again, grade 12 with math, they did exceedingly well. We're very proud of that as well. Okay, so that's our diagnostic data. Then we come to our CASP data, which is really a review of what I've shared previously. Look at district comparison data year to year. But overall, I think the main thing I wanted to share with this part of the presentation is that we did San Marino did very, very well last year on the CASP assessment across the board. We're very proud of our students and our teachers and how well they've worked and how much they've worked over the year to allow our students to continue to progress and achieve. We ranked in the top 2 in ELA and math. We ranked first in math. I hate, not that we ever compare ourselves to La Cañada, but we do, and we want to be better than them. So we did outperform La Cañada in math on the CASP. We demonstrated the highest growth in ELA and math from 22 to 23 in comparison to other districts with the exception of 1. That means we grew the most when compared to other districts with the exception of 1 in math. And so I'll just present very quickly. This data is by district, and I'm going to have to come a little bit closer so I can see. This is mathematics on the left side and reading language arts on the right. And what you see here is San Marino compared to our usual districts that we compare ourselves with: Arcadia, La Cañada, and South Pasadena. And these are all grades on how well we performed at math. And then down below, you can see by grade level how we performed. But if you look at the graph and you look at the green bars, you can see that between all the schools here, Arcadia, La Cañada, San Marino, and South Pasadena, we are highly competitive and do very, very well in mathematics when we compare ourselves to other school districts. Now, some school districts have 2021 listed, some don't, because if you remember, 2021 was an optional year, and some schools like South Pasadena did not administer the CASP in 2021. But again, in math, very comparable to who we compare ourselves with, and in English language arts, the same. So what we want to see again is that green band growing taller and taller.
I do want to point out too, that I think we have far more Title I students than another district, and yet we still outperform them.
That's right.
We have a lot more English language learners. We have a lot more free and reduced. I think they're at like maybe 2%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We're at what, pushing 16 right now? So that's quite impressive
Yeah.
to actually see those numbers given our student population.
Yes, and you'll see that now on an upcoming slide as well. So here's just elementary grades 3 through 5. I broke it down by grade spans. So you have 3, 4, and 5 again broken down. Here's San Marino. You can see it on yours as well. Again, very competitive, if not outperforming the like districts for math and for English language arts. And if the legend for the colors is up at the top. And then the same for middle school. Both in math. You can see San Marino is outperforming many of the school districts in math and in English language arts. So it really gives us a clear picture of how well our students are doing, not only district-wide, but also by grade span. And then we have our high school. And again, very favorable results. And if you remember last year, our high school did exceedingly well and jumped double digits in math. So we're very excited about that. Here's our CAST. Now, CAST is definitely an area of focus for us, and you will see that reflected on the school scorecards next year, because for San Marino, we should be doing very, very well in math and in science. And we're hoping that with a new science curriculum adoption, that we would be a lot stronger in the area of math. Here at San Marino, of course, we can see that the green for all the years, the last 3 years are here, but they're also reflected here in this chart. We want to see more of the yellow and the green. So the green is percentage exceeded, the yellow is standard met or percentage met. So these two combined is what we're looking at. And we want to see those green colors get longer and longer. The bands get longer. Definitely an area of need district-wide. Last year, we were at 75%. Better than the year prior. Better than the year prior, but not by much. So we're hoping to grow again this year. LPAC, this really is an eye test, but this is our English language learners. And although it doesn't show a lot, so this is reversed, right? So you're looking at the green down at the bottom. And although this is a little hard to read, on the next couple of slides, you're going to see just how well our English language learners did, as reported by the California School Dashboard. So Ms. Chan, to your point with the number of English language learners, when we look at the California School Dashboard and the progress that they reported, our English learners did really, really well. Now, we have to remember, though, from one year to the next, we can't compare because we have students who we classify. We have students who come in with very limited English speaking. They're newcomer students, so they have very limited English. And those are students who do not take the CASP ELA part. If they're 12 months or less in the country, they do not take the English language arts part of the CASP. But again, we are doing fairly well when you look at CASP from one year to the next. This is last year. This is this year. We did take a little dip in 2023 when compared to 2024. However, when you look at, I'm going to jump a couple slides. When you look here, this is the California School Dashboard. And what I did is I broke it down by those three same districts, us, La Cañada, South Pass, and Arcadia. I also broke it down by student group. So when you look at our ELs, we earned a blue performance color on the California School Dashboard for English language arts, as reported by CASP. That's the highest color performance you can earn on the dashboard. We also earned a blue performance color for English learners in math on the dashboard. So our English learners are continuing to do very, very well. District-wide, I think this is very impressive. We are blue all the way across for English language arts and for math. And we have a lot of blue here. This one is green. Green is still a desirable performance color. It's the second to the highest. We want, of course, our Hispanic group, which is a very small amount of students, 65 students, to also be in the blue performance band. Students with disabilities are in the yellow performance band. It's 119 students that took the test in ELA. Same for in math. So Hispanic is green in both ELA and math, but across the board, we are doing exceedingly well when we compare ourselves to the three other districts. And this is wonderful. Now, when you look at the LP, which is the English Language Performance Indicator, that is measuring the amount of progress our English learners are making towards acquiring a second language, the English language. This is impressive. I mean, 69% of our students are making progress. And that is 120 students, really no change from the year prior, but they earned a green performance color. Remember, these students may not be the same because your strong students have reclassified. So these may include newcomer students a year or who've been here a year or longer. So this is great news. Slide did I skip? Let me finish this one. Also on the dashboard, I think this really needs to be highlighted. really 100% graduation rate for us this year, 99.5%. This is great news, blue, all the way across. And then, oh, what happened to my student group? I lost it. Okay, there's also by student group, we still see blue. Chronic absenteeism, all the school districts, yellow all the way across. That is really an issue across the state. And that's one reason why we resurrected the 369 letters and strong emphasis on PBIS and restorative practices to make students feel like they belong, to put attention on positive school attendance so they can be at school each and every day.
It's within the 7%.
Yes, they're all
range
7%.
for all of those school districts.
Yes, although they're 8%, Arcadia is 8%. Let's point them
I
out.
think Newport Beach is like 11 or 14
Yeah,
or
a lot of
something.
districts up and down the state are in the double digits.
Yeah.
And then our suspension rate, we got a blue performance color, which is great. So what does that tell us? PBIS, restorative practices, alternative to suspension, means of alternative suspensions is working. So blue, everyone else did not achieve blue. It's great for us. And then lastly, we have our college and career. We did not get a performance color for our student groups, except for two. But we scored very, very high. We have 73% of our students demonstrating that they are ready for college. Now that's a little bit tricky because there are a number of metrics that go into that to determine whether they're college and career ready. But again, we scored very high, which is the highest level you can achieve. That's excellent. Oh, let me go back to this real quick. I shared this at a previous board meeting, but I thought it was really important to reshare. These are the district comparisons, not only of the other three districts that we typically compare ourselves to, but other local districts that we have often compared ourselves to. And really looking at how we performed in comparison to the others. So 2023 is the dark blue, 2022, of course we don't have 24 yet. 2022 was the prior year. And when you look at ELA, 87 and 88, we're 87, we're almost there. Neck and neck, 89 and 89. So we're at the top. Here for math, same thing, 83 in 2022. They were 85, we got 86. Remember we shared that we did outperform La Cañada by a little bit. We're gonna take that. And then for CAST, here's, we know we do need a little bit of work. I put us first, even though we're not, but we were at 74 the year prior. We did outperform. I do that too. I do too. Yeah. We did outperform them. But then here's where we saw the strong need to focus on science. We need to be 85 and above in science. We really do. And so we're hoping with the new science curriculum adoption, with an emphasis on really looking at those student school scorecards and dissecting the data and really being data-driven this year, that these scores will come up. But I think this is a very impressive slide and really speaks to the hard work that our teachers, our classified staff, our administrators have really done. That's it.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions that I have not answered?
Those are some.
Okay.
Mr. Chang is happy.
Thank you.
Okay, so, thank you so much, Dr. Richter, for that very informative presentation. The board should know that we are looking at this data and working on this data on a regular basis. And we, as an executive team, meet twice a week in my office, and these issues are constantly being evaluated so that we can work on continuous improvement. Mr. Chairman.
I only have a comment. I think we are in a good direction. Improving, but the only issue I would like administration, executive staff, I will do some study about the college admission. Yeah. You know, the Dr. Wu present, we look like we have a chemistry with the University of UC Berkeley. So we are above the percentage. But some of the college, I don't know. I always thinking about this issue because almost a decade, you know, some of community people, they this is a very important. Yes, we use this for last 2 decades, say we are the number one. But some of parents, they also thinking about college admission now. So I think that we need to do the study, and also either in the counselor level or your level, we're able to talk to the college counselor, see what is their preference, and when they see the student profile, how they decide.
What are they looking at?
Yeah, yeah. But one thing that I can share with you, because we have so many UC Berkeley, but you know, the last minute, those parents, they think that the student, if their kid wants to go by medical science, they change the direction. You know, they are not go to UC Berkeley. They may choose UCLA or UCSD.
Sure.
Yeah, because of that, they think they have a next step they want to overcome. So they try to prepare, find you know, the university in the neighborhood, they have a hospital or internship. That's the reason, you know, the UCLA, you know, for the medical science, biological science, they choose the UCLA. But besides that, for the IVD, you know, I know that this year, some of the students, they don't go the IVD school, they just choose for UC, yeah. Anyway, I think I like to know what kind of criteria they place the students. Yeah, yeah.
We can certainly look at that. And by the way, I know that there were 12 students who did not report their admissions data, and so that's outstanding, and we were going to have the high school administration reaching out to those students to find out where they were accepted and where they are committed to for the fall. And so, and remember, some of that is a bit delayed, as Dr. Wolf explained during his presentation this year, which is not likely to be resolved in the coming years. So we're going to have a little bit of a challenge with that ongoing. But the information that you're asking for, I believe Dr. Richter and the school counselors can provide to you.
Like this year, we have one go to Caltech, but they go to another one. I'm just worried about Caltech because we are too close. They may think Smyrna High School student, they want to go out of state or East Coast.
I think
so
it's
then they,
individual.
you know, the tennis go one time, we always have a Caltech, and then suddenly several years we don't have. But right now they come back.
Yeah.
but student did not take.
Yeah, but there were some personal reasons why I think that student chose to go to another school. But it's an honor that our student was accepted to attend Caltech and had that opportunity presented. So we're very proud of the colleges and universities that our students are being accepted into. And I think it's just a tremendous thing. You know, we have a student going to Harvard, a student going to Stanford. We have Cornell, Duke. So we have some pretty prestigious colleges and universities that our students, and Brown and Wellesley, that our students are going to be attending next year. Taft, I mean, and the list goes on, right? And so we're going to be publishing that information very soon. I'm super proud of our kids. I'm super proud of the colleges and universities it's getting into. It depends on what they're pursuing, their major, you know, what they want their experience to be, what they want to eventually seek out as a profession. And so there's lots of variables, and it's an individualized choice. And I think we're doing very well overall, but again, continuous improvement, right? We always want to look for ways that we can expand and improve. So I hope that you enjoyed digesting all of this very valuable information today. I know my executive team has been working very, very and long and late hours to put this together for you. So thank you for your patience and listening and for staying a little bit later today. We appreciate that. And we're looking forward to tomorrow and digging in and coming up with our 2024-25 goals that we're going to be working really, really hard on implementing for you all of next year. So
By the way, before everyone leaving, if you haven't visited for Japanese house, please call. Yeah, that is, they moved the old house from Japan. Yeah, they take apart and then they put together.
yeah.
So right now present there.
Tickets to get into.
Can we do it tomorrow? No. Oh, so you have to do
yeah,
it today.
Yeah, tomorrow,
Tuesday.
every Tuesday.
Okay, that's. Okay, so there you go.
Thank you, Joseph.
Any other questions or? Thank you so much. You guys are wonderful and amazing and we can do it without you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for putting all this together.
Thank you, everyone, for putting it together.
Thank you, Jennifer, for making all the logistical arrangements. I appreciate it.
Can we just leave reminders here?
I think it was some materials.
Oh, perfect.